Well, a very good morning to you all from Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course in Lexington, Ohio. We're just about an hour north of the Columbus metro area. This is the World Racing League on DriversEye Live. Happy to have your company this fine Sunday morning. As always, my name is Brendan Kazmarek, joined this morning by JT Tammy. Good morning, JT.
Good morning.
Dustin Ollis is on the ones and the twos, as he was yesterday. Scott Michaels will join us on the radio here a little bit later as we bring you the final 7-hour enduro from the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. It looks a fair bit, JT, like we left it yesterday.
Yeah, just a little bit.
It's some dampness, and we're still in some low morning light here, just inching towards 8 o'clock Eastern time, and a 3 p.m. checkered flag. The good news, JT, and there is plenty of it. Number one, we found out exactly what the track conditions were like yesterday afternoon with the rain shower we got just before the end of the race. The good news is we're not having to drain any of the standing water that plagued us yesterday morning from trackside, and we are going to get our full 7-hour enduro in this morning, which we obviously had cut short very slightly yesterday, but a lot of tremendous work was done by the Mid-Ohio staff to get us ready to go, and some preventative measures also taken overnight. I'm looking at a piece of debris there at the exit of the keyhole, JT. That appears to be a hood. And if you look there, center screen, I'm noticing a Pontiac GTO without a hood.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, that's the LML Racing number 78, the orange and blue Pontiac GTOR. Real ones will recall that is a tube frame chassis that ran in Grand Am Prep 2 trim some years ago. And we had the sister Matt Connolly Motorsports car as a WRL participant for some time. We've got the second of those cars. Unfortunately, it's a little bit light at the moment, and it's got an engine bay very exposed to what at the moment is rain, and a fairly steady but not overly drenching rain. The potential for a little bit of wintry mix, perhaps, a little bit later this morning. We'll keep an eye on things as it relates to the sky, but we do expect it to dry up later on today. And just like yesterday, JT, I think we saw a really tremendous motor race all the way through that was, I think, aided by some of the changing conditions. Sometimes it favored the GTOs, sometimes the GTUs. The Supra was really quick in the final stages. The Porsche was really good all the way through. It was compelling, not just in GTO, GTU, but the production classes as well.
Oh, absolutely. It was definitely a aspect that was constantly changing that drivers were having to adapt to, just like everything else. And it played a large role in definitely the entertainment aspect, but also just how these drivers were having to navigate each lap, trying to find grip out on the circuit. And it's tricky to do, and they're going to have to do it all over again today.
Yes, we're throwing some slight curveballs at the drivers, as we tend to do on Sunday. It's a different race length, never mind the shortened race distance yesterday. But we go to 7 hours. We end at 3 p.m. Obviously, we're under pretty much completely different circumstances as we were compared to yesterday. But the front of the field looks the same. The number 70 Round 3 Racing Porsche alongside the AOA Racing BMW M4 GT4. It's the number 74 red and white BMW you see there. Now the Toyota R&D Racing Supra, that is a non-GT4 Toyota Supra. They're in third place with the number 178 Cambrian Performance Ginetta G55 that stole a podium yesterday, let's not forget, in a slightly thinned out GTO field, or let's say a balanced GTO field as compared to the rest of the overall grid. The spin and end race penalty for the number 74 ended up meaning that we ended up with a Ginetta right on the GTO podium, which was really quite cool and a really good result for the Michigan-based Cambrian Performance Squad. The FPRS Motorsports number 91 on the third row, alongside the 846 Rooster Hall Racing BMW on the outside. LML Racing and Rapscallion will round out the GTO field. And we move down to GTU. as we work into a third pace lap with the clock now running, approaching 8 o'clock as a result, or shortly running here at 8 o'clock as a result of having to go pick up that hood at the exit of the hole. GTU pole sitter will be the Stratus number 59 alongside the sister car, Stratus number 60, the Polecat Racing number 108, slated to start in third place. It's a really good starting position there for the 108. See if they can capitalize on that early on this morning alongside the first of the Automatic Racing NPO1s, the number 908. The 909 Automatic Racing NPO1, we spoke to David Russell yesterday morning. You get a chance to go back and listen to that just before the green flag. About 11 o'clock we spoke to David, and they were able to score a podium with that number 909 yesterday. The round 3 racing pair, numbers 10 and 11, to start behind the Automatic Racing pair. And then Stratus number 58 did not get a whole lot of running in yesterday, and on a damp track really didn't get the opportunity to set a representative last lap time. Flat Racing number 247 to start shotgun on the GTU field. Down in GP1, I was just sent a really fantastic video from the pace car by Layla Kazmarek, who's handling social media for the World Racing League this weekend, by Johann Schwartz pulling up alongside the safety car, waving hello, and falling back in line. But that will be your GP1 and general production split start pole sitter to come alongside the number 333 with Bruce Innovations, AOA Racing number 85, and the 64 of Opal Racing. Second row in GP1. Third row, fifth place is the number 112 TC Klein Racing BMW and the number 38 of Palomar Racing. Yesterday's second place finisher, Flying for Motorsports, number 946, start in seventh. Actually, it'll be third place. Got displaced right at the end by All Star Racing, didn't they? And Blaze Racing, the number 118, start alongside them. GP1 JT yesterday was, I mean, it always has the potential to deliver, but short of Bruce Innovations kind of running away out at the front, it really captivated our interest for pretty much the entirety of yesterday's 5.5 hours.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been super competitive up and down the field, and there was generally always a battle to watch in GP1, if not several. So it's great to see, and I'm looking forward to more of that today. Just a quick note: Blaze Racing, I believe, will be starting at the back of the GP field entirely. I'm seeing it at the tail end there. I'm also not seeing the Porsche Boxer from Stuttgart Central.
Yeah, that was a GP2 entry yesterday. It was really our only major casualty from yesterday's 5.5 hour enduro. A little incident over at turn 8 turned into a big incident at turn 8, where it clattered the Armco. Just very easy to spin the rear tires up. That's exactly what happened, and caught the left front corner of the car quite hard into the iconic red guardrails that line the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Don't expect to see that car out there today. Now, your GP2 pole sitter, the last of our production classes, Garage 66, a Subaru BRZ, alongside the number 83 of Palomar Racing. Those two cars were about as evenly matched as you can have in an open formula, non-performance balanced formula. There was virtually nothing to choose between them all day. It ended up going the way of Garage 66, ahead of the number 83. But as RJ Till, Vice President of the World Racing League, noted in our podium ceremonies yesterday, I think this is the most number of single-second finishes or margins we've had on a podium or on class podiums in some time. I mean, it was constant. Really, really cool to see. And as RJ noted as well, everybody really took care of each other in terms of their on-track behavior yesterday. Hoping for more of the same today. That's your GP2 front row. Your second row in GP2, the 851 of AOA Racing, the Mazda MX-5, alongside the 27 Proper Performance Honda Civic that finished on the class podium yesterday. Worth noting that and the sister car, the number 39, are the only two front-wheel drive cars in the field. So especially in the early running this morning, keep an eye out for those two Honda Civics. Although I suppose the Hyundai Elantra, is the Elantra N a front-wheel drive?
I'm not entirely sure.
Let's find out. Yes, it is. So that's not true. We've got the two Civics and then the Brian Herta Autosport Hyundai Elantra N, number 106, also a front-wheel drive car as well. And as we've had most of the cars here across the start-finish line with the clock running, it looks like the Rapscallion 135 and the number 800 of Stuttgart Central are the only two non-starters. So out of 37 cars, we've only had two not line up on the grid on Sunday. That's a pretty solid conversion rate, all things considered. Yeah, normally we see a fair bit more attrition than that through the course of the weekend. But as we mentioned yesterday, and as RJ rightly pointed out, everybody took really good care of each other, was very, very sensible, not just for the conditions, but, I mean, overall. A lot of patience, a lot of really heads-up driving, smart driving, and even as difficult and tricky as some of the conditions were, everybody was really well behaved. Lights still on the safety car. We're continuing to follow around that Mid-Ohio School Acura pace car, I suppose, as it is at the moment. Double yellow still out at all the corner stations and here at start, particularly as the LML Racing Pontiac GTOR heads into the pit lane, perhaps to go recover its hood and get that reattached to the car. We would normally expect a race start over on the back straightaway and double file in order to do it. But I wonder if, much like we've seen in the past, when temperatures are cold and conditions are not ideal, let's say, we do occasionally run an extra safety car lap or a couple of laps behind the pace car to generate some temperature, move some water around, and get everything up a little bit closer to ideal specs before we turn our 35 cars, such as it is this morning, loose around the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. JT, thinking back to Watkins Glen last year, certainly comes to mind. The extra safety car laps at 37, 38, 39 degrees just generate a little bit of extra heat in the tires, again, before you turn it loose.
Yeah, we would start the pace laps relatively slow, and then we'd start to pick up the pace, make sure the cars are able to navigate safely before getting ready to go green. So I believe that's a similar process that we're doing today, making sure all the headlights and rain lights are on and working properly, because we do have a little bit of spray.
It'll be interesting to watch the progression of both the track as in terms of lap time, but also the class differential, and that's between every class, because it's not a slam dunk in these conditions, and particularly here at Mid-Ohio, that one of the Grand Touring classes is likely to be quicker than the other. We saw yesterday early the GTO cars definitely had the upper hand, but as it dried out, the track rubbered in, the GTU cars picked up some pace and became the let's say the preferred type and concept of car in terms of ultimate pace. The GP1 cars, especially the Bruce Innovation number 333, was right there with the GTO cars in mixed conditions and was really, really good in the wet at the end of the race yesterday. Let's just keep an eye on that, particularly that number 333 there, and keep an eye on some of these GTU cars. Lightweight, difficult to generate temperature. It's cold, it's damp, and we are about to turn all of them, all 35 of them, loose underneath the green flag here at what is the start-finish line this weekend. Lights are out on the safety car. The left-hand turn signal is on as they head head around the final corner and onto the front straightaway with 8.5 minutes gone. The green flag will wave, and we are racing on Sunday at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Round 3 racing will lead the number 74 AOA Racing BMW down into turn 1. It's single file all the way back, a short gap to your GTU cars that head through the final complex now, and down the front straightaway, Stratus number 59 leads the 60, and the number 108 from Polecat Racing. Racing room is being asked for and given as the round 3 number 10 heads around the outside of turn number 1 to try and pick off a spot from one of the automatic racing NP01s. So far, all clean through two corners of racing now. And down the front straightaway, Heraflight is into the pit lane in the number 247 as the skies just begin to lighten to the south of the circuit here, hoping that brings an improving track condition. The general production cars off of the final corner take the green flag in the split start. It's All-Star Racing number 5 leading from the 333 of Bruce Innovations, and a good wiggle from the back of the All-Star Racing BMW, trying to generate just that little bit more heat, temperature, and pressure in the tires headed down the front straightaway through turn number 1. And again, multiple car lengths between everybody here in a single file start Just try and get ourselves settled into a nice rhythm in what are looking to be some pretty challenging but well-maintained. Well, I was going to say, everybody's clean, but that is the 74 AOA racing car out of second place. JT, we saw a couple of times yesterday the runoff really, really difficult to get traction. That car is nosed into the very, very tiny gravel trap on the outside of turn number 6. But if it can get traction going backwards, essentially turn it into a front-wheel drive car, get it back on the racing surface, I think they'll be able to continue no problem. Yep.
Yeah.
And this is the point of the split start here, isn't it? This is to allow any even single car incidents an opportunity to recover without putting it. And by all accounts, I think 74 able to continue. It's shuffled the front of the GTO field as Polecat Racing makes a charge for the race lead. And GTU, the 59, slides wide and leaves the 108 nowhere to go except for into the grass on the outside of the final corner. So it goes from challenging for the lead to being out very, very wide in the runoff. Is that car recovered? It's just recovering now. Yep.
Yeah.
Very, very tentative for everybody around the outside of turn 12 there. And would have, the move would have been on, I think, JT, had it not been for that wiggle out the apex, or right, arcing to the apex. Oh, that's a 74 again, is it?
Yeah. Wow, that's a struggle right now for the opening lap for the 74 of AOA Racing.
Well, and remember, JT, that is one of only 2 current-gen GT4 cars in the field, that BMW M4. I mean, it's got all the bells and whistles, the electronic driver's aids, TC ABS. Ooh, off goes one of the production BMWs. And even that is not enough to save that 74 from these really, really tricky conditions.
Yeah, that looks like the 39 proper performance Honda
Oh,
Civic.
man.
It is properly slick out there right now.
Yeah.
You can see the car's doing like 10, 15 miles an hour, and there's spray out of the grass just behind it.
Yeah. It's not the torrential downpour we had last night. I'm sorry, 2 nights ago that led to the flooding, but it's been a consistent, pretty soaking rain overnight. And as you said, JT, there's been nowhere left for the water to go. So it puddles in the grass, generates these little mud bogs, and in some cases it actually pools right on the edge of the circuit. So in addition to the 108, we obviously had the issue that for the 74 AOA Racing BMW, but we didn't mention that the Camburn Performance Ginetta G55 up into second and has been challenging the number 70 for the overall race lead. If we can try and pick that up maybe down around the keyhole.
We are going full course yellow.
We are full course yellow. Okay.
Because the 74 is still there, now officially a lap down.
Yeah, I don't think that car is going to move under its own power. Obviously, it would have by now, but I think it's in the gravel trap there to drivers, right? You can't quite see it from where the camera is because of the nature of the elevation change up over the exit of the corner, but there is a relatively small gravel trap off on drivers, right? We saw the round 3 NPO1 number 10 over there once or twice yesterday. Easy to do, headed up the hill. Camber and elevation changing all the way through the braking zone and through the mid-corner. And very easy for the back end to just slide out. Even in a car that's got everything that the 74 does to try and help you keep it pointed in the right direction.
Yeah, we do have to try to keep in mind a little bit. I'm always curious how well these modern GT4s deal with these electronic systems on these kind of tires we run here. How much that plays a role in terms of how accurate the systems are in helping the driver.
Yeah, I mean, you're throwing quite literally everything at it, right? Normally those cars are designed to run on slick tires, or at least racing compound tires. Obviously, in the World Racing League, we run 200 treadwear DOT-approved tires, which is certainly part of it in terms of, not having quite as much grip as you might in a typical race setting. Now you're throwing cold 200 treadwear tires at it and a pretty soppingly wet track. Yeah, like we said, you're asking a lot of the electronics. Obviously, the right foot still comes into play on both pedals. You've got to be, careful and really judicious under braking, and also on throttle as well. Looks like the 74 just struggling a little bit. We do know that the 70, the car that's leading, has ABS but does not have traction control. So that is all the right foot of the driver involved. I was told yesterday at the podium, by the way, for that round 3 squad, Cole Offsgaard finished that car to the checkered flag yesterday, and the onboard video from the final restart is pretty tremendous. I've been promised a copy of that, so looking forward to that. Layla has rejoined from the good and the pace car. It's warm in here, so you're good now. Yeah. The 78 LML Racing Pontiac GTOR back into the pit lane for the second or third time this morning. The hood's been reattached, which is very good, but some potential continued issues on that car.
Yeah, I saw when we were watching the green flag drop, that car was actually jacked up, and the team working on, I believe, the driver's front wheel well. So not entirely sure what is going on with them at the start. I'll have to try to keep an eye on that.
Do we have a ridgeline moment over there at the keyhole? I think we did. I was wondering if there was a car stopped over there, but I don't see... Oh, the 59! Just before we went full course yellow, apparently we've lost the number... We have!
Turn 2, yeah.
Yeah, and it just says 4 off stop, so I wonder if it slid off and into the gravel? Entirely possible. We mentioned, JT, just how tricky these early morning, particularly, let's say, springtime starts are for these GTU cars. Just so difficult at under 2,200 pounds to generate temperature and grip in those tires for the first couple of laps. Even more difficult when it's damp out, and very, very easy to do. We also saw that car just skate around on the way into the carousel earlier on that caught out the number 108 from Polecat Racing. Just very, very, very tricky.
Yeah, you could really tell during that opening lap just how cautious the GTU field had to be. Just how slow they looked going through some of the corners here, just because of the tires are not warmed up, the nature of the car being so lightweight, having to just be super careful around, this super slick and wet track. It's not surprising to see them struggle a bit. I didn't see how slow they would be, at least appearance looking.
Yeah, the good news is now that we've got cars circulating, be it at speed or under the control of the safety car, we are starting to move a little bit of water off of the racing line. And while it's obviously still very wet, there isn't as much of that sheen that you get on the surface of the track as it was, first thing this morning when we were out setting up cameras.
So, number 10 from round 3 racing is your GTU leader at the moment.
Tremendous. Yeah. So we did see that, right? Big moves off the start, picked off the first of the automatic racing NPO1s, number 909. Obviously, within the first, we get 3 laps of green flag racing and was able to scoot up past the number 60, and then the 59 falling off over there at the keyhole. Got it the rest of the way. It's also worth noting in the race control log, if you're following along there, there was contact potentially reported between the number 108 and the 59. We did see that on camera over at, it says turn 11. Be interested to see if they review that from the trackside footage, because certainly when we caught it in real time, it looked like the 108 only went off in avoidance of the 59, not because it was shoved there, physically shoved there. So I think that one was clean, but we'll leave it to the stewards next door. Casey Carden, assisted by Jim Davis, to make sure that all is well there. Also, now a penalty reported for the 909 automatic racing into 1 for a pass under yellow over at turn 9. Remember that the yellow flag here will extend from the incident from the preceding corner station all the way to the following corner station. So if a pass is made between the incident and the next flag, you can still pick up a penalty there. It's different from SCCA rules, but in alignment with FIA flagging rules. So easy to get caught out sometimes if you're not fully aware of what you're coming up to. Still lights on the safety car headed towards Thunder Valley. Made a liar out of me. Amazing. Lights out on the safety car as it heads through Thunder Valley. And it will be the TrimTech sponsored Porsche 911 991.2 GT3 Cup that leads the field back to green ahead of the Cameron Performance number 178 Genetta G55 Rooster Hall Racing into third in the number 846 ahead of the Toyota R&D Racing that so very nearly captured the victory yesterday. Just came up about 3 minutes short from picking up the GTO class win for the first time. On to the front straightaway again to complete lap number 7. The green flag waves. And this time all in a line, 1 through 35. No more split restarts here. We head down towards turn number 1. Big gap developing there between the 1 and the 908. Watch the general production cars here. The quickest of the GP1 cars is really going to start to hound the back of the GTU field here, I think.
They're already through.
Oh, man. Ooh. That's the Rapscallion 669 that spun around, and it looks like it's, I don't know if they've actually made contact, but stopped just to the back of that car is one of the NPO1s, and then another one has parked itself in behind there to avoid making contact. The 908 is in there as well, has just pulled through. One of the open throttle BMWs caught up there to the outside as well. I think we're all going to continue here, but it looks like rear suspension damage for that 669 Ligier JSP2, something very, very amiss there at the left or right rear corner of the GTO car. Car stopped here at the exit. That is that Flying Fur Motorsports?
It is. They get going again. Going off track here in the background is that Ginger Racing, I believe.
I think you're right, JT. You would. You would be right. Man, I think we've mostly gotten away with that. If the Rapscallion 669 can clear the track down at the keyhole in through the exit gate, and those were pointed out during the drivers' meeting on Friday, we might actually be able to stay green. And for as messy as that whole situation at turn number 1 was, as we get a big wiggle for the number 5 headed out of turn 6. Oh, waving yellow top. I wonder if that number 5 didn't catch it. Just off camera. It was a big slide trying to get on the power, getting past the 74, I think it was. And green flag, the yellow flag is now withdrawn. So it wasn't the 5, because that's headed through the... Go ahead.
I was going to say, is it possibly the 85 AOA BMW we just saw go through the shot here?
Possibly. It might have been the 74 as well. In any case, I told you to watch the front of the general production field. The All-Star Racing BMW is not in that mix, which is really intriguing. But the Bruce Innovations number 333 and the number 38 of Palomar Racing, 7th and 8th overall now, having overhauled much of the GTU field on the restart. They should be headed down towards the keyhole, I think, about now. Actually, that's your GP2 leader. So somewhere on the back straightaway, maybe? Pick them up. All right, there's your GTU cars. Round 3 cars in a pair. There is the Bruce Innovations number 333 being hounded by the Palomar number 38, sporting a front bumper from the looks of things this morning, which is not how we left it yesterday. 333 will rim ride actually right in the middle of the track there with the 38 showing the nose. We saw how much quicker the outside line was yesterday, not being rubber. And can the Palomar use it to good effect around the outside of turn 5?
yeah.
Job done.
Yeah, the Bruce Innovations just sliding as soon as they come over the crest and go down the hill. It's just...
see just how much more grip the Palomar car had there up over the top of Madness. And battle on for the overall race lead, headed down the front straightaway as well. Camburn Performance right up onto the back of the number 70 Porsche. And 70's got some legs down the front straightaway. I'll tell you what, are we back to double yellow? Yes, we are. So a couple of spinning continues.
Oh, definitely. Brian heard a Elantra, I believe.
Yes, and it looks like contact has been made with, looks like the deck lid is up on the back of the second car involved there. I think we saw that Brian Herta car in the same gravel trap at the end of yesterday's race, but that was solo. Did drag a handful of mud back on when it got pulled out of the gravel trap after the checkered flag. I don't know that we have a number on the second car over there.
I think that's
being reported as a black Miata. Yes, and that would make sense. That NCMX5, I think, is our only MX5 in the field this weekend?
Yes, because the RP1 is not out today.
Right, yeah, and that's definitely not the RP1. So, yeah, I think you're right, JT. That'll be the 851 of AOA Racing. That's GP2 on GP2 action down there at the, well, what's now the reconfigured China Beach.
Say that was your fight for third in GP2.
Yeah, almost certainly contact made there. Yeah, now reported as contact in the race control log as well, and we do see it down in the gravel trap there at the exit of turn number 4.
Yeah, once again, proper performance, looking at a podium by staying out of it.
But I mean, we talked about this yesterday, JT, and obviously when you get into race mode, things can present themselves very differently, but the goal has to be no mistakes, right? Don't force yourself into anything that is going to set you back or set your competitors back, right? Contact is penalized. Pit lane infractions after a warning are penalized. And the conditions we knew yesterday were going to be so changeable throughout the morning that you literally just keep the car on the island and take it as it comes to you, not feeling like you have to maximize every single second, and the results will take care of themselves in the end. And I think that was true maybe more so than normal because we had so many full course yellows. Mostly single car incidents. We didn't want to do hot poles, I mean, during those kind of changeable conditions. But the end result was that if you kept it on the straight and narrow, you were in with a shot of a position fight with, you know, the last half an hour of the race remaining.
Yeah, no, that's generally the whole main strategy, I'd say, for endurance racing is basically, you know, it is a long race. The thing is, you need to get there to be in the fight, not necessarily fighting, you know, during hours, you know, 2 and 3. Just put yourself in a position where, you know, you can be ready for a good fight at the end, which means you need to stay out of trouble going up to that point. And unfortunately, we're seeing a lot of trouble early on for some of these cars.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so yesterday, like we said, we did see similar kind of conditions to this, where it was damp. There was a pretty soaking rain and a little bit of ponding offline. But yesterday we had a benefit in 2 different ways. Number one is we transitioned into that weather, right? It was a slow, sort of steady rain. The track got gradually more damp. You could get a sense for where the grip was as you got to the, let's say, full wet condition. And it was just a matter of backing off until you could, find a consistent level of grip. The second thing is that you already had tire temperature, right? It was warmer. We're up towards 60 degrees. You had been out on a mostly dry track by that point for hours. And it was much more consistent and predictable. Here, you're starting the race off first thing in the morning. It's chilly. It's completely wet, and you're actively trying to not work a dry line in, but just work a damp line in, as opposed to a full wet. And I think it's proving to be substantially trickier than it was during that transition period yesterday afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
So lights on the safety car. Once again, it'll be, I think, a couple of laps here behind the Mid-Ohio School Acura. And it's to be expected. We've got two cars we've got to pull out of the new and improved gravel trap over at China Beach. Appreciate y'all being with us on this chilly and slightly damp morning here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Pull up the YouTube chat. 117 of you are with us. Light rain and possibly sleet until 11 to 12, then maybe dry out. So it's about surviving the morning. It's Jasbro in the YouTube chat, the World Racing League YouTube channel. So we jump on board. Oh boy. All-Star Racing, number 5. All right. Actually quite good looking feed. We believe Johann Schwartz was the starting driver in the number 5 this morning. We do know from yesterday's podium that I believe it's still Kenny Hendrick, Johann Schwartz, and Steve Park on the podium yesterday as well. Yes, that's Steve Park. Still enjoying his endurance racing and WRL action, it seems. All-Star Squad has been around the series now for a little while. Back 2023. Got involved with the series. And we're fortunate enough to spend some time with Steve Park down at Daytona. The last time the series was at Daytona, almost 2 years ago now, where he looked to defend a winning streak at the Speedway, leading back to the 2013 Whelen Modified event on the back straightaway. And then saw them competing down at the event at VIR a couple of weeks later. Had a massive shunt in the number 5. Didn't see them again for the rest of the season, but we believe they got the car rebuilt and back on track for 2024. And I think these are the types of conditions where that car really shines. I mean, Johann is an absolute star when it comes to Johann Schwartz, an absolute star when it comes to car control. Still, I believe, the world record holder for the longest drift. And a good friend of DriversEye Live as well. So really cool to see that number 5 back on track after a pretty tough start to their WRL time in 2023. Yeah, really good stuff from that number 5. And in a deeper GP1 field than we might have had a year or two ago when they started, but they've taken the challenge on and have still found, consistent success. Coming back from a 1-lap penalty yesterday for a pass under yellow, to pick up second in the closing minutes of the event. It's really, really good stuff. Half an hour gone in Sunday's 7-hour enduro. Dustin, if you're ready, I think now might be a good time to just briefly step aside on DriversEye Live. Say hello to our commercial partner, the spec single make tire provider in the general production classes, Continental Tire, friend of World Racing League, and support of what we do here at DriversEye Live. We'll be back in just a moment from the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course on the other side of this commercial break.
you can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Back at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, the third racing weekend of the 2025 World Racing League season rolls on DriversEye Live. Brendan Kazmarek and JT Tamming are the microphone voices this morning. Dustin Ollis is DriversEye Live return. Back with us for the first time since Hallett about a year and a half ago on some fill-in duty, while our normal man Jordan Worth is on SCCA Super Tour duty down at Virginia International Raceway. Ryan West is there as well for DriversEye Live, pulling double duty this weekend. Has become something of the norm for us here at DEL. But we press on and head towards the checkered flag to come at 3 p.m. Eastern this afternoon. Overall running order down the left-hand side there. Round 3 Racing, Camberton Performance, Rooster Hall Racing, and Toyota R&D Racing are kind of the last four standing there in GTO off the start this morning. Nothing in terms of chaos or carnage or anything like that. Just little individual problems along the way. The 74 AOA Racing BMW had a couple of offs and dropped a couple of laps there in the gravel trap at turn number 11. Rapscallion number 669 had contact at turn number 1. I don't know what's happened to the FPRS number 91, but they were out on track this morning, were they not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They definitely were.
In 5 laps.
Yeah.
And then the LML Racing number 78 Pontiac GTOR lost the hood on the outlap and has been into and out of the pit lane a couple of times now to have at least that problem addressed, potentially a couple of others there as well. Your GP1 running order right there in the middle of the screen. Palomar Racing number 38 leads the Bruce Innovations number 333 up through turn 11. And those cars now sitting 7th and 8th overall behind the GTU leaders, which now are the pair of round 3 racing Sebeco NP01s.
Mm-hmm. And Polecats worked their way back up to 3rd.
Yeah, that Polecat car, JT, we saw was one of the first cars off on the opening couple of laps, going for the GTU class lead around the outside of the carousel. A quick wiggle from the number 59 just as they went to arc the car back to the apex and caught out the number 108. No contact was made, and really not anybody's fault. Just a moment of self-preservation for the 108 that now
comes on pit
ducks
road.
left into the pit lane. So 3rd place no longer. We are 13 laps complete at this stage. 6 hours, 21 minutes remaining. So let's call it 38 minutes gone. And really one of the only cars to have pitted here. We won't have burned through a lot of fuel, but an opportunity maybe to just take a couple of gallons, top the car off.
I mean,
Clean the windscreen as well.
between them and the round 3 GTUs was like at least 10 general production cars. So, I mean, might as well, I guess, come in and top off.
Yeah, I'm not even sure it took a full jug of fuel. Maybe 1 and 1.5 there. I do see an empty one being walked away now. Right in front of me here on the front straightaway. Start finish. Easy for me to say. I've did 8 hours of this, 5.5 hours of this yesterday, I suppose. And it's still only 8:30.
8:30 there.
Ha! Yeah, sorry. still working to get these two cars out of the gravel trap over there at China Beach. This is not unlike the issue we saw yesterday, JT, over at Turn 8, which is with most of the runoff at Mid-Ohio being off camber. And as wet and as muddy and swampy as it is, you've really got to work from the track surface to pull these cars away. And then once you get them on the track surface, you've got to get them loaded onto whatever the recovery vehicle itself is. You just can't put the tilt bed in the wrecker into the grass or the gravel and try and get those cars out. Just obviously did not work yesterday. The ridgeline is there. A ridgeline moment, which we love to see. Right back in there. Telestrator moment. Dustin Allis also points out the tractor there. Ish. Not good at drawing arrows. I never have been. Apologies. Telestrator moment. That has been easily the best part of this weekend. And that's not a statement on anything related to the race. It's just I am a simple man and enjoy simple things. Like complicated technical solutions.
New toy. I could draw things.
That's exactly it. Yeah, well, like, you know, even if Dustin produced the rest of our WRL events this year, oh, never mind. No, it would definitely get used. I'm gonna say it might not get used, but because it's the new toy, no, it would absolutely get used here. We like to introduce little new things to our productions here at DriversEye Live, given the opportunities, and yeah, that is certainly one of them. Now that we're clear half of the weekend here at Mid-Ohio, we can just turn a little bit towards the upcoming events in the 2025 World Racing League calendar. Next up is Road America up in the Kettle Moraine in central Wisconsin. 15 hours of racing to come in 3 weeks' time, right at the end of April, April 25th through the 27th. And similar format to what we've had here at Mid-Ohio, qualifying to come on Friday, and that'll be live on the World Racing League YouTube channel, as kind of become the norm here. That rapid-fire qualifying session, which was briefly affectionately known as Megapole, has turned out to actually really kind of spice the weekend up a little bit. It serves a couple of different purposes, but the end result is that if you're looking for a scene setter for a weekend of 15 hours of endurance racing, still the longest endurance races held at Road America, by the way, even in the light of the new IMSA news of their event going to 6 hours. We've still got them beat by a handful. That qualifying session, one for the GT cars, one for the GP cars, serves as a nice way to kick the weekend off, set the scene, get a sense of where everybody's at, and yeah, give us something to chat about here on DriversEye Live as well. And then we go racing, as always, 9 a.m. on Saturday, 8 a.m. on Sunday, in what this year will be known as the Bratwurst Brawl. Keep an eye on social media channels for some items related to that. The naming for that, by the way, if you're curious why we're looking forward to the Bratwurst Brawl, obviously a nod to the Backyard Brawl, one of the great sports events, sports rivalries between Pitt and West Virginia, which I realize is not Wisconsin, but is nonetheless a pretty iconic event. Obviously, bratwursts are a staple of that part of Wisconsin,
oh, yeah.
as are the cheese curds and the cheese. And in fact, I didn't know this. So Plymouth, Wisconsin, I believe it's Plymouth, actually has a banner across town that says Cheese Capital. And in a nod to that, the Trans Am Series this year has their event with SVRA as the Cheese Capital Cup. Our friends over at Champ Car also run the Landjaeger Cup. Landjaeger, a traditional summer sausage, also popular in that part of the United States. So we figured we'd throw our head into the mix and take a nod to Johnsonville, which is of course based up in Plymouth area, and yeah, celebrate all things German sausages. I actually had a bratwurst last night. Mit Kraut and Dusseldorfer Senf. Really good. Just to kind of get in the mood, you know? You been to Road America yet, JT?
I have not. No.
Yeah. Just keep going back to Sebring.
Apparently, yes. We'll see if I go this month.
JT, we're going to talk about that.
Oh boy.
Yeah. That'll feature on the WRL calendar a little bit later in the season. But of course, after the Bratwurst Brawl up at Road America, a couple of weeks off before we head down to Daytona International Speedway for the first time in 2 years.
Nice.
For the traditional single-day 14-hour event. That'll be the Paul Revere 14-hour in 2025. Sports car racing fans may remember back in the day, the Paul Revere 250 was the summertime sports car event run entirely at night. In some cases, actually started at midnight. Of course, the Paul Revere Midnight Ride. The event was brought back with the U.S. Road Racing Championship in the late 90s, which became Grand Am and became a staple of that calendar for a number of years, was moved to the Thursday night of the Pepsi 400 weekend as it was at the time. But with summertime sports car racing not really being a thing down at Daytona anymore, WRL is sort of taking up the mantle there. And I say that as a fan of WRL and a DriversEye Live representative, not necessarily as a series representative. I think it's just one of the really special things that WRL does, is that summertime race down at Daytona, and to carry on the tradition of the Paul Revere 250 as part of the Paul Revere 14-hour weekend down there is going to be really, really exciting. It has put on really, really good races despite some of the weather challenges that you get in summer in Florida. But whatever the case is, it's one of the great weekends that we put on the WRL calendar every year. Missed out on it last year through no fault of really anybody's. I suppose Ryan Preece, if you want to do assign some blame there for his the accident he had there. Safety came first, obviously, and the only opportunity they had to pave the backstretch runoff was unfortunately right in the spring and early part of the summer, where WRL State would have sat. But excited to go back there, and hopefully means we get a full grid to celebrate the return of not just WRL action at Daytona, but Paul Revere 14-hour as well. Run Atlanta in the at the end of July after something of an early summer break, and then we head out west, High Plains at the end of August, and Utah Motorsports Campus WRL debut event will be a Saturday Sunday enduro out there at UMC. And I know that we've spoken to a lot of folks over the last couple of events dating back to High Plains last year about the potential for going out towards the Rocky Mountains and getting some support from the, let's say, the West and Central Beast teams of the World Racing League to be a part of that event. It'll be the Midwest Championship finale as well. Of course, we're part of the Midwest Championship here at Mid-Ohio, so we'll wrap that championship up here in, 5 months' time, 6 months' time down at UMC. Looking forward to that very, very much. Lights still on in the safety car. As we recover the number 851. Let's see if we can look at the back of this NCMX5 here. Certainly no contact at the front. Oh, yeah, bumper's torn away there, and I think it's got a good kind of center punch to the back of that blue AOA racing car. Have we got the Brian Herta Autosport Elantra out of the gravel over there yet? Just
Almost.
pulling it out. Yep. Over in the YouTube chat, Jasbro, cleanup is challenging with the saturation of the ground resulting in longer yellow. That's exactly it. And it's specifically, you just cannot put the safety vehicles out into the soft surfaces. It's just, we saw what happened yesterday over at turn number 8 with the ridgeline doing work to pull all of the vehicles, including the race vehicle, out. I think we had to winch one of them out at one point. It's just the nature of the beast this weekend, and the Mid-Ohio safety crew, the Homatro safety team, such as it is on the ridgeline, are doing a really good and methodical job of getting these cars recovered to allow us to go back to racing, even if it means taking a little longer than we normally might. Joseph joins in the chat from Florida. Hello, Joseph. Does not look like Florida here, I can comfortably say. La Costa Motors, good morning from warm, sunny Florida there as well. Automatic Racing. Yeah, spoke to David Russell yesterday. For the first time in a long time. I don't know when the last time I interviewed David was. Been a moment. Stratus number 59 has just come by start-finish. We noticed that car was not in the lead pack in GTU anymore. That now belongs single-handedly pretty much to the round 3 cars. But that number 59 is sporting an all-yellow nose cone. In a way that makes it look like it came off the 908. That's the 59 now.
Huh.
Right there. Yeah.
That's going to cause problems for me.
No kidding. And so, I mean, the 58 car is... sorry. That, that was a 59, wasn't it?
Yes.
59's the... Or was it 58?
Because coming through the shot here, or I should say that's the actual automatic racing car. So no, I believe that is the 59, isn't it? That was the one that did have the off in turn 2 earlier.
Yeah, 59's the gold one, 60 is white, and 58 is blue. I think that's the blue accented.
If it's blue accent, then yeah, 58.
Yeah, that's a 58.
Okay.
That's a 58. So, see, it's already happened. The gold, the yellow nose cone on the car is really throwing me off. It's the blue trim car, the blue highlighter, let's say. So it's the 58 is now sporting the gold color that's closest to the 59, but I think the piece is actually a spare part off of the 908. So, do what you want with that information, but it's not going to do us any favors, that's for sure. Already struggling. But that car, I mean, for as strong as the Stratus cars were for the balance of yesterday, the 59 was off over at turn number 2. The 58's been in to replace bodywork on the front of the car already. The 60 car is back in 21st overall, and I don't think they've had issues. I think it's just been that tricky.
I want to say they in the 58 were those cars that had to come to a complete stop at turn 1.
Great call, JT. You're absolutely right. That was the incident that included the 669 Rapscallion Ligier. We did see 2 NPO1s parked up there, and that's, you know what? That makes the entire GTU picture make a lot more sense with those round 3 cars having scooted up into the first and second positions in class. Mike Anderson sitting on the hill in turn number 4. Hello. Thank you for tuning in. Thanks for joining the YouTube chat. We've followed the recovery efforts over there as well. Ridgeline 1's work is done, it looks like. Ridgeline 2 is still supervising down there. Praise be to Honda Ridgeline. Joseph again in the chat. Track drives, will they switch tires? Avenue of strategy? Yes, almost certainly. I can't imagine anybody is out there on a traditional dry compound, even with 200 tread wear. It is nominally treaded in a lot of cases. And while it is fairly compliant into what most would consider intermediate conditions, I suspect that everybody will have started on a full wet tire this morning. I do want to chat. I forgot to ask yesterday at the podium. The round 3 crew was so excited about their victory yesterday, charged back into the lead with about 3 or 4 minutes to go. And first GTO victory for our friend Chris Pies, by the way, which I couldn't believe is actually true. I forgot to ask if they put wets or dries on at the end. A new set of dries are switched over to the wet compound. I was told that Cole and or Chris would be over at some point today. We'll see what we get, since we are across track from the paddock. But yeah, worth finding out there, because that'll clue us into a little bit more of what the conditions are like when they're like this. This is more or less what we left at the end of yesterday with. And yeah, it would have been, it was a bold call at the time. We were all pretty surprised because we knew they did tires with about 3.5 hours left. And while I was pretty certain they were going to going over to a wet compound, Yeah, it was turned out not to really be an obvious decision because, frankly, most of the field ended up staying on dry tires right the way through to the end of the race. Light's still on in the safety car, so I think we've got maybe 2 or 3 laps left underneath the full course yellow here. Almost clear the first hour of action at the MOSCC. No, nobody calls it that, JT.
Yeah, I get that. Doesn't really roll off the tongue as
The
well.
mosque. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, I mean, there are places that, the acronym works. This is just not one of them. Typically, yeah, Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Mid-Ohio, Mid-O. I did see a sign over by turn 4 that says the MO store. So MO is a thing apparently, but yeah, mosque is not on the list apparently. The proper performance Honda Civics roll by start finish here, headed right towards the camera. You see the Honda badge, the blue trim with the sister car right in tow. LA Honda World sticker on the side of the lead car. Very interesting. Those cars also still sporting TCA stickers. One of the touring car classes in World Challenge there for a number of years. A couple of WRL competitors kicking off a season of World Challenge racing just last weekend, JT. Up a little closer to your neck of the woods in Sonoma.
Yeah, got to watch just a little bit of it, and yeah, it looks a fun place to be. I like that track. A lot of elevation, a lot of really tricky corners, good flow to it.
Have you tracked your Miata there?
I have not, no.
Okay.
Unfortunately, the only time I've gone that far south was just going straight to Laguna.
Okay. Yeah, I know. It was a tricky little start to the weekend. Conditions not unlike this, actually, on the Saturday. Up there at Sonoma. And friend Denny Stripling and Judson Holt, I think, were sharing the Lupe Tortilla Fast Track Racing. What would have been the number 188 here in WRL? I wasn't sure what number it was carrying, but the very familiar all-yellow Lupe Tortilla M4 GT4 there. WRL owner Kurt Swearingen also out there, running in a GT4. I don't know if it was a Porsche or not.
It was.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, yeah, a moment with the Lupe Tortilla entry.
Yeah. It's just friends of WRL getting together for a convention there at turn number 3. But again, it was really, really tricky conditions up there at Sonoma. And you know what? For better or for worse, like, it's really cool to see teams get their feet, not just feet wet, but really get experience in sports car, and in some cases endurance racing, through the World Racing League, get their heads wrapped around whatever their weapon of choice is, the M4 in particular there for Denny and Judson. And traditionally 3 fast guys in Denny, by the way. It's the Denny of 3 fast guys in Denny. Dave Ogburn was initially entered against that car, according to Wikipedia anyway. Bless you. But yeah, no, it's cool to see some crossover there. I think Laura Hayes was out there as well with Thunder Bunny Racing. They did not have a great weekend, unfortunately. Brad McCall joins the chat. Thanks, Cal. You made a good call on setup. My name's not Cal. Cal Denice there. The chat of Sebeco. Great out front. Yeah. Brad, since you're in the chat, I'd really like to know, if just in case neither Cole nor Chris get over here later, the 70 car yesterday, dries or wets in your last pit stop? We were intrigued by the call to begin with, and then we realized that with everybody else staying on dries, it's possible that rather than just slapping wets on, you guys actually move towards a just a new set of dries instead. Good to get an answer on that. Much appreciated. Matt Million podiumed at Sonoma also, says Justin Ford. And calling Matt Million's name in endurance races since our Thunderhill days. Before we knew Matt's first name, we just got M Million on the entry list, and hard not to assume Mega. But yeah, Matt's a regular competitor in the WRL as well. Oh, we'll discuss during the make stuff up portion of the show. Come on, man. That's a yes or no answer.
No, that is a proper tease. Well done, Brad.
Oh, man. Listen, I'm all for building storylines, but that one already happened. He just doesn't want to give it away. He wants it to dry out, and then he'll share his secrets. Oh, it's heated here, Mike Gorman. It's heated.
Oh, do we have a photo for Mike?
Oh, man. JT went to work yesterday. Jay Tompkins chatting with Jazzbro about the date here, specifically at Mid-Ohio. It's not just the date for Road America. It's that Road America used to fall on Mother's Day weekend, and that was a non-starter for a lot of people. So that event's been moved up to the very end of April and the first weekend of action at Road America. And yeah, just need some stratification there between this event and that event. And unfortunately, that Road America date is kind of non-negotiable in a very busy racing season up there in the Kettle Moraine. Lights out on the safety car, pulls to driver's left, and after a long break that took us through the end of the first hour of racing here at Mid-Ohio, the green flag waves once again, and the battle will resume for the overall race lead between the number 70 Round 3 Racing Porsche and the 178 Cambered Performance Ginetta. Up the inside on that new patch of asphalt. Does the 178 have the grip and traction on corner exit? For now, it didn't look like it. Yeah, no, not quite. Just pulls out of the spray of the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup. Try around the outside of the keyhole, but still in the tire tracks there of number 70. The number 846 there, close in tow. That's the Rooster Hall Racing BMW. The Toyota R&D Racing Supra there in fourth. And then the first of the GTU cars now been split from its sister car by the GP1 leader, the number 38 of Palomar Racing. Actually going to drag, looks like it was going to try and drag around the outside. Let's stick with this for just a moment. There's your overall lead battle. Camburn trying around the outside of turn number 5. It worked for everybody else. It's going to work for them as well. New race leader. Look in the background. There is Palomar through the two GTU leaders. Bruce Innovations will follow through as well with the pair of, is that the GP2 leader as well?
It is.
Is that the Garage 66 BRZ?
Yeah, the Garage 66 had been running what would have been fourth in GP1 at the moment. It had been behind the TC Klein entry. It has got around the TC Klein entry. Also getting around is the number 1 from Round 3 Racing, get around the number 10 car. So that is a swap for the GTU lead. Ooh,
imagine a world
wiggle coming down the hill here.
Imagine a world where the GTU class leader is the lowest place class leader on pace. That's the world. Well, not quite. The Garage 66 car's just up to the back of the number 1. So we're not so very far away from this being the world we live in. If we could jump on board the number 5 here, Dustin, center of the screen behind 2 class leaders. As we said, the Garage 66 number 214 and the number 1 of round 3. Very, very difficult conditions. You see in the spray generated by the Sebeco NP01 with the wing and the diffuser on the back. Car's tipped right in towards the apex of 1. Jumps on the throttle, slides the back end around. Very, very clean slide before it regains traction. Early on the brakes. Grind of the, is that a grind of the ABS there?
Maybe a little
causing
bit.
the vibration in the camera. Decent traction as it pulls up behind the NP01. Has it cleared the Garage 66 car, or is that it off in the distance? I think it's Bruce Innovations car off in the distance, actually.
Yeah, the height of the camera makes things a little difficult to follow out of the windshield. But
Yeah, that's Bruce
on the
Innovations there.
on the flip side, you can see quite a bit of the heel toe work, which is something I always like to see. Brad saying Johan's currently in the All-Star BMW here.
Yeah, we thought that was the case based on what Layla had told us earlier this morning. Playing with the safety car a little bit, and some of our camera shots on the World Racing League Instagram.
It's a really good slide out of 6.
Oh man, just gonna go maximum grip around the outside of turn number 9. The Bruce Innovations car went the other way to get past the Toyota R&D Racing Supra, and now this will be the battle for P2 in GP1. Oh, wiggle on the way in. The 333 is going to drop wheels, and this will allow the All-Star number 5 around the outside on the way into carousel. Job is done. And now the All-Star car will set its sights after the class leading number 38, who itself is tucked in behind a very sideways Rooster Hall Racing number 846. Palomar fighting for 3rd overall, and job done on the way into turn number 1. Tremendous start as well in GP1 for the Samson Racing Communications number 180, 4th place in class and P10 overall. We talked about this yesterday a fair bit, JT. These types of conditions have a tendency to turn the class performances into something of a magic 8 ball, right? Just generating kind of random results, one direction or the other. Obviously, car performance, preparation, setup, tires, all those things matter, but where you would expect it to go, something like GTU, GTO, GP1, GP2, that's not the case here. Up to the inside of turn number 4, number 5, All-Star Racing takes the GP1 class lead and takes 3rd overall.
Yeah.
So Palomar gains 1 spot at turn 1, loses 1 spot at turn 4. Lurking there in the background, the number 333 of Bruce Innovations as well. There's your GTU class leader behind them. The number 1 Round 3 Racing NPO1. That is the blue accented car. Oh, big slide for the 90 on the way out of turn number 6. And the Garage 66 Subaru BRZ there to pounce for an overall position. Yeah, pass is made there. These are such tricky conditions. We're just, again, now that we're back at racing pace, starting to move some of the water off of the racing line. I think it's allowing for at least a little bit more consistency, even if the pace isn't massively improving. Fastest lap of the race belongs to the number 178 Camburn Performance Ginetta G55. 157.875. Brad West joins from White Sulphur Springs, Montana. Sending a shout out to Max G, one of the drivers for the 909. JT, we don't get driver entry lists as such here in the World Racing League. We know who a handful of them are because people tell us. But I do wonder who's behind the wheel of that number 178 Camburn Ginetta. It was good yesterday, but just didn't quite have the raw pace to be on the podium. Ended up with the 3rd spot anyway when the 74 AOA Racing BMW spun and then picked up the pass under contact penalty, actually. But this morning, with the opportunity to shine here 1 hour in, kind of running away from yesterday's winner and very much the championship leader in that number 70 Round 3 Racing Porsche.
Yeah, I mean, it's an odd little car. Normally really good at a track like this in dry conditions. It's great to see that it is able to run quite quick in wet conditions because it is, if I recall, a bit on the lighter side compared to the Cup car, which is why it's a bit down on power. But right now it's well balanced. It's running quite consistent in terms of car control.
Yeah.
And it's running really well right now, and it's great to see.
Yeah, again, we talk about the track conditions looking similar to where we were at yesterday, but part of the reality is that it's also substantially colder than it was yesterday, and I do wonder. Oh, slow car here in the distance. Is that an off and on? Pick it up here behind the number 1. Is that the? Oh, it's the Rooster Hall car, the 846. Don't lose track of the fact that that car still sits third in GTO at the moment. New fastest lap of the race, Palomar Racing, number 38. Outright fastest lap, a 157.5. And what I was going to say about the race leading car is that, it's possible that the setup just suits a colder track, a damper track a little bit better, or they've leaned into the cold and set the car up in a way that is a little bit more friendly to these types of conditions, whereas yesterday had to be something more of a compromise, a drying track, warmer temps during the day, and then wet again at the end. You had to find something that kind of worked with everything, whereas today, even if we do dry out, number 1, it's going to take a minute. It's windy, but it's cold. And number 2, even if the track does get dried out before the checkered flag at 3 o'clock, the track temperature isn't going to be that much higher than the ambient. Potentially maybe down in the low 40s. Here's your GP1 class leader. The GP2 threat to the GTU class leader there. The Garage 66 off in the distance has just been muted ever so slightly.
Yeah, I've been trying to look a bit more into the GTU class since the restart here, because we did have the 10 lead us to as we're going full course yellow.
Oh yeah, Mike Anderson, by the way. Sorry, Mike Anderson in the chat corrects me. It was All-Star Racing with the fastest lap. It's been reset again, 157.1. My apologies there. It was, of course, Johan in the number 5 of All-Star Racing. Sorry, JT.
Yeah, I was just the 64 has stopped driver's left turn 8, and I believe that's the reason for the full course yellow. But back in GTU, so we have the 10 lead us in that class and has fallen back to 5th. They did have a spin out on track in turn 5. The 60 also had an off-track excursion in 12. So they've lost quite a bit of ground, I believe, to the front 3 in GTU. So you still have the number 1 from Round 3 Racing leading over the Polecat Racing 108, and then the 58 Stratus up into 3rd. Then they've got about a 28-second gap to the 60 from Stratus, and then another couple seconds to the 10.
The open throttle car, I was just watching this onboard camera on YouTube. I'm not sure if we want to buy it on the screen here, but it's pretty well buried off to the left-hand side of the road. This will be a better shot, actually, on board the number 96 Chevstang. Get a look to driver's left here. It's pretty well buried out in the gravel across from the corner station at turn number 9. There it is. That looks like maybe dropped a wheel on the way in, snapped the car around, and just backed itself.
Yeah, that's one of those tricky corners where you don't really get to brake too much in a straight line.
Yeah.
You're going to try to brake straight, but in doing so, you are actively moving across the track towards the curbing on the left or the grass on the left, and it is super easy to, you're on the brakes, you're you're not able to get off them to rotate enough, and you just start to put a wheel off, and then you just get completely sucked off track.
Well, take it a step further, JT. If you back that up from, it's not just the exit of 8, right? If you back that up through the run at 7 and 8, at 7, you're climbing the hill through the left-hander, cresting a blind hill, and setting yourself up for the rise and the dip on the other side. You're losing grip from the time you get to the apex of turn 7 to the time you get to the compression at the bottom of 8. By that point, you have to have the trajectory of the car set, the nose of the car set, and that's all in the dry. In the wet, it compounds everything that much more to where from the time you exit 6, you've got to point the car in the right direction going into 7, modulate the throttle up over the crest. As the car gets light over the top, you're still losing grip. Front end, maybe not biting on the way into 8. I mean, the car is doing so many things and changing attitude in so many ways. Losing grip the whole way. All it takes is being half a foot offline, and you can, like you just said, really easily catch the grass or the curb between 8 and 9. I mean, for my money, it's the the trickiest corner on the circuit, not just to get right, but to not mess up. Yesterday, everybody handled it reasonably well, but you could see it in some of our onboard cameras that had the throttle, the throttle trace, just constantly modulating the right pedal coming up over the crest of the hill before you dab the brakes going into 8 and 9. Be another moment, I think, to get that number 64 recovered from the gravel trap at turn number 9. Good news is that the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course safety team is getting a fair amount of practice at dealing with the soft runoff here, and it should be hopefully a quicker recovery this time than it was over at China Beach. Stand by here, gentlemen.
Ready. Couple pit callers here, GTU. Looks like 58 and 59 from Stratus, as well as both automatic racing entries. Looks like a warning issued to the 908.
Spinner here on the front straightaway. Sorry, I'm setting up some guests here very briefly. 64 has made it back to the pits, which we're discussing, but the 908 is very backwards here on the exit of turn number 13.
Trying to have a good gap here.
Around. Yeah, well done.
Unfortunately, the 908 did have a warning for a visor up infraction on pit road. I believe they also had the same yesterday. Yes, they did. Looks like turn 9 at Thunder Valley has been cleared. The open throttle BMW rescued from the kitty litter. Lights are still on the safety car, so we'll get at least one more lap.
All right, now we're good. Setting up two guests at the same time here is something of a challenge for us. I can barely do one thing, but doing two or three at the same time is not the work of a moment. But we're all set now, and happy to welcome to the booth. I think the last time we did this was High Plains, gentlemen. Brad McCall, Round 3 Racing. Mike Gorman, Open Throttle Racing.
How's it going, guys?
Good. How are you?
No complaints. Yeah, Brad and I come as a package deal when
Yes,
we come and
that's
do our
right.
media. Yeah,
You guys have bailed me out more than once.
we're here for it.
Always appreciate it. JT Tammy is with us remotely as well here as we continue to work underneath full course caution. Brad, I'm going to start with you because, come on, man. You could have just given me the answer. I realize we're in these conditions here, but it was bold call at the time.
We're officially starting to make stuff up portion of the show.
You can do whatever
Yes,
you want, man. It's your
yes,
show
yes.
now.
So Mike and I have discovered a top secret snow tire.
Yes.
Which actually works fantastic in the rain.
Absolutely.
And you guys pulled them out. Did you use them yesterday?
Yeah. We had
Yeah.
them on the rears on both the cars
Yeah.
yesterday.
Yeah,
We
okay.
wanted to have a little bit of turning.
Did you go with
so-
the really big ones, like the 315s or
It
335s?
was, I think it's a 285, but it's a tall sidewall to give
Yeah.
us some additional clearance in the mud. So I think it's like a 50 or 75 series tire. It's a tall one.
Yeah, it's a big tire.
Yeah, you can never get heat into it.
Yeah, I haven't heard of anybody else in the paddock discovering these snow
Yeah,
tires
sure.
yet.
Yeah.
But they are really spectacular.
Okay.
Actually, we do not have a specific rain tire
Okay.
for the Cup car.
Are you on the Yokohamas over there?
So we have two different tires that we use, and we did go to the Yokohama
Okay.
at the end of the race yesterday. We had gone
got
to
it. Okay.
we had gone to our dry setup. We set the car up on Friday. Friday was beautiful here. Friday was beautiful. For Friday was a pretty nice day here.
It was good.
Yeah.
And we had a lot of dry running, and we set the car up on Friday. Got it dialed in really nice. Car was perfect. And when we went to the Yokohama for the race yesterday, it wasn't so good. The car was really struggling with some handling issues. And that's why we did the tire change in the middle of the race when it dried out.
Interesting. Okay.
And then when we saw the rains coming, I mean, Cole was out there. When you saw him go off into the gravel,
Yeah.
that was on our dry tire.
Got
I'll
it.
say.
Okay.
And we had to make the call.
Yeah.
And it was gutsy. It was one of those moments like, listen, we have to do this now. We got to hope for a double yellow to catch back up. And it worked out great.
Do you guys think you would have caught the leaders without the double yellow? Because it was worth a couple of seconds. We noted at the time 3-4 seconds a lap quicker than the leader.
It was going to be very, very close.
Yeah.
I remember we were 30 seconds back with about 30 minutes to go. And he was catching them.
Yeah.
About a second, 2 seconds a lap, but it was going to be close. The big challenge we have is we have no traction control in that car.
Right.
And
Yeah.
we're battling against GT4 cars with advanced traction control. I mean, you just listen to that Supra,
Yeah.
and it's in these conditions, the traction control is just going haywire the whole time. It's going crazy. The only traction control in that 70 car is Cole's right foot.
Yeah, sure.
And he put on an absolute clinic yesterday. We were sitting at, we have a live stream system that has almost zero latency.
Oh, okay.
So it's live.
Yeah.
And honestly, I almost couldn't watch it. I felt like I was going to vomit watching it. It was so stressful. His hands were just going a million miles an hour. He just sawing at the wheel.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable. And I'm sure that he'll clip that video and show like the last 10 minutes of the race. From that last restart until the end is some of the most amazing racing that I have seen in a long, long time. It was incredible. The passes he made. And by the way, the Supra put on a clinic too. He was spectacular. Those guys ran side by side. I don't know how much you could see. I haven't rewatched the broadcast from the end, but it was super, super intense from the end car.
Yeah, we not only did we follow it from trackside, we also had the onboard camera from the R&D number 90.
Cool.
So we got to see a fair amount of that as well. Yeah, a lot. I mean, car control, just absolute maximum. Both
Amazing.
cars. The 90 was sliding it around as well. It was a lot of fun to watch. Who's in the car now? The number 70?
Cole.
Okay. And how about your GTU cars? P1, P2 at the moment, right?
Carter is
Still?
in the one car.
Yeah.
He's spectacular in the rain.
Mm-hmm.
We actually had several people come up to us yesterday and ask who was in the blue car at the end of the race. It was Carter.
Yeah.
He's very, very good in the rain. And then in the red car is John McClintock.
Okay.
He's a very good racer also. He was doing great. Something must have happened here in the last few minutes. I think he spun or something. The conditions out there are just treacherous.
Yeah.
But we made a good call. We went full rain setup on both of those cars, and it's obvious. I mean, we kind of left the rest of the field. I know there's one other car in the field on a full rain setup also.
In the GTU field?
In the GTU field. But the rest of them, they're on Bridgestones, and I don't know what they did as far as setup on the car, but we went full rain.
And Bridgestones as well?
No, we're on a Continental.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Interesting.
O2.
But speaking of Continental tires, turn our attention towards Mike Gorman here.
How's it going?
Continental's biggest customer on most weekends.
Yeah, probably accurate. Probably accurate. Yeah, We had a fun race yesterday as well. The 64 car. We had a solid performance throughout the day. It got wet towards the end. We were, I think, sitting between P2 and P3 in GP1, which is such a competitive field. For the most part yesterday, and then it started getting a little bit wetter, and the 5-car boxed and put Johan in, I think with like about 40 or 45 minutes left. And Johan, just an unbelievable driver. That's very difficult to try and defend against. And I think at one point, I believe he was the fastest car on track yesterday.
Yeah.
Of all classes.
Fastest car on track this morning.
That's who was chasing us
lap.
down. So that was tough. So we fell down to 4th yesterday, and the guys did absolutely everything we could. But there's just that's that element of Johan that's difficult to plan or strategize against. But yeah, we're hoping for a good clean day today. We're coming up on 6 weeks straight of racing, and we've got a 3-week break after the air quote for break, but. A 3-week break from racing after this, and very much looking forward to it. It's been a long 6 weeks for us.
Yeah, I got
3-week break. What's that all about?
Between this and Road America, I mean, I'll probably find a track day or something.
You'll do something. There's no way. There's no way you're.
So if anybody's listening, our schedule is clear for the next 3 weeks if you want to book something. But yeah, we had kind of a rough. 996 is running great. We just we did that at our test day. We beat that thing for probably 4 or 5 hours. And it held together great, so we're excited to bring that thing. We're gonna plan.
Wait. What? Sorry, out of the loop.
Sorry. Oh, my apologies. So Open Throttle has had a 996 Cup car project for quite some time.
Really?
And this 996 Cup car project has fought us. And 2 test days ago, I mean, we brought this thing all over the country.
Yeah, sure.
And it's just. New car growing pains is really what you can chalk it all up to. We had a
Brad has no idea what that's like.
I can sympathize. We can sympathize together. We bond over early Cup car troubles. The goal is to get that thing at least to 1 or 2 WRL races this year as a specialty entry. And we're gonna try and sync it up with somebody that might have a similar piece of equipment. And we'll battle for P26 and 27 in GTO at one of these races.
All right. Yeah, I'm in.
When you don't see the 2 of us on the pit box and you see 2 guys in old Porsche Cup cars running together, and you can see the smiles through the windshield, that's the 2 of us.
Yeah, the track's going to sound awesome when those 2 cars are running.
Amazing.
Yeah,
I love it.
Yeah, it's we've got some good test days in on that car now, finally. And very much looking forward to running that, and hopefully have a comparable car in GTO to run against in a 997 flavor, maybe under the round 310. So we'd like to get that planned out, and we'll put a little specialty driver team together for that. But we're very much looking forward to running that Cup car quite a bit more.
Yep.
It brings a little bit more variety to our historically green BMW lineup. But very much looking forward to that. We run it primarily the goal will be to run it primarily in HSR. And some PCA club racing. But yeah, it'll be a fun car, and of course, we'll bring it to a cool race, maybe Daytona, maybe Coda, maybe something like that. So
well, we'll see on the PCA side. Hopefully, we've got a couple of events there.
We got a car off in the carousel. That looks like the 909.
It is the 909. Yep, driver's left, just out in the mud there.
Good job.
There it is.
Interesting. It looks like that green Honda. I know Christina Lamb's in that car right now. Looks like she was possibly involved in that because she was off also.
Okay.
But,
it's not, obviously you can see by the mud tracks there. It's not the first time a car has been off over there.
Yeah.
You mentioned earlier there's a GTU car that you thought was also on a full wet setup. By chance, do you think that's
No.
a Polecat?
No, it's not. It's another.
Okay.
It's one of the Stratus cars.
Oh, okay.
It's the 59.
The 108 was right off the bat really, really quick.
Yeah, I think it's Sean Rahal on the car.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Wow, I haven't heard Sean's name in a long time.
By the way,
Fantastic.
Johan's up to second overall.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing.
So, Mike, speaking of those green BMWs, I see one with a lot of white tape on the front. So that's for aero efficiency, correct? In the paint?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's we wanted to really cut down the CFDs on that car. We wanted to make sure that we're really slicing through the air on here. Yeah, so we've had a I'll give you this story. You know, what originated part of that was we had the one car buzz us at Barber. And took out one of our headlights and bumpers at Barber. And then we had a Supra that took out another set of fenders and headlights on the other car, on the 64 car. So we went through 2 front ends effectively in parts at the beginning of March. Then we had a track day rental at Roebling where the 63 car went into a wall. That impacted our ability to run a Champ Car race last weekend, a 14-hour Daytona Champ Car race. Which was supposed to be Hulk running it, the 63 car. So we subbed in the 64 car with our GP1 contender this year at Champ Car. It was running Champ Car last weekend, 14 hours, and we led for, I don't know, probably 7 or 8 hours of that race. And then unfortunately a Porsche Boxster put down oil in the kink, and we found it first. And as a result, that's why we've got a bunch of duct tape on the rear of the 64 car as well. So that was, we had a choice of fixing suspension or fixing bodywork. So we came with duct tape to this racetrack.
to fix the suspension, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
correct.
yeah.
Yeah, hold the suspension together.
By the way,
We
we're
used-
under full course caution.
Again,
yeah.
That's we made it about a third of a lap here.
I think, yep, about a
Yeah,
third.
well,
Yeah.
I mean, not really even because the 909 didn't make it back to the green.
Oh, so I guess
we
it-
got a lap in.
Negative
but really,
a tenth of a lap
Yeah,
before the next
that's tough.
yellow. But hey, we're making really good fuel economy right now.
Sure.
Saving tires and we're still circulating.
So, Mike, have you talked yet with DriversEye Live about your McLaren deal that you're bringing to GTO? Have you talked to him about that?
That one is ultra secret. That is ultra secret. We were hoping that wasn't going to come up, but Brad,
You're not going to run 4 of them?
Well,
I heard 4.
The problem is we're currently working with McLaren to change the color from orange to green,
Oh, okay.
and we've gotten a little bit of pushback
Unripe
from them. and
papaya.
from
That's
Kawasaki.
actually, that's what I heard. That was the big rumors that the color
correct.
was an issue.
Yep.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they're giving a little pushback, something about Kawasaki. They don't want a conflict of interest, but it works for us in TC Klein. We can run the same colors here, so I don't know why they're
At
not
some
interested in
point,
doing
you
that.
guys are going to have to fight for ownership of that color because it's not working for us.
We've thought about trademarking it, but theirs has got like a nice little clear coat version
okay.
of it.
Yeah.
It looks really nice. It's probably easier to clean, so we may switch to that on when we rewrap these cars after this weekend.
Can you get them to add glitter or something? Just to help us tell them
So
apart?
we actually had that. We had a Playboy Cup car, Drake Kemper's old Playboy Cup
yeah.
car, and we ran that for I think it was VIR in 2022.
Okay.
And it was during a COVID back order of our signature green. So we tried to find the closest thing, and it had this like boat flake gold pearl. in it.
Amazing.
So it just matched perfect with the car's name was Playboy.
Okay.
It had a Playboy bunny on the hood and all that. But we ended up retiring that. I don't know how AOA does it. I mean, just a testament to their mechanics. But we went through 3 gearboxes in one race weekend. And if you remember, that race weekend was about 50% red or yellow.
I wasn't there,
Oh,
but I heard about it. That's for sure.
It was one of the races of all time for sure. So yeah, we ran that one time with that off, pearlescent boat flake pearl, and it was pretty cool. We might need to change it up. We're all honestly probably getting a little bit tired of the green because everything tool.
Oh,
boxes, all
nobody
that
here is
stuff.
tired of the green.
Oh my God, we
Brad,
try to market it from a marketing standpoint. We don't want you to go more than about 15 seconds without seeing one of our
Right, exactly.
cars.
It's working
It works.
wonderfully.
Yeah.
And by the way, I did some artwork for you on an MPO1 in all green.
Oh, very
in
nice.
Open throttle. Remember I sent that to you? I believe that was in our,
that's right. That's
in
right.
our top secret Facebook page that nobody else knows.
Yeah, correct.
We have something that's not top secret.
Yeah.
JT Tammy has also done a mock-up for you.
Jesus Christ.
Beautiful. Is this a fun cup
That is
car?
a
Yeah,
fun
it
cup
is.
car, yes.
come
We
on.
actually own the number 69 now.
I bet you do.
We bought that during this, or actually we bought the 99 and then traded GTR 99 for the 69. So that's how we wound up with the 69 number plate. So we actually do technically own that. Hell yeah, I like
go.
that. That's a
It
good
looks
artist
great,
rendition.
right?
Has anybody brought a Fun Cup to GT
No.
yet? Well, holy
I'm
shit.
glad you asked, though, Mike.
Yeah. Well, we'll talk to our sponsors and see if we can arrange that. Great job with the logo and all that.
Yeah.
Even the angle and all is perfect. That's
That's spectacular.
That's how we spent yesterday's
very well done.
flood hour down there. Mocking up open throttle VW.
I love
Fun
it.
Cups.
That's fantastic. We should do that.
Yes, we should.
That might have pushed me over the edge there. Yeah, I'll have to get some specs on that thing. Look at that. If we could just leave that in the corner for the.
Oh, that's spectacular. That's awesome.
Well, hey, we're leading. I'll take that.
Well,
Outstanding. How do you follow that? Good lord.
No idea. I will ask Brad a slight racing-related question here because I am curious. We talked to David Russell a little bit yesterday from Automatic Racing. That was before we got into the conditions or anything. Mid-Ohio does present its weather-related challenges. Not just the rain, but we've had a few cold days here as well. The GTU cars are notoriously difficult to build temperature into the tires. You said you've gone full wet. Does that also help mitigate some of the tire temperature issues, or are you just, as a car being as light as it is, kind of out to lunch with the temps?
Yeah, it's really a challenge. So our full wet setup is essentially to try to get heat into the tires as quick as possible.
Yeah, okay.
And it's tough. It's really tough. I know Dave tried some things, like a narrower tire, which I totally agree with. I think that's a good idea. But yeah, it's just really tough. The car's so light. Once we get heat in the tires, you see us catch back up.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, it's tough to get heat. It looks like we're going to go back to green here.
Yes.
So what's the over-under
I was just gonna
on
ask that.
how long before we're back to full course
Oh,
caution? Let's
Oh,
go.
man.
I'll put-
Listen, as a representative of the World Racing League, I'm not sure I can speculate.
This is the made-up hour, though.
But you guys aren't. I'm not paying you.
All right,
RJ's not
three.
paying you.
Over-under 3 laps.
I'll take an under on
Taking
that.
the under?
Yeah.
3? Okay.
The green flag waves. Anyway,
keep an eye on it.
I think we've got everybody just about through the carousel here off in the distance. 74 ducks into the pit lane, which is interesting. I would have done that under full course yellow with that AOA Racing BMW.
I think they're struggling. I mean, I don't know what's going on with that car in the wet.
I mean,
It's
they were.
surprising. Are they doing
Yeah, driver change.
They're doing
Yeah.
a driver change?
Yeah. I mean, it's tricky, right? Yesterday, you guys had some pressure on him there right at the end after your tire change. The full course yellow comes out. The car spins, the 74 car here spins at the exit of the last corner right in front of us. And immediately our man Scott Michaels noted this feels like a pressure situation, right? They know the 70 is back there. Janetta was back there as well. The Super obviously was involved as well, and it just was maybe a little bit too much. I don't know if maybe it's a car setup thing or a temperature thing or what, but I mean it's challenging, right? Really challenging.
Something's going on because that car has unbelievable traction control. I mean, even during the SRO races, they talk at Sonoma. They were talking about how the traction control in the G82 is superior to everything else.
Yeah.
So I'm really surprised that maybe they're having an issue. Maybe the tires just don't work with that traction control in the rain like this. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what the problem. Well, you know what? I don't know, but that's why we're here
making it up
to make stuff up.
Yeah.
That is correct.
Sounds like they need Continental tires.
Have you guys,
Very possibly.
with the amount of time you guys spend making things up, have you ever considered running Audi TCR cars in GTO?
Absolutely not.
You'd be tremendous at it.
We'd like one of those to go race down in Mexico. So if anybody knows like a $45,000 cheap Audi TCR car,
We haven't
shoot it
seen you
to us.
since then.
Since Mexico?
Yes. How was it? The 24-hour?
Everything about that race was absolutely amazing. However,
Until
I
it
got
wasn't.
absolutely until it wasn't correct. Yeah, so we're doing 4-hour stints
my gosh.
for the 24. There's 4 of us, all people that we run with here.
To be
in,
clear,
in
to the
WRL.
viewer, this is the 24 hours of
this is-
Aerodromo Hermanos Rodriguez.
Correct.
at Mexico
The
City.
24 hours of there in Mexico City.
Yep.
And we were racing a 1.8 Copa car, which is like a tube chassis, front wheel drive. Everything down in that series is front wheel drive.
Do you just have one of these? Or
No,
did you build
there
one
was
or what?
I went and did a drive and drive. I went and found the the Mexican version of Open Throttle down there. They run 3 identical 1.8 Copa cars.
Green?
No. Oh, ours had some green in it. It was like a green, orange, and white until it wasn't.
Oh, man.
And yeah, the real great guy, Edgar Torres is his name. Phenomenal. Just show up. I mean, the whole family, food, cooking, everything. The city, it was wonderful. I had a great time. I hop in for my stint, and at that circuit, there's the final corner approaches like a 7-mile long straight.
Yep.
It's the longest straight I've ever seen in my entire life. We're in about 110 horsepower car, so that might have been why it felt so long. But I got slammed by an Audi TCR car. Funny you mentioned that. Right into a concrete wall.
Oh, man!
On my 7th lap of a 4-hour stint.
Onto the last corner.
Yeah, the last corner, which they don't really believe in tire barriers or anything like that. So I was minding my own business at 11:30 at night. Hear the understeer screeching of the car that I'm watching. I give them a very wide berth. And then I get kind of bowling pinned and redirected into a concrete wall head first at 11:30 at night. So that wrapped up our race about 7 hours in. And we all had a great time, but that was a very, unfortunately, a disappointing result for a whole lot of travel. So I do actually own a 1.8 Copa down in Mexico City right now. That haven't worked out logistically on how I'm going to get it back yet.
Does it fit in GTU at all?
I mean, it's this little it's a front wheel drive Mazda Miata powered. So it's there's 9 classes in that series, and we were in Endurance 6. Which would be the equivalent of a GP4 or GP5 equivalent, if that was an existing thing. And then, Audi TCR car kind of ended our day early there, unfortunately. But we had a great time. We're definitely going back this year to do the race again, try and get some redemption. But I'm going to try and find something to put together before going down there.
It's like a Tuesday, Wednesday race this year.
Yeah. We got down. Yeah, it was Tuesday, Wednesday, and the support race for us was Formula 4, which was pretty cool to watch down there, like an 8-car Formula 4 field. And I had a wonderful time. I can't recommend it enough, the series enough. We were just in the wrong place at the wrong time in a 5-car width area where we were the only 2 cars. So that's how that goes sometimes.
Battle on for the overall lead here between the Cambered Performance Ginetta and the number 5 All-Star Racing BMW. Not so very
through the puddle.
Yeah,
all the water.
Who? Here we go. Stay on.
Oh man! Up the inside at 8.
Yeah.
What a move!
That's
Mike,
Johan.
Mike, when you're driving in the rain, your hands are this relaxed, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Look at his hands. He's barely grabbing the wheel. I would have a death grip on this thing. Tears in my eyes.
Such a casual shift too. Just so casual.
Look, it's ridiculous.
It's almost like, so look at that.
I love that.
So natural. Whoa! Maybe not that one.
But it's so fast.
Yeah.
He does it before it even happens.
Yeah.
He's countering before it ever even happens. It's unreal.
Do you guys know who's in the Ginetta this weekend?
No.
No.
They were driving spectacular yesterday. Yeah. Very good. At the end of the race, they were awesome.
Yeah. So I know Clark a little bit, obviously, but I think he's there as well. But I didn't recognize any of the drivers up on the podium. And this morning, I mean, you guys are pretty evenly matched, but taking the fight to the Porsche.
By the way, did Dave Russell tell you who's in the 909 car?
He mentioned his regular, Brandon and some of those guys.
He didn't tell you?
No.
Do you have any commentator heroes and American racing commentator heroes? Any guys that you kind of look up to?
Specifically American?
Yeah.
No, not really.
How about Brian Till?
Is Brian Till running?
Brian Till's in the car.
Get out!
Yeah. So he's not in it right now. Brian's getting in next, but it's him.
Man.
You know Max G?
No, but
the dude with the coolest name ever.
Yeah.
Max is, by the way, one of the nicest people you will ever meet in your entire life. He's a SCCA national champion from the first runoffs they did at Indy. He won an STU national champion. He's a great guy.
Yeah.
He's an instructor here at Mid-Ohio. He's in the car now in the 909. And maybe Brian got in, and maybe that's why it was off in the grass. But Brian,
that is not the position of DriversEye Live LLC. I want to be very clear.
I don't know. The last I knew, Max was in the car.
Yeah,
but two amazing guys. Brian walked me around this track, taught me this track in 2016.
Very cool.
Super guy.
He's local, right?
Yeah.
Columbus area.
Yeah, he works here at the track also.
Okay.
But they've been so much fun to be around this weekend.
I bet.
So much fun.
Yeah, I had no idea Brian was here. We don't get the driver entry lists. We also don't have access to the Flagtronics driver's ID.
I wish they would,
You
wish
should
they would
have
do
that.
that.
As the broadcaster, you should have that.
It's
You would think, but
kind of a work in progress. A lot of that stuff is kept on the Flagtronics network. It's not exposed to like the internet.
Okay.
And there are some plugins that we can use for our data compilation and graphics software. Somebody's got to pay for it.
But we put the driver names in Motorsport Reg.
Yep.
I mean, why couldn't they
We-
just simply have it where you click on it and you can see the drivers in each car? How
Make
hard
your-
can it,
make
as
your
my dad
case.
says, how hard can it be?
Yeah. Is that really what your dad
He
says?
says it all the time. How
Oh my
hard can
gosh.
it be? How
I
hard
mean,
can it
to
be?
be fair, it worked for him
To
for
be
a
fair.
long time.
Yeah, to be fair.
Yeah, no, it's worked for him.
So, are you going to bring? You have a stock car now too, correct? You're going to bring a stock car.
Yeah,
out
we've
also?
got this Craftsman pickup truck that we're going to be bringing
Yes.
out. No, not yet. This is is it April Fool's still? Is this a week-long holiday?
No, but we're still going to make stuff up.
I
portion
like
of
it.
the
Yeah,
show.
no, that is that's our future GTO entry. Yeah, there's a lot of different ways that you can attack GTO, and the one that seems to be the most open throttle is the Craftsman truck.
So, and you're going to go 4-cylinder in that, correct?
For its fuel efficiency, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's going to sound spectacular.
Have we
We're gonna go
considered?
PMW
We were
S65
looking
powered.
for some ways to work around the flooding issue over at Thunder Valley yesterday morning, and one of the ideas I pitched to RJ was, what if we just did like 30-lap single-class sprints around the Keyhole Oval
Yeah, I mean,
using the short course?
what? Even better idea. I have a better idea. How about not come here in early April?
Yeah,
That could do it.
That's a great option. I've done the math on this,
And RJ, if you're listening, I'm just kidding because I know it's really difficult to get other
dates
track
and all
dates.
that
So
stuff.
I'm just kidding. But yeah, this year's been tough.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just bad luck.
Yeah, I mean, so it might be me, to be honest with you. Somebody pointed out to me this morning, I seem to be at the tracks that flood. And it's kind of true. I was at Button Willow a couple years ago when we got like 3 inches of rain. I was here during the snow event.
So it's
Wasn't a
you.
whole lot of fun
Yeah.
either. Yeah, it might be me.
Okay.
Ryan was here last year and the year before, and apparently the weather was fine.
Can we just have you remote in then?
I mean, I could be at VIR this weekend where it's currently 86.
Yeah.
So that would be the opportunity.
I remember last year, this race was the same weekend as Daytona, the 14-hour champ car Daytona that we always run. And it was 26 degrees and snowing sideways on Friday. And I called my guy Bradley Brown down in Florida, and it was like 74, beautiful, not a cloud in the sky. And it's just one of those things that makes you reevaluate your life choices. How am I up here and he's down there? But it's lightning doesn't strike 3 times, so maybe next year it'll be like it was on. It was beautiful on Friday.
It was really
We
nice.
should have just done a single 18-hour race on Friday and been done with it.
It was nice, Brad.
And we ought to have been home by now. And in
Yeah.
Florida, where it's probably 7.
Do you like the 1 day longer
I
races?
love long format
I do
races.
too.
Yeah.
We do, as crazy as it sounds, our M3s, we actually run in the Champ Car VIR 24.
Oh yeah.
So there doesn't seem to be a duration of race that those things aren't happy at. So yeah, I would love every single WR race to be like a 14-hour. We did real well at Charlotte last year with 2 podium spots in GP1 and strongest finish for us in GP1 period. So yeah, we really like the long format stuff. It goes well for our cars, and there's some of the stuff that we race against in GP1 is kind of highly strong, and ours is detuned. So
Okay.
that long format stuff, it really benefits our cars.
So your crew guys, do your crew guys have other full-time jobs they need to be back for on Monday?
I have, our strategist, Barfield, is a student still. So he's the one that has to be back on Monday. So he drove we have this like 250,000-mile M3 convertible that we drive to the track. So we have one of every part for an M3. So he drove that up, and he's got to catch a flight back to be at school. But we have our 3 full-time guys, Bradley, Chris, and Charlie. Charlie's actually the only one that came with us here this week. Chris and Bradley are buttoning up stuff back at the home shop.
Yeah.
And then, everybody else is pretty much from here. As crazy as it sounds, About 75% of our crew is UNOH students. So this is a 45-minute drive for them. They come to all of our races. Landon, he's got this 300,000-mile Toyota Camry. Piles as many people as he can in there, and then drive to whatever race we're at. They're all based out of Lima, Ohio. They all go to UNOH.
Cool.
So for this weekend, we had 27 available crew people for running a 2-car race for us. So we kept Chris and Bradley back home in Jacksonville. And we're leaning heavy on UNOH for this weekend. So,
well, the reason I ask is that the single day events helps teams like mine who have guys who have full-time jobs that you need to be back for. But changing Sunday to end at 3 o'clock has been a huge help.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Because it really helps the guys who need to fly. They can then, because after COVID, all the late night flights out of airports went away. So being able to get to an airport by 6:30 tonight, is a huge
some
help.
tracks are better than others with that too. We always have an issue with COTA flying people back on Sunday at COTA. There's like nothing beyond 6 o'clock from Austin. So.
Well, plus you're partying all night on Sunday. Anyway.
Correct. Yeah, it's the season's over. Well, mostly our Champ Car season still continues on.
We should do a joint party this year on Sunday night. That'd be fun.
I'm 100% in. We like to party.
Yeah.
So I had an idea. It's a schedule idea.
We'll schedule garages next to each other.
I like it.
Let's do it. RJ, put us down.
One of the not complaints, I guess, on the sprint racing side, we cover SCCA stuff. Just put that out there. One of the big complaints there is track time. And even if you shorten 5 or 10 minutes, somebody's going to complain, right? Well, we pay for this track time. We're not getting it. Whatever. Things happen. WRL, we've gone from 16 hours of track time in a weekend, race track time in a weekend, to 15. Nobody didn't seem to bother anybody. In fact, you guys celebrate it because it's easier to get home on a Sunday night, right?
Somehow 2 hours earlier. Yeah.
Sometimes you do a 12, 13, 14-hour race. You're shortening the weekend again. You're doing all this travel and hauling everybody out to go do basically 1 day of racing. Is that at all a concern or consideration for you guys when you're trying to sell seats, or is it generally a positive?
It's we'll have some cars that we run in a 3-driver lineup in a 14-hour race scenario. So we do take that into consideration. In a 14 to 12, it's pretty cut and dry. Whenever we did that 12-hour race, I don't remember where it was.
Charlotte last year.
I think it was Charlotte. Yeah. So it's pretty cut and dry there. But we do try to keep it as cost effective as possible for our drivers. So we do generally stick with a 4-driver lineup. And we can usually work around that. It's not too much of an issue. And our drivers are generally very understanding about things that are also out of our control. Things like race duration. Yesterday missing a couple hours of track time, and we're at NCM a few weeks ago where I was actually the only driver. I started the race in our Miata, and then they ultimately got weather and red flagged it like an hour and a half in. So I was unfortunately the only person who got to drive that day, and everybody seemed to be very understanding about it. So maybe they're saying something behind my back, but for the most part, it doesn't seem to be too bad for planning seat time scenario. It's a lot easier on the crew guys because we generally don't have to do that second night of prep on the car. I'm a huge fan of the longer format races. It's an endurance series. I would like every race to be 14 plus. So, the discussions of how you can potentially split GTO and GP classes would be to essentially my suggestion was to do a single 14 on both days. Have a little bit of additional staff, but that way you still have the same amount of track rental time. You have a Saturday race and a Sunday race, and then you just alternate, who's doing Saturday and who's doing Sunday between GP and GTU and GTO. And specifically at a race like Barber or something like that, where the track may not lend as well to multi-class racing. It'd be a good alternative to have a nice, good long format race, but still have separate races if they wanted to try and split that field again.
Well, you're very lucky that the WRL staff is not listening to the show right now, because the WRL staff would go, Mike Gorman, what are you talking about?
So here's what I found, right? If you get a hot dog roller and you put the hot dog roller accessible to the crew people, you can pick up a couple of additional hours of labor that everybody's still smiling.
I like it.
So we found that out at the VIR 24 is, you can do 24-hour races straight with the same people, and there can be 2 or 3 people that are working a 40-hour shift, and as long as you keep them fed and happy, let them doze off in a chair, it'll work.
So why don't people come out to the long distance races? I mean, Daytona obviously is Daytona, but Charlotte, we got 30-something cars last year, right?
I mean,
because High Plains, we get a handful, and I get that it's a haul, but I
would like to see
the 24 wasn't that well attended either.
I would like to see a little bit of a better. I don't know the best way to phrase this. A little bit of a better track selection
for those events specifically?
For basing that on. High Plains is. WRL is a predominantly, I mean, there are teams obviously that travel from all over the place, but, if you look at the majority of teams, they're based on the East Coast for WRL. The schedule is a predominantly East Coast schedule. It can be difficult to round up people from our standpoint for drivers to get out to High Plains and things like that. So we'll see how this year goes with High Plains in Utah. But I'm definitely a fan of the longer format races. Charge us a few dollars more, and we can hire some additional staff and split a shift or something like that. I mean, we can staff a 24-hour race, so we should be able to staff a 14.
The nighttime running doesn't bother you guys?
Oh, we love it.
Depends on the track.
Yeah,
well, but that's a problem, right? Because not everywhere is going to be well equipped to handle, 2-3 hours of nighttime.
Listen, the most exciting laps I ever had in my entire life was at VIR in the middle of the night. I was the first car in line. This was at a Champ Car race. I was the first car in line, and we had a super long full course caution. So there were no cars out ahead of me.
Yeah.
I was the first car, only with my headlights, and it was the darkest laps I've ever taken before. It was beyond exciting. It was super, super exciting.
Yeah.
Interestingly,
would you do that in an NPO1, just ripping around VIR in the dark?
Absolutely. I love it. My dad actually goes faster at night than he does in the day. He says, what you can't see can't hurt you.
I guess maybe that's fair.
Shout out to Rigid Lighting. They make phenomenal lights that you can see the blood type of the vehicle in front of you. So that's what we've got set up on our cars now. And we just did a night race down at Daytona. We enjoy night racing. It's the cars seem to run really well. It creates a different element of the race. It's you still have all the grip, but everything looks a little bit different. So
I'm going to pitch an idea to you, mostly for my self-validation. I pitched this to RJ a little while ago, and we never really followed up on it. Would you go to Road Atlanta twice?
Oh, we did.
Right, for the GTO and the GP1.
Yeah,
right?
for sure.
Yep. So my idea was in February, the old February day that we had there for the GT only, you run the 8 and 7, right, in the winter. And then you come back in the summer on the July weekend, and you run a 12-hour, 8 to 8. You don't have to rent any lights. You don't have to ask anybody to put lights on their car. It starts after sunrise, finishes before sunset. Would you do something like that?
Yeah,
100%.
I threw out some ideas.
Let's hear them.
I gave RJ and I discussed a whole bunch of ideas over the years about different formats of, running separate classes, having some races on Friday, some sprint type races on Friday. The challenge, and he's 100% right, the challenge they have, and this would be the problem with having a 14-hour on Sunday, is that the WRL staff has school, jobs to go back to. They can't keep these guys here till 10 o'clock on a Sunday night. Those guys got to get back.
Yeah.
So you're really challenged there, and from Fridays, we don't have the pit road staff on a Friday that we do on Saturday because those volunteers are coming in Friday night. So running a race on Friday where we need pit road staff to monitor activity on pit road, that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
So if you ran a sprint style race where there are no pit stops, if you come in, take it to the garage, you're done.
Yeah.
Because there's no pit stop. Yeah. That'd be the only way to do it. But for them to manage that on top of everything else they're doing would be a challenge. They're doing something right because everybody loves this series.
Yeah,
and
sure.
As long as you don't have bad weather in the forecast, and we're pretty much going to sell out every event.
Yeah, sure. So I want to be clear. I'm posing a question to you guys. I have no commentary on this because I'll show up at a racetrack no matter what the conditions are, set up cameras 37 degrees out in the rain. I don't care, right?
You're in this.
Right. So I don't care so much. But WRL has had schedule consistency for the most part for a long time, right? Most of the same events on the same weekends. Some shifting around. Road America's off of Mother's Day now, and all those things are very, very good. Is it time for a schedule shakeup? Is it time to find different dates at different tracks? Because we're going to Mid-Ohio in early April. We're going to Wisconsin in late April, right? Where the conditions can be more unpredictable.
Yes, but.
Yes, but. Okay, no, that's fine. The answer can also be no, but.
Yeah,
and that's fine.
Yes, but the first challenge they have is getting the dates.
Correct.
Listen, I know the guy who schedules the races here. Every single weekend is sold out at this track.
Yeah, sure.
It's unbelievably difficult to get these races. And part of the problem is racers, drivers, people in this community, everybody knows WRL.
Mm-hmm.
You go to track managers who are dealing with IMSA and NASCAR and IndyCar and all these series, they don't know who WRL is.
Yeah.
They just don't know what we're bringing. So, if we go there in an off weekend and, there's only 35 cars here and they don't get to see what the series is really capable
the
of.
full experience.
The other issue that guys like Mike and I have is we can't wait until November to schedule our season.
Right.
So having a pretty good idea of where we're going to be and when we're going to be there.
Yeah, and what
That's
tracks you're
helpful.
going to be going to. And WRL has a phenomenal schedule. The tracks that we get to go to, and realistically speaking, I mean, we're only complaining because the weather's the way it is now and not what it was on Friday. If the Friday weather continued, then I'd love Ohio in April. We host track days as well. We've rented Sebring and some other tracks, CMP, things like that. And exactly what Brad said is it's very difficult to get a weekend opened up when you're going to rent a track. The group that rented it the year before, generally speaking, has first right of refusal on that weekend. So there's not a whole lot of mix-up that would be available.
Yeah.
When you combine that with, if you do mix up the schedule slightly, the impact that that's going to have on the other races and the other track dates, that seems like an unnecessarily difficult hill to climb.
That's fair.
What they're doing a really good job of, though, is like adding in Utah, adding in Charlotte. We had a blast at Charlotte last year. I do like that. Keep 85% of the schedule the same, and then throw in one different race, and I think people were happy. I mean, as long as we still go to Dakota, Daytona, Sebring, all the big ones.
Yeah.
Sprinkle in something that we might not go to, like a Summit Point or something like that.
Do you think they'd get takers for a non-bucket list type track, like a Summit, a pit race, something like that?
Charlotte's an interesting example. I expected that to be a more popular race.
Yeah.
I've been
I think a lot of
going
people
to
did.
track days with, there's a track day organization called Jayzilla. They do a wonderful event every year called Under the Lights. And you get to run Charlotte during the day and night in DE. And that's always a very popular event for Jayzilla. And it's a desirable and fun to go to track. Car photos look amazing there.
Yeah.
It's a really neat facility. I don't really have an explanation for why there was not a lot of activity there. I mean, we brought 3 cars there last year, and we had a great time. I don't know why that one didn't kick off.
The complaints I've heard on the sprint racing side are that there's a lot to hit.
Yeah, I mean that's true in a lot of places.
Listen, that was the rumor that was going around. That the teams that didn't go, I was talking to them about it. They said, man, we just want to crash our car. There's a lot to hit there. I felt the same way before I went there.
Yeah.
And then I jumped in a green BMW and
That's
ripped
right,
some laps around there. And you remember the funny thing that happened there? I went out in his car in HPDE session.
Yeah.
And they were calling into race control because I was like, screw it. I'm not going through the chicane. I was short. I was like,
Brad McCall got asked to leave an HPDE for exceeding track limits.
They go to Mike.
Egregiously.
They're like, Mike, you have got to get the driver of that car to actually stay on the track. I was track limits, ridiculous track limits.
There's nobody around
He's
you.
his own man. I have no control
Nobody
over
out there.
him.
I'm like, just going across the grass. And
looks
it's not even
fast.
grass. What is it? It's like astroturf.
It's like a painted.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know.
And Mike's saying it. Mike's like, it's Brad in the car. He's fine. There's nobody around him. Leave him alone. I come in and they're just shaking their heads. They're like, dude.
Yeah, I think he set the record for the most consistent track limits throughout
Amazing.
the entire weekend. It was every single lap, multiple times. But yeah, no, it's you gotta keep it interesting, and that's a very, very, very fun way to approach that section of the track. It's for sure the faster way.
So I'll ask you one more question with regards to the schedule stuff, and we can go wherever you guys want, or if you got to bounce, whatever you guys got to do. There are a number of club racing tracks in this Stone, right? And some of them are closer to being a pro facility than others. Like Lime Rock is pretty much there, right? But we don't make it that far up. New Hampshire's up there, Thompson, Palmer up in the northeast, CMP down in the southeast, right? I mean, they're Homestead. I know Homestead's far for everybody,
CMP is a
right?
great track.
I get all that, right? But these are all opportunities for future events. It seems like WRL is really only attracting big numbers of entries for the bucket list tracks. So if we're going to introduce some schedule variety, if we're going to introduce 1 or 2 new races, and we go to the Summit Points and we go to the Thompsons and the CMPs, how do we attract enough entries to make those events at least sustainable?
I don't know. I mean, that's
You're
why
not
that's
gonna-
why I run a race team.
You know what I mean? Autobahn.
It's
kind of the same way up in Joliet for you guys.
Well,
you
listen,
know?
I'm sitting next to the guy who has revolutionized grassroots racing. I mean,
holy shit! Thank you.
He is.
That sounds inaccurate, but I appreciate it.
As this
car on the wall here at the exit of Thunder Valley. Is that the Flying Fur number 946?
Yes, it is.
I think it is, and it looks like it's actually backed in there quite hard.
Yep.
Underneath the O'Reilly Auto Parts bridge. So we'll go almost certainly full course yellow here to retrieve that.
nice guys in that car too. I had spent some time with them this weekend.
They seemed very
is a
happy
great
to be
guy.
on the podium yesterday.
So,
yeah.
I mean,
Anyway.
you've seen it. We've all seen it. This series has changed over the years.
Yeah.
It went from very, very grassroots to look at the GTO field at a normal race weekend. It's all GT4 cars, brand new GT4
Not here.
cars. Not here. But on a normal race weekend, it's been unbelievable, the field. And this series, somebody came to me who doesn't know WRL, a big name guy that was here this weekend, and he said the rumor amongst people outside of WRL is that this is the feeder series to pro racing. This is the feeder series to SRO, IMSA, and their pro. That's just what people feel, that this has gone beyond traditional amateur racing. This is semi-professional, especially at the GTO level. This is semi-professional. So you're seeing fewer and fewer. I mean, look at the quality of the cars in this series, just visually how they look.
Yeah.
Everybody's improved the look of the cars.
Yeah.
You don't have ragtag looking cars. It's not on Friday.
Nobody's cars are covered in white duct tape.
Take it easy here. I'm still sitting here. That was from we were racing last week. What were you doing? We were doing 14 hours a Daytona. We're getting a little practice in for June.
Well, you changed the game for, entry level grassroots. You have an opportunity to create. You have a ladder system that all of us talked about. We all talked about creating this ladder system, and you've done it. So, but you also do, how many events you can do this year? 20 something?
On the schedule, including test days, I think it was 35 or 38 or something like that.
You're insane. You're crazy.
And we do some of those the same weekend. So we were in 3 places at once a couple races ago. I remember. I think it was Eagles Canyon weekend. We're at Eagles Canyon. We're doing the 14-hour at Road Atlanta, and then we're down at a Homestead event with, I think it was Fara.
That's where I was. Yeah.
So we had green kind of spread all over the country. But yeah, it's so we started obviously with Mazda Miatas, and then when we had a Mazda Miata and then a V8 M3 in GTO. So we had A class in Champ Car, and then a GTO M3 back when the 63 car was running in GTO. I think it was in 21 and 22.
And soon to be Craftsman truck.
Yeah.
Possibly
So that's going to be our pro.
Four-cylinder.
That'll be our pro entry. Looks
Yeah.
like there's a bunch of activity on pit lane.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's we wanted to kind of have that middle stepping stone. So that's when we started the E46s and all. And we're really going to focus on that driver development. There are plenty of teams that are running GT4 cars. There's no shortage of opportunity to hop into a GT4 car. But we want to kind of have a factory style fuel paddle shift car, but in a GP series.
Yeah,
so
sure.
you guys have seen it. We've struggled with some weird. I mean, the thing has been flawless in the other series in Champ Car. Our F30, our 2016 3 Series.
Yeah.
And we just ran 14 hours of Daytona with that car last week, and then we run one test session here and have a cracked oil pan. So that's why the 63 is actually running. We brought that as a backup car.
Yeah.
And ended up starting that car like the second practice session of Friday. But we want to have that kind of middle slice of the GP and try to bring a factory car feel to that with this F30. So that's going to be our focus for this year, to effectively be a feeder series within the feeder series into the GT4 cars. We've got some younger drivers that are running with us this year. Antonio Abram just did his first SRO event a couple weeks ago at Sonoma. And we've got, just IMSA pathway people that they need to get in and get seat time and all of that. And this is a phenomenal way to do it. And a lot of what we're seeing is the generation of drivers coming up now with targets of IMSA have no desire or really need to perfect driving a manual transmission car. So what we're going to try and do is basically set up a fleet of these F30 BMWs that's going to be a paddle shift 4-cylinder turbo and kind of be that first stepping stone. We've got a newer driver with us this weekend and for the rest of the season. His name's Luke Martin, and this is his second race weekend, and the kid is an absolute natural. He's going to be in the F30 for the year, it's definitely the direction that we're going to be going for this season and next season. Is really focusing on that feeder series driver development area with these cars. So yeah, it's there kind of needed to be a presence in that lower rung, and that's what we're here to accomplish.
So I think I think your original question was about other tracks, about club
the
club tracks.
non-pro, non-bucket list type tracks.
So
yeah.
What we're sort of getting at here is that as this series has gone more semi-professional, the types of drivers that we're attracting in the series, the types of teams that we're attracting, want to go to the big name tracks.
Right, for sure.
And we don't necessarily need a 14 race schedule. That's a lot. So if WRL wants to add some of those club races and gear them more towards, grassroots teams, maybe you focus on just GP only, and you do some smaller races. That could be an idea.
Maybe slim down some of the staff and provide a less.
Yeah.
I
mean, teams that in here, the GTO teams specifically, some of the bigger name teams, they would love to see an 8 race schedule. 8 race, strictly the biggest name tracks. Let's do 8 races. Then maybe we can justify going out west.
Sure.
But the problem with going west, and every series has seen this, people will tell you, "Oh yeah, we'll go to Sonoma. We'll go to Laguna Seca." When it comes time to go, they don't go.
Are you going to Utah?
We're going to Utah.
Okay.
Yep. We're doing the full schedule.
Oh, okay,
we'll go.
cool. Yeah.
But they'll tell you they'll go, and then they won't go.
Yeah.
So that's the challenge that they face. I agree with what WRL has done with slowly creeping west to see what the attendance will be.
Yeah.
But I think just that at this level, going to the premier tracks is kind of where we're at this point.
Okay.
You schedule a smaller track, you're going to get pretty poor attendance.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. Or the right track, the wrong time of year, things like that can also impact attendance. And I get all that. And I don't know that that's necessarily looking for ways to expand or grow the series or change the series or anything like that. It's just a matter of balancing the, hey, yeah, we'll go here, but how do you make those all sustainable?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I appreciate you guys.
Generally speaking, your lower rung tracks are also going to be quite a bit more cost effective to rent.
Sure,
I mean, the difference between renting CMP at 10,000 a day type of scenario versus a Daytona at 8 to 10 times that. Can help bring those operating costs down. But as Brad mentioned, trying to get the cars in attendance at those events when there's already a pretty busy schedule. It's where in that schedule would you put that race?
Yeah,
where would
sure.
I mean, we run a pretty insane schedule with a bunch of cars that we just kind of alternate in and out. To be able to race back-to-back weeks and stuff like that. And it's just there's I don't know that there's a lot of people that could do like a 2-week turnaround time.
Mm-hmm.
And then where even in that schedule that adding those additional races would fall. So yeah, I mean I think WRL has a really, really, really good schedule right now. I'm interested to check out Utah. We've got a bunch of drivers that are excited, looking forward to that race.
Yeah.
Not necessarily looking forward to the logistical aspect of Florida to High Plains and then Florida to Utah, back-to-back months. So we're gonna.
You're not gonna leave the cars.
We're probably we probably will. I mean, we can.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll just pack enough shit and hopefully nobody hits a wall. Sorry for language. Hopefully nobody hits a wall, and if they do, then we'll just bring parts on a carry-on like we usually do. So. That's kind of our tentative game plan is to do a lighter schedule with that, run a couple of cars at High Plains, and then take those same cars to Utah.
Here comes your white duct tape car in, a very timely pit stop.
Yeah.
We'll wait a couple laps into the double yellow and then come in.
Yes, correct. Yeah, we want to make sure that we are nice and bunched up in the field.
Do you really not have a roll or rolls of duct tape that are the right color?
It depends on the size of the duct tape piece needed. So in that particular example, we were trying to make a fender out of duct tape last night.
Okay.
And then also a headlight cover. So we have holy shit. So we have our current build on that car right now is we have layers of duct tape for the fender, and then to capture the pocket in where the headlight was, we have 2 cardboard paper plates, and then we have a sheet of duct tape over the cardboard paper plate. So our headlight is actually 2 Dixie plates, like the heavy ones, and then a whole bunch of white duct tape. So yes, we do have green duct tape, but on large jobs like that, it just saves time to grab the big roll.
Really appreciate all your insight on this semi-professional series.
Yeah, see,
Mr. Dixie Plate.
I feel bad. We like to maintain a certain level of professionalism where we still have fun, we get results and all that, and we fix cars with cardboard and duct tape
and flashlights.
All that stuff. And
flashlight for a headlight.
But we've said on the broadcast multiple times, there is nobody better at putting cars back on track than Mike Gorman.
Thank you.
That you will not lose like massive track time because your car goes out, right? There's always a backup plan. There's always a plan B, a plan C, right?
Yeah, correct.
Do you know why on the forum, on the Facebook, or their Facebook group,
The private one.
why? No. So everybody's gonna be like, send me the link. Send me the link. I'm just kidding. There's no private one.
We
On the
actually
WRL on the WRL group. Why everybody, when people come there to inquire about a seat, why does everybody send them to Mike?
Yeah.
Okay. The reason is Mike's cars finish races. Mike ensures that a driver who's coming here is going to get seat time.
Yeah.
Okay, the car might have duct tape on it. The car might have a flashlight for a headlight, but he is going to work. His team is going to work to put that car back together to give his customers an opportunity to get on track and build that experience.
Yeah.
That's why we send drivers who are looking for a GP ride to his team.
Yeah.
And he's also built a very friendly team that everybody gets along with, and we want to send drivers to people that we like.
Yeah, we appreciate that.
And that's part of the key. I mean, this paddock has a lot of very likable people.
Yeah, sure.
And you want people to send people your way. You want to get favors from other teams. Be likable. Be nice to everybody.
Yeah, sure.
That's key.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I was going to say, Mike, wasn't it at this location last year you guys were running a cardboard trunk lid?
That was Barber.
No,
Okay, Barbara. Okay.
Yeah, so one of our drivers, we had a 9 lives wing on the 63 car at Barber last year, and it got removed via tire wall, but not in the manner that you would think, and it ripped out the entire trunk assembly from the frame body of the vehicle. So we couldn't get that back in place, and we also couldn't replace it with another trunk. And RJ had stated that we needed to have it covered and that he would trust our judgment. Which after he said that quote, the trust your judgment, I felt absolutely awful with what we we put a bunch of fun stuff on the cardboard trunk. But yeah, we unfortunately we had a cardboard fender at Barber this year after the super incident going into the hairpin. So that's back-to-back years of cardboard fiber, as we call it. And then we've got cardboard fiber again on here. These E92s are amazing, durable cars. But the front fenders and a lot of the components are plastic. And as crazy as that sounds, the plastic doesn't hold up well too.
Weird.
Yeah, it's insane.
Yeah.
So rather than put on a steel fender or something like that, we opt for a lightweight, high-performance cardboard fiber fender. So yeah, we've got that and the Dixie plates for headlight blanks right now. And hey, we're out there killing bugs still. So that's
and your drivers are getting time.
That's the name of the game. Yeah, we try to minimize downtime, and God forbid a car has an issue that we can't recover from, or it's not feasible to recover from it. We generally have a backup car with us, which is the case that happened this weekend, and we bring everything that we need to run that backup car. So we have all the parts and everything just in case we need to throw it into action on Friday, which is exactly what happened this weekend. And it's just we hate downtime. It's a large portion of the reason why I started doing this originally was because I did, I think, 9 or 10 races as an arrive and drive driver before I ever got a second stint in a race.
Yeah.
So that's why I wanted to have a little bit more control over the finish rate of the cars, and that's kind of how I got started in doing all this. So that's always just been a big focus for us, and we've got absolutely I know everybody's, I'm going to sound a little biased on it, but we have the hardest and most resilient crew in the paddock week in and week out. And we bring 4 to 6 cars at most race weekends. This is a light one for us, but we bring 4 to 6 cars at most race weekends. And if you're 10% of the field, statistically, you're going to be a percentage of the incidents as well.
Yeah.
And it sucks that it happens, but it's more about how you recover. I do sometimes wish we didn't have as many opportunities to show how good our crew is.
Yeah.
But they always stand tall, and I couldn't be happier with the guys and just how everything works from an organizational standpoint of what we've got going on. And these results, I'm really proud of everybody that we're around all the time.
I think I know the answer to this. Is Sirius pretty flexible with letting you guys swap a car in or out based on
absolutely.
retirement or whatever?
Yeah, for
okay.
sure.
Yeah.
They've been great with that. And again, we had all the plans of having our GP2 car here running this weekend, but a cracked oil pan after 15 hours of flawless racing last weekend. On the second practice session, pretty much made that decision for us.
Yeah.
So Gino Manley, but as the plan B, plan C, plan D. In the event that we fielded our backup car, we wouldn't have another backup car, right? So in the event that something happened, either later in the day on Friday or Saturday or something like that, we wanted to have another option. So Gino Manley, who's racing with AOA this weekend, also Jacksonville-based, went by our shop, grabbed a spare oil pan that we had there, and bought a carry-on, had it in a duffel bag, and brought an oil pan to us. So we had a backup oil pan just in case we needed to do that thrash and bring the original car back out. So I say all that to say this: it absolutely takes a village to be able to pull this off, and in the village often consists of people from other teams and all that kind of chipping in to help out. So we love the big WRL family. You know, we're committed to this series for at least the foreseeable future in the next several years.
Awesome.
And yeah, we just we like what we got here. We enjoy it, and we love the reputation that we built and the people that were around. So
very cool.
Couldn't ask for a better place.
Fantastic.
So you know what we do? Just talking racing here as we're sitting under full course caution again. By the way, the over won big time on the over.
That was impressive.
That was impressive. Very impressive. Well done, field of cars.
Yeah, absolutely. I lost $20 to Brad, but thank you.
But we at this period of the race, we're looking at who just got trapped a lap down. You know, how many cars are there in the lead lap? Okay, GTO is not doing so well, but the 4 cars that are basically still in the race are all on the same lap together, all on the lead lap, and very close together on track. So the race between those 4 GTO cars is pretty good. You know, in GTU, our 1 car is leading, and there's only 2 cars on the lead lap. So through that pit stop scenario there, basically everybody else in GTU got trapped a lap down. But GP1's looking pretty competitive with 5 cars pretty close on track.
Yeah,
all on the lead lap together.
Yeah, there's a lot of. I mean, the racing yesterday at the end was pretty tremendous.
It was
right?
unbelievable.
And safety cars contributed to that, yes. But like, also, all things considered, everything was just small single car incidents. You get it cleaned up, you go back racing, and everybody was clean and fair.
Yeah.
Right. So it led to this situation at the end where. You bunched the field back up. You got a bunch of cars on the individual class lead laps.
Yeah, we had.
Send it, do it again.
The top 4, I think, in GP1 was within 9 or 10 seconds or something like that. Which, as a car owner that was in a podium position and then finished not one, it's tough to see that. But as a race fan, that was some unbelievable. I mean, it was just an unbelievable drive from Johan yesterday.
Yeah.
That it's like it as he's overtaking us, we're cheering him on because it's just such an unbelievable drive. So it's a weird position to be in. But yeah, this is the most competitive racing that we attend. This has just been a great weekend for it. Mixed conditions always make great racing.
Well, what I'm amazed with right now is in these conditions, and you have a guy like Johan just out there putting on a clinic, and that Janetta driving great.
Yep.
How many cars in the field are across all the classes are on the lead lap?
Yeah,
that's impressive.
It's we have the answer to that. It's 12 still, and it includes the 3 lead GTO cars, the GP2 leader in 4th overall, the GP1 leader in 6th overall, and the number 1 round 3 racing, the lowly GTU class leader, all the way down in 8th.
Isn't that amazing?
Unbelievable.
This is pretty impressive that this many cars. Wow, Supra stepping out there.
Yeah.
It's amazing that this many cars stayed on the lead lap.
That's a great example. Is the Supra right there getting overtaken by the GP2 BRZ? Is what it looks like.
Also,
it's shocking to me because that car has traction.
Correct. Yeah.
It has really
That
good
GP2 car is really, 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 really quick.
You know what? Here, we'll make stuff up. What I'll bet you is happening there is he's running through the same gears that he would in the dry.
Right.
So if he's downshifting to 2nd coming out of the keyhole, that car has so much torque down low.
All that power,
Even if he's staying in 3rd, let's say he's staying in 3rd gear, down low in that car, they make so much torque at like 2,500 RPM that if he's jumping back on it, he could even be in a higher gear and he's still spinning tires. It's still overtaking the traction control, which was originally designed for slicks, by the way.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Not designed for DOT tires in the wet.
In the wet.
So we're 2 hours 20 minutes in, if my math is correct.
To this interview or to the race?
Correct, both. Neither of the GTO leaders have pitted yet. Right?
Wow.
53 laps, 54 laps. Brad's concerned that they didn't pit under the full course yellow. I mean, how far do we think we can push this here?
Ooh.
And would 2 hours not have been maybe we should have.
In Mace we trust.
In Mace we trust, exactly. I mean, they've got a lot of data, and I guess they know what they're doing. Hey, last time I was up here in this booth, concerned about my team not pitting, they made the right call and we won the race. So I'm just going to trust whatever they
All
do.
right. Hey, and look, I know Mid-Ohio is not a particularly high fuel consumption track anyway, just around the back. You add the wet to that where you're just dabbing the throttle up over 7 and 8 and up over turn 9. I get all that. This seems like a long time. A really long time.
That Supra just does not look happy. That's crazy. You know what? Is that Supra? That's not a GT4 car.
No,
is
it's
it?
not.
No, it's not.
No.
That could be.
Oh, you didn't know
why. That's why. You know what? I'm just remembering.
Do we have
that's
the
not a
onboard,
GT4.
Dustin?
That thing is not happy. He's twitching under braking.
So as someone points out in chat, that Super does not have traction control.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
why.
interesting.
That
Okay.
that explains it, because that thing does not look happy at all. So
there
even
was-
more impressive than the drive that he did yesterday.
So one of our return events to the World Racing League was 2020 at COTA. We did the entire event remotely. We only had onboard cameras. And it was still like that COVID period. We had a bunch of onboard cameras from you guys when Sentinel was still kind of a fresh thing. And the Toyota R&D guys, they were TAPG at the time, gave us an onboard camera. And it was like just starting to drizzle a little bit at the end of, I think, the Saturday race. And we followed them on board after a double yellow in the last 35 minutes as it was spitting with rain. And it looked like it was trying to kill the driver constantly. Just absolutely wanted nothing to do with going in a straight line. And every time we've seen it since, it doesn't look like it's gotten better. It's gotten faster. But from a car a car balance perspective, it still looks like almost like an old Lamborghini Super Trofeo, just miserable to drive. But they make the best of it.
Well, my big concern right now is Stratus just went 58-2, so they're coming. They're coming for us.
Yeah, the track looks like it's drying up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's why
Yeah,
we
for
were
sure.
starting to see these issues, like why we saw flying for accidentally, go into the walls. The track has been drying up. The track is being quicker, and the drivers are starting to, try to push just a little bit more, find where that grip is, and, when it's suddenly not there, it's goodbye.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it right here in this view, looking at one. I mean, one definitely looks
It's quicker.
a heck of a lot better than it did
Yeah.
before.
Yeah, we've moved a lot of the standing water and the ponding away from the racing line now, and it's just a damp racing line.
Yeah, the 70 last time through 55.9.
Eric Benedict in the chat says that was DJ Quint in the car both at COTA 2020 yesterday evening fighting against P1 last night in the wet. DJ's a nice guy, really nice guy.
I talked to him after the race.
Yeah.
He's a super nice guy.
Yeah, he went out of his way at the COTA 2020 event to reach out to us on social media and had really nice things to say. I like seeing them, and it's very cool to see somebody do take an alternate pathway. Right, you guys have chosen that with the Porsche 911. A lot of development work behind the car, obviously, but this was this predated even the GT4 Supras. Right, this is an opportunity to. Oh man!
So that is a pass for position, I believe, between the the 10 and the 60.
That's 60 past the 10 for what? Second place in GTU?
Fourth, I think. Let me double check.
Yeah, I think it is. Looking through the order here, but that's way down in 16th overall.
Yes.
Wow. Yeah, those cars are coming to life. The Stratus cars. Shocking.
Oh,
somebody
that's
else
the
off
the
that Rooster?
GTO E46.
Yeah, Rooster Hall. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh man, keep it
Oh,
keep
they
it
were
moving.
doing well. Come on, keep
Hammer
digging.
down, hammer down.
Oh, he's
He's in it. He's got it.
Yeah, we're going downhill here, so
Come
we should
on.
be all right.
There you go.
Oh, but there's going to be a lip.
Yeah, there is.
He's going to have to go uphill now.
Oh, 10's in the
Oh
wall.
no!
On the exit of the final corner.
Damn. I told
Looped
him.
it.
I said, I just don't want to bring home a crashed car, please. Dang.
Just looped it on the throttle there over the exit of the
Dang.
final corner and caught the right rear corner on the concrete.
Oh, that's a bummer. That's
Sorry,
a bummer.
Brad.
That's a bummer. Dang, we just repaired that car. Let's take a look here.
Yeah, come on. Let's see. You can move a bit.
Don't high side it here either.
No.
Yeah, he's trying to be very careful with that.
Oh,
Got it pointing in the right direction
Keep
now.
going, keep going, keep going.
doesn't look so bad.
We're going to find out about the right rear suspension here in a second.
Doesn't look so
Just
bad.
pick a
Looks
side,
pretty
pick
complete.
a side.
That didn't look bad.
My car
It
went
was
into
pretty
the wall on
light.
the way up here, and yours went into the wall on the way out. We should probably, we should probably try to time this a little bit better.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, let's get out of here. I don't want to fish any more M3s. I'm already at 4 for the month. So
Yeah, I got you.
awesome.
All right,
Guys,
keep
always
up the
thank
good
you,
work. Keep up the
guys.
good work.
Yeah.
Mike.
Always a pleasure. man.
Mike Gorman, Brad McCall. Thank
Thanks.
you guys for
Appreciate it.
stopping up here. And yeah, best of luck the rest of the way. GTU result still in the cards here. The number 1, right?
I know.
So, yep.
I was happy we saw checkered flags yesterday. I'd like to see podium today. It'd be nice.
That's it.
Yep.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Yep.
Best
Appreciate
of luck, and we'll talk next time out.
Sounds good.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
It's interesting here. The proper performance, 39, I believe. Civic, very cautious behind the round 3 MP01 here. Not really willing to overtake the slower car at the moment, as the MP01 actually gets a bit more up to speed here. Just trying to see if the car's in relatively okay condition. It does seem like it's kind of sagging a little bit to the driver's rear side, but looks like they're able to come back at roughly half pace with no issue. So hopefully whatever issue is now developed with that 10 car, maybe a toe link or something, can be fixed relatively quick. We do stay green though, which is good to see. Polecat and Stratus here. Here comes the 10. It's going to come onto pit road here. Just behind, coming through the final corner now, you do have your battle in GTO and overall for the lead between the Camber Performance Ginetta and the number 70 round 3 Racing Porsche. Oh, and there goes the performance, proper performance 39.
Yeah, able to keep it out of the gravel trap though, JT.
Yeah, that is good. Yeah, they had been tiptoeing behind the MP01 for a bit, and then with a bit of clear track, just looks like they got in a little too hot into one.
As you said, that happened right in front of the battle for the overall and GTO race lead. The 70 gets a good run around the outside of the keyhole and down the back straightaway. We'll try and set chase to the Camber and Ginetta, which I don't think has the power, number 1, and number 2, does not seem particularly interested in fighting in these drying conditions.
Yeah, I think the drying conditions is definitely bringing the number 70 back into contention here. The last lap through was a 54 flat, second quicker. However, that said, the number 5 did a 52.3, so you can see right here coming through shot was 5 seconds back. It's getting a bit closer now. That is your leader in GP1 and 3rd overall. Was leading the race overall earlier with Johan behind the wheel, but coming out of turn 9 here, as they slide a bit on exit, unfortunately went too wide. May have slightly brushed the tire barriers, not sure, but in rejoining the track, did lose the overall lead to the Ginetta at the time. So this is a bit of a recovery operation here.
Have we really still not seen pit stops from the leaders?
It's hard to tell.
I mean, the redmist.racing, which is what we're using for timing, live timing and scoring at the moment, does have and did accurately report pit lane loop passings yesterday. So I'm inclined to trust it. But
yeah,
man,
I mean, it recorded when All Star came in and did their pit run.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's just it's wild to me they haven't been in yet. I think I may have misspoken earlier, by the way. The GTU class leader is not the number 1 of round 3 racing. It's since been passed by the number 58 of Stratus.
Yes.
The number 1 was in under the last full course yellow, so that would have changed hands the last time we had the opportunity there to pit under the double yellow. Just heard we lost the All-Star onboard feed. But chasing down and now, actually having gotten past the second place car overall, that Camburn Performance Janetta. So with lap times that are now still generally 2.5 seconds quicker than the race leader, I think it's only going to be the work of another lap or two for that All-Star Racing BMW to inherit the overall race lead. And not inherit, I mean, go and take it. Ooh, Polecat slides on the way into turn number 5. Pushes them out wide, and it's going to allow the, is that the number 60 right the way through? Yes, it is. Leaders are on the front straightaway here. Let's see if we can pick this up, Dustin. Porsche number 70 down the front straightaway. The number 5 now much closer in tow than it was even this time last lap. Let's call it 10 car lengths or so. Down into turn number 1. 70 will go around the outside. The number 5 tries to hug the apex line and curb there on that new patch. Just wiggles at the apex there and pushes it back out a little wide. This isn't really where that car is the strongest anyway. It's the braking zones and the slow to medium speed corners where it's just got so much mechanical grip. Get drawn away from here down the back straightaway a little bit with the power and the torque of that flat 6 in the Porsche. BMW drops a little bit, but it'll be early on the brakes and into the ABS on the number 70. The number 5 will drive it in a fair bit deeper here. Yeah, you can see visually just how much it closes and how much more speed that number 5 BMW carries to the apex of turn number 4. We'll go nose to tail up over Madness. And down the other side, 70 protests on the way into turn 6. Oh, car off on the front straightaway. The number 9 is fishtailed and is off into the gravel and thrown sod and stones right up onto the front straightaway. Just, I think, dropped a wheel on the exit curb there, and that was enough. Scared the pants off of me up here in the booth when it happened. Ooh. We're going to try and go forwards up the hill here. Just stalls out there briefly. Might be able to reverse here and then go parallel to the track. The leaders come up on that 909. Currently crossways. They're right at start finish. They'll leave the yellow flag zone and go into a passing opportunity at turn number 1. Is this All-Star Racing's chance up the inside on the exit of the first corner? Not quite, but the braking zone at the keyhole might be. 70 pulls back across. They get on the brakes. The 5 is kind of balked there in one of its strongest parts of the racetrack. Oh, the 5's off. Yep, that's it's kind of the Kyle Larson line there, JT.
Yeah.
It's that you rim ride and hold it as close to the edge of the track as you can because it's the fastest way around. Unfortunately, it just leaves you no margin for error. And if you drop a wheel, it's Kyle Larson's case, it's in the wall. Here, it's you're out in the grass, and there is zero grip in the wet grass. As the 909 is still kind of finding out here. Was not able to pull forward, but we're going to try and reverse. And I think if it can get around the backside of the gravel trap, like I said, it might be able to pull parallel to the racetrack.
Yeah, I was going to say, if they can make it 50 feet closer to turn 1, it looks like there's a dip. They might be able to rejoin there.
Yeah, I think it's just trying the wrong angle. Trying to go straight up and down the hill there is just not going to work. Yeah.
You can't do 90. You got to do 45.
Yeah, got to back further up. And I know he doesn't want to because of the gravel trap there, but he's still got, you know, for what I see out the window here, about 5 feet, maybe 8 feet between the side of the car and the gravel trap. The trouble is, it's obviously in a pretty precarious spot there on the exit of the last corner. And we can handle this under a yellow as long as... oh, and we do now go double yellow. Yeah, I was going to say, as As long as everybody's behaving there, we can do this for a while, but eventually we're going to run out of time and patience to just leave a car there.
Yeah.
Okay, now we've got reverse. Yep, crank the wheel hard right, spin the tires, see if you can get it pointed race direction. It's trying to move too far up the hill. I think it's stuck there in the depression. Yeah, this is the trouble here. It is moving ever so slightly, like a golf ball on the edge of the cup.
There you go.
Crank the wheels hard right if you can. No, that's stuck. I think that's about it for the 909's recovery effort here. This is going to take. This is a job for Rich Line.
R&D Racing, Toyota on pit road.
Yes, as is the number 1 from round 3 racing down at GTU. This must be pit stops for the GTO leaders. And even if they've got a couple of more laps of fuel in the tank, we're 21 and a half minutes away from the stint length maximum, 3-hour maximum.
All right. In comes the 70.
Yep, that is your overall race leader. The Ginetta is not in, interestingly, nor is the number 5.
5 came in last time.
Yeah, so that makes sense. Are we moving? Here with the 909? Oh, yeah, I do have this door here. Good call. It's kind of pulling forward. The trouble is, the longer you continue to try to do this, you're wearing the heck out of the clutch. I think some of this may have lodged the right rear diffuser section loose as well, which is not going to make that car very happy. The good news is if they can get a tow rope out there, it should be a fairly quick recovery just to attach it, pull it forward on the front straightaway, and then let it go. Unfortunately, damage has kind of been done here. Worth noting in all of this, Garage 66 continues to lead GP2 and is still P6 overall. And that is having just also made its first pit stop of the day. It's a good little opportunity for a quick reset here, if we can. Why don't we plan to step aside here in just a moment and take stock of where we're at. Obviously, we spent a pretty hefty chunk of time there talking with Mike Gorman and Brad McCall through a couple of repeat full course yellows. But let's step aside here with Continental Tire on DriverSeye Live at the World Racing League. Pay some bills and come back to reset the field here under full course yellow at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, round 3 of the 2025 World Racing League season. It rolls on in the Sunday 7-hour enduro. We'll be back in a moment.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Back at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, 4 hours, 14 minutes remaining in the Sunday 7-hour Enduro here on DriversEye Live. Brendan Kazmarek and JT Tammy on the mics. Dustin Ollis on the ones and the twos. Layla Kazmarek up here in the booth with me at World Racing League, at DriversEye Live on Instagram, social media. Layla played MVP this morning and brought the space heater that we packed as a contingency plan up from the car, and it is making it incredibly cozy up here in the booth. It's really cold out. I had to walk downstairs to use the facilities, and oh man. Yeah, this is, if you're looking for a way to get warm, this is your ticket. Just stop on by and we'll chat for a while.
I was gonna say, even if you don't really want an interview, I mean, it might be worth it just for the 75 degrees.
I don't know that we're at 75 yet, but we're definitely well into the high 60s now, which is better than we were at this morning. Speaking of, I do want to just kind of, I think it's important to make note of something here. You know, a lot has been said about Mid-Ohio and the development of the facility over the last couple of years. And, you know, people have varying opinions on what it should look like, what it could look like. There has been over the last 2 years a lot of investment been put into the facility, and you know, last year with the repave, that was obviously job number one, and it was a big deal, right? It allowed really anybody to do some wet weather racing, which was virtually impossible prior to that, just because of the level of grip in the surface. That was job number one. Job number two was dealing with the surfaces away from the racetrack. And when you went deeper into the paddock, mud, potholes, gravel, I mean, it didn't look great. It didn't feel great. And it wasn't a good reflection of just what an amazing circuit this is. And I think the owners here at Mid-Ohio, Green Savory, heard that, right? And decided to put money back, appropriate amounts of money back into the facility. And the reality is that it's starting to live up to that name again. Right? If you've been tentative about coming back to Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, or you know, you've shared some opinions in the public eye about what Mid-O is like, give it another shot. It's certainly not that anymore, and it's the kind of place that, and the kind of investment has made that will turn your opinion around and say, you know what, this is another premier road racing track here in the United States. It's been a really good weekend for us. We've, I mean, there have been days we haven't had heat, right, in buildings that are essential use. And I realize it doesn't sound like a lot, but man, we've had facilities provided to us. Internet's been working from day one. Heat and AC as needed. I mean, we really haven't had to ask or want for anything here. So highly encourage, if you haven't been back since the repave, to come back out to Mid-O, give it another shot, because it really does feel and look like it carries on the name and history of the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Very cool stuff. The other shout out that needs to be given here is to the safety and track cleanup staff. I cannot think of anybody putting in more work this weekend than those guys and girls in changing and challenging weather conditions. You know, back in for 15 minutes, maybe grab some food and a coffee, back out to go, you know, pull out another car from somewhere, pull their own vehicles out of the mud in some cases, in some really, I mean, actually quite historic amounts of rain here. Problem solving quickly, efficiently, and getting cars on course and back to racing quickly is all you can really ask for. And they've done it over and over and over and over again for the last 3 days. Tremendous work by all involved, and kudos really to everybody involved at Mid-Ohio, the staff and the facility management here, because it is really it's living up to the history and the name, and all that red Armco that you see that lines the track has built into it is really enjoying our weekend. 15 hours of motor racing here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, drawing towards a close, but also drawing back towards the green flag as we head through the carousel and onto the front straightaway with your overall race leader now, the number 5 from All-Star Racing. That's your GP1 class leader as well. Gets a good jump off of the final corner down the front straightaway. underneath the green flag, and the GTO leader in tow. I'm sorry, it's not the GTO leader. The Toyota R&D cars dropped a lap.
That is true.
Yeah, Stratus 58 is your next car overall. It's the GTU class leader, and then the Round 3 Racing Porsche slots there in third.
Yeah, so it's important to note, as of this moment, your top 5 overall is all 4 class leaders.
Amazing.
And 16 seconds separating them coming across the line from a full course yellow. So that GP2 leader is the silver BRZ. It's coming through shot here just behind the Ginetta, so that was a pass 4 overall position there. Both cars getting past the 333 from Bruce Innovations, which had been in 6th. So yeah, all these cars are packed close together here. The top 8 all were within 19 seconds under full course yellow.
JT, I think over the last 4 years, we've covered probably 700 hours of World Racing League coverage, maybe 600. I think this is the first time I've ever seen this, where the top 5 positions are 5 class leaders. Yeah. I mean, the circumstances that would lead to that would be pretty, fascinating anyway. But such has been the variety in car performance as the track has transitioned from very wet and cold to now damp and warming ever so slightly. It's allowed this extraordinary situation with a GP1 car leading overall, and then the following 4 positions being 4 other class leaders, right down to the GP2 class leader in 5th. Actually, that's not true, because the GP1 car there is in P4 now. Right, Garage 66 car. Oh, I'm seeing 2 Garage 66 cars.
It should only be that
here.
Silver BRZ there.
Yeah, I don't know why I was seeing 2 cars on timing there. Let's give this a refresh and see what it says.
So it comes through in 5th. So you have your All-Star Racing, your GP1 leader, leading the race overall. Yeah. 6 seconds back, the 58 from Stratus Racing, that is your GTU leader. A little bit behind them, the number 70 Round 3 Racing Porsche Cup car, that is your GTO leader.
There we go.
Then comes the 38 Palomar Racing, second in GP1. Then comes the 214 Garage 66, your GP2 leader in 5th, who had just got back around the Camber Performance Ginetta, your second in GTO. Coming through the shot here, you can see it. Yeah, so I want to say top 9 overall are all on the lead lap, with Rooster Hall just being I want to say minute 13 out of the lead.
It's a really quite good run for that 846 as well. Remember, they had a brief off over at the exit of turn number 11, had to cut through the grass towards the inside of the carousel to get back on track, but all things considered, it was pretty innocuous.
Yeah, I believe that
keep the car pointed in the right direction.
That had lost them 3rd at the time in class to the Toyota, but the pit stop cycle under yellow, I believe, had reversed that. Good save out of the final corner with the 83.
Kept it off the wall, yeah.
Oh, that is the 83. So that is the GP2 second place entry, Palomar. The yellow nose rolling back here, trying to rejoining the dip there, coming out of the final corner.
Yeah, this is kind of the same situation the 909 was in, just on the front side of the gravel trap. It all just slopes away, and trying to pull your car forwards up the hill to get back to the track surface is just really, really difficult. Whoever's on board that car did an amazing job to spin the wheels up and keep it out of the red Armco there on driver's.
So close.
Really good. And I mean, you could say it didn't matter because who has control in the runoff anyway, but I'm telling you, even a tiny amount of friction generated there can pull the car forward away from the wall. It's a good situational awareness.
Oh, they tried to get a run in the grass, but it's too wet by the looks of it, which is a bit too much of an incline. He's coming back to try to get another run. Has a gap in traffic if he can do it quick. Onto pit road comes WRL Racing out of 9th.
Yep.
Oh, you can just see the spray coming out of the back of the car there. No luck. I think he might need help here.
He got closer than the NPO1 did.
Hold on, he's angled it a bit better here, so might be able to, instead of going 90 degrees up the hill, now it's 45.
Yep,
but
got
we
it.
do have
Got
traffic
it.
coming.
Tremendous.
All right, well done.
The back of the car is absolutely caked. That is now a yellow and brown BMW. But give it a couple of quarters here to clean the mud off of the tires and off the back of the car, and it'll be good as new. I am sure. The good news is that car had 2 laps in hand over the number 27 Proper Performance Civic, which has just come through, so it hasn't even given up a lap to the car that was behind it. And obviously the Garage 66 car out front, kind of in a class of its own at the moment. Things were close yesterday afternoon between those 2 cars, but it's heavily favored the Subaru BRZ instead this morning, and that spin will not have done them any favors. Still a long way to go here, but yeah, good news. Not in danger of having lost that or losing that spot on the second step of the GP2 podium.
Yeah. Reports that Dakota Dickerson's in the 58 Stratus.
All right.
That is the second place overall car right now, doing a 49.3 last lap. Comes across the line now doing a 48.5. So that is the first, and as of right now, the only car under a 150. So that gap now to the lead of the overall race is down to about 3.5 seconds. There you can see it in shot here.
Yeah, and just like we saw yesterday, JT, as the conditions change, so too does the relative performance of each of the cars. You know, grip levels will come and go at different rates depending on how much downforce your car generates, the tires you've got on, the size of your tires, and you know, this number 5 is clearly having its moment in the sun-ish clouds. But anyway, on a drying track, it is still favoring the 5. The closer we get to actually having a dry line and dry conditions, the more it will trend away from a GP1 car, because of course it will, and over towards something like a GTU car. GTO cars were quick before the track rubbered in yesterday, and it's just this kind of constant changing set of circumstances. Last corner car looks to be in the tire wall on driver's right. It's the number 108 from Polecat Racing. It's just off to the right-hand side of the shot, and unfortunately from here it's behind the pit lane tents, but I can see it clear as day out the window here. It's right up against the tire wall. A meatball being shown to somebody there.
That should be the 39, I believe.
Okay,
that is a team
performance car.
Team requested meatball, unfortunately from 10 minutes ago.
Yep. 108 is being shown as 4 off drivers left, but without an impact. So may have gotten away without actually getting to the tire wall, but it was very, very close.
Yeah, rejoined relatively quick here. So yeah, it looks like it managed to stay out of the wall there. Rejoins behind the Stratus cars here.
Yeah.
So to note here, for the viewers joining in recently, the 2 Stratus cars chasing the 5 All-Star Racing. The 60 is the normal looking Stratus, and the 58, the second overall one, is this yellow nose Stratus. Unfortunately, that car, I believe, had a moment in the grass earlier in the race, and featuring a new nose today. The sister car letting them through here as they go through turn 3 into turn 4. Good to see the 851 from AOA Racing back out there. The
Yeah.
dark blue MX-5 coming through shot here, unfortunately, was ran into coming into turn 4 earlier by the Brian Herta Autosport Hyundai. But patched back up and back out there circulating in GP2, formerly a GP3 entry.
Yeah, Brian Herta Autosport Hyundai definitely came off worse in that incident. They did take the 851 NC MX-5 back to the paddock, as you said, JT, but it was actually a pretty quick repair to get that car back out on track.
Yeah.
If anything, the longest part of their recovery was literally getting the car recovered.
Yeah,
And pulled
it
out of
seemed
the
like
gravel
it, yeah.
trap over there. 39 has made it to the pit lane as a result of that meatball. Yay. And they're pulling the left front fender away from the tire. Interesting. And the other proper performance Civic, just a little slow up over the crest there at the keyhole turn. Couple of GTU cars in a line. JT's already kind of discussed the ins and outs of those Stratus, the shape and color of those Stratus cars. Really kind of a different set of circumstances to what we had with GTU yesterday, JT. Those NPO1s kind of struggled for ultimate pace when the track was both green and drying. We would have expected those cars to be actually quite quick around here, but they just lacked the ultimate grip, mechanical grip required to generate the aero grip, right? And so they were slow through the slow and medium speed corners, and it seemed to take a while for those cars to switch on, but as the track rubbered in when it was still dry, they really kind of came into their own and got to the place where we would have expected. This morning, as the track's drying out, it's kind of a different situation. They are the quickest cars on track. Stratus number 58 in the 149, mid 149s. Stratus 60 in the high 149s last time around. Next quickest car last time was All-Star Racing. This time a low to mid 49. So, as a GP1 car, never mind the GTO, never mind the GTO cars, right? So, yeah, interesting. It's favoring those GTU cars, or suiting those GTU cars a little bit better. Not sure what it is about the specific conditions this morning that's making it a little bit better for them than it was yesterday. Yeah, just little differences in conditions and circumstances can make a big difference in terms of performance. Gary Wenstrup says, it looks like they put a lot of work in turn 4. They have a lot of work into turn number 4. And quite literally moved mountains. Mountains of earth to bring things out to grade there. Fortunately, haven't had to use it really at all. 2 cars off this morning, 1 car off yesterday into the gravel trap there at China Beach. And everything down there looks like you could run FIA grade 1 type racing here. It's they did a really nice job with filling out. For many years, it's just been something of a launching pad over there at turn number 4, without changing turn number 4, by the way. Maybe the grade and the banking has changed ever so slightly, but really not so as to change the way the corner is taken. It just kind of changes the optics of the corner. So, yeah, the vibes down there at turn 4 are still very much the same. Still a great passing opportunity on the brakes. Still a really nice switchback setup up into turn 5 and down the hill on the other side at 6. Yeah, really good stuff by everybody over the fall and the winter to get China Beach ready to go for 2025.
good slide from the 333 here. Unfortunately, I believe that is them going a lap down to the number 5. It looks like it.
I think you're right. Yep.
Yeah, that 5 is blindingly quick. At least, I'd say about 4 seconds quicker than anybody else in GP1 so far. Yeah, I think the next quickest lap last time through was the 64 from Open Throttle down in 11th after their issues today. 53.7. Well, I say that as the 85 does a 53.2. Excellent. Yeah, that 85 having a relatively quieter afternoon here.
Yeah.
It had a slower start, if I recall correctly, during the opening stage of this race. Cycled up to 3rd in GP1 at one point as All-Star hits pit lane.
Yes. Yes. Just ducked in there to driver's left. Out of the overall race lead, let's not forget. As far as the class battles go, you mentioned that they had put that 333 Bruce Innovations car a lap down.
Yes. So now the 333 is back on the lead lap.
Yes. Oh, car off at turn at the carousel. It's the 909 again. I think it's just going to be to the right-hand side of this camera shot. But it is moving forward. It's virtually in the same spot as the Polecat car was in a couple of laps ago. The problem is if it's 10 yards further back, laterally along the track, it's unfortunately in a slight depression there, and it's going to have to position itself in a way to kind of move crossways up the hill. It is reversing. Actually should enter the shot here in a moment. Yeah, this is, remember, the car that was also off at the exit of the final corner here, maybe 25, 30 minutes ago. Yeah, I fear this one might be stuck again. Jump on board. Is this the 64, Dustin? Yeah, open throttle. One of the open throttle BMWs. Not sure if it's 63 or 64.
I believe the 63. Judging by the on-track position.
Oh, right. Yeah, that makes sense.
Because I believe they had been overtaken by Blaze Racing about 10 minutes ago or so. And I believe Samson Racing is slowly trying to reel in the BMW. Now down to a 1.5 second gap there for the 8th place in GP1.
So what this pit stop for the All-Star Racing number 5 does is it kind of promotes this three-way fight to now be the fight for the class lead. Palomar Racing 38, Ginger Racing 46, and the 333 from Bruce Innovations are actually all within 15, 16 seconds of each other. I fear it's all going to be a little bit moot here because I think we're going to have to go full course yellow to go retrieve the 909 automatic NPO1. Kenneth, let's in the chat, live timing anywhere, redmist.racing, all one word, redmist.racing is kind of the in-development race hero type solution. Race-monitor.com also has some pretty basic live timing there as well, but it is real time. And same thing with the Race Monitor Android and iOS apps available for you as well, but thoroughly enjoying the efforts of Brian Griggs and Big Mission Motorsports to help develop Red Mist.Racing. We're still green at the moment, and the Homatro safety truck Ridgeline is poking its nose out ever so slightly over there at turn number 12.
Ooh, are we
I
gonna
wonder
try
if
a
we're
hot
try and
pole?
do this live. Yeah. So the tricky thing is, I don't think we can put the ridgeline in the grass. We'd have to park it on track, and doing that under green flag conditions, especially having to move counter race here, is a little bit dodgy. But to be fair, everybody's played reasonably well under local yellows today. So, yeah, no, and they changed their minds now. We're going to go full course yellow. Flags are up at start finish. Yeah, that makes a little bit more sense to me. Also had a note from Layla, who was up here in the booth, but briefly stepped out to snap a couple of photos before the halfway point. Apparently, the 58 Stratus was briefly slow over at turns 4 and 5. And that was reported in the race control log as well. Is this full course yellow number 6, JT?
7.
7, all right. Does that include the initial lengthened
Not the start, no.
safety car? Okay.
That said, this is the third full course yellow from the 909.
We had the one here at the last corner. This second one up at the carousel. What was the other one?
So the first one was also turn 12. That was our fourth full course yellow, and then the
Okay.
the exit out of 13 was the
Yeah.
sixth full course yellow.
Okay. Yeah. Into the pit lane comes the Stratus number 58,
Yep, yellow nose.
overall race leader. Round 3 racing number 70 should come around to inherit the lead if they don't also make a stop here. But they were in just about 13 laps ago, and based on how long they went the first time, I am a little concerned by the reports of that car being slow earlier. I wonder here if they do something other than just fuel. Fortunately, it's not in a particularly visible space for me.
Oh, that's a bummer. You see who's directly behind the safety car here?
Ah, it's the 333. This happened yesterday with a couple of cars where they would get passed, and then immediately a full course yellow came out, and it was the type of split that basically split the class. Yeah, not the first time that's happened this weekend, and of course it is all the luck of the draw, but yeah, that's tough for the 333.
I mean, the good news is they're still on the GP1 lead lap because the All-Star Racing did pit under green. Actually, no, because Palomar is a lap up, I believe. The 38, I believe, is, still on the lead lap because they did not pit under green.
Well, All-Star was the only car to pit under the green flag, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So it kept the 333 technically on the lead lap, or put the 333 back on the lead lap in GP1, but the overall leader had just gone past it, right? That would have been the Stratus 58, would have just cleared the 333 before the full course yellow. And this is tough. I mean, similar to what it was yesterday, JT, sometimes these splits cause a gap that you've got to rely on circumstance to help you make up. The field is just too tightly packed in terms of lap time It's too competitive for somebody to start clawing back chunks of time without some other, catalyst for it, like changing conditions or something like that. So the 333 is kind of going to have to lean on, I think, another full course yellow here in succession to try and get some of that time back. It's noting as we circulate under the full course yellow here, we're back to a pretty light gray track surface that you can see is not quite dry, but is drying. We've got a fairly brisk wind out there this morning that I believe is mostly out of the east. And so we'll help to move some water across the track surface and help to dry things out a little bit. Still reliant on temperature to do some of the rest of the work, and we're just not getting it this weekend. The 909 is back out on the hard surface. We've got the 60 into the pit lane, so that's the Stratus Trio all in and taken care of. 909 will go straight for the pit lane as well. Honda Ridgeline does work again. The whole Montrose safety team. And we'll tuck back into its home over there at the exit of the carousel. So as we reset ourselves here to go back to green flag racing, overall race leader is now the round 3 racing number 70, ahead of the GTU class leading Stratus number 58. That car was just into the pit lane under the full course yellow. The Camburn Performance number 178 Janetta, second place in GTO, is about 8 seconds further back, and will restart third place in timing. Not quite the same in the pacing order. But look for that 178 Janetta. The number 38 of Palomar Racing is the P1 leader. We just kind of went through the GP1 situation. On track, they're separated by 18 seconds at this pace. It'll be less than that when we go back to speed. But Ginger Racing is tucked in between the 38 and the 5 there, right in second place in GP1. A good day for them so far. They did have made a couple of pit stops, but not under the most recent full course yellow. So at least on rotation here, they're in a pretty good place. GP2 leader is still Garage 66. It's a Subaru BRZ running 5th place overall at the moment. And if you're wondering about track conditions, we are fastest lap still in the 1 minute 48, about 14 seconds off of where we were towards the end of the day dry running yesterday. Lights are out. Green flag is in the air, and the 333 Bruce Innovations BMW down to GP1 leads us back to green flag racing conditions. Palomar, number 83 there, second on the road. Down the front straightaway comes the 70. That is the Toyota Supra number 90 in tow, and I believe the Stratus number 58 goes around the outside. This will be the battle for the overall race lead, headed down the pro straight towards the keyhole turn. NPO1 not able to clear the Toyota R&D Racing Supra, but the 70 goes just a touch deep up to the back of the sister car, the other round 3 NPO1. That's the number 10. Pulled to the inside, let them go. GTO cars should have a little advantage here down the back straightaway. See if they can't clear the very Porsche-looking Sebeco NP01 from round 3 racing. Traffic, at least through this part of the lap, favoring that number 70 Trimtex Porsche. NPO1 just doesn't quite pull down the straightaway, even that Stratus car. And now it's going to be mired in this traffic. So it's going to go from being maybe 8 or 10 car lengths off the back of the overall race leader to being significantly further back than that. Remember, too, the tire temperature will have dropped pretty substantially. And wait a couple of laps, I think, for that Stratus number 58 to get back up to the round 3 racing Porsche. This is about where that Bruce Innovations car could use the full course yellow with the the number 70 tucked in behind it. It's only got another lap or so, I think, before that goes the other way.
I mean,
Porsche's
it's probably going to happen
now.
out of 2, if not out of 1.
Oh, yeah, get him down the back straight. Either the pro straight or the back straight. You'd see just how much that Stratus Sebeco MP01, Stratus number 58, has struggled to get through the traffic in the second half of the lap. Battle for second place in GP1 is very much on as well. Ginger Racing is going to be down towards the end of this line of cars. See if we can hang on this shot for a moment and try and pick that car up. There's Palomar 83.
Yeah, we're looking for Blue Nose Palomar there.
There it is.
Directly behind it with Blaze on the outside.
Oh, yeah. So
Ginger.
it's the battle for the top three. I didn't realize they had closed up that quickly to the back of the Palomar number 38, but they are all right together. So first, second, and third in GP1. Back end of the shot as they come down towards the braking zone at turn number 4. Blaze Racing is also in there. That car is a lapped car in GP1, but your leaders, their last 3 in line, Palomar, Ginger Racing, and All-Star Racing will work up through madness with heaps of traffic. Remember, too, this is all 4th, 5th, and 6th place overall. So virtually every car in front of them is a lap down or more to where they sit in the overall running order. So to some degree, this is them actually working through traffic.
Yep, and the GP2 leader just 2 seconds behind them.
Also a battle for overall position there with the Garage 66 Subaru BRZ. Little wipers on. Pick up a little bit of rain again here? Doesn't look like it. Down towards the carousel to close out lap number 84.
Kind of getting balked by the 39 here. This traffic kind of bunched
Yeah,
up here.
the margin is good enough for the Palomar car, but maybe not good enough for Ginger Racing as they come down the front straightaway. The number 5 is going to show the nose on the brakes into turn number 1, and I think that's job done. All-Star Racing number 5 back into second place in GP1. Indeed it is, and they'll set their sights on the Palomar 38, who is somewhere in this gaggle of traffic headed up the hill into the keyhole turn. There it is. Yeah, margin no more. It's now nose to tail in the battle for the GP1 race lead. BMW versus BMW versus BMW.
Who would have thought?
Amazing. One of my favorite camera angles this year. I was able to get a camera up there last year for our SCCA Super Tour coverage and realized, hey, maybe having cars pointed directly at a camera at top speed is a good idea. Turns out, works out very, very well.
It works.
Now that Palomar car gets one of the NPO1s in between itself and the All-Star Racing BMW. Trend towards 11:30 local time. It'll also be the halfway point. Should also be able to say hi to Scott Michaels somewhere around that point in the day. Maybe go get our turn 8 and 9 camera back once you and UJT and Scott Michaels are set up. So go grab some lunch. Haven't had lunch in 3 days. And that sounds ridiculous, but it's true.
On the bright side, when you're at Road America in a couple weeks, you'll be able to get some bratwurst for lunch.
I love bratwurst. Just had one yesterday. Sauerkraut with Zenf. We love a Zenf. We don't love Dusseldorf, but, you know, what are you going to do? I'm just kidding. Dusseldorf's beer is great. Their mustard is great. Highly recommend it. Actually, we were chatting last night, myself, Layla, Joseph Mudrock, and a local friend of his who I share an alma mater with, it turns out. We're out at a spot down in Columbus last night, and we were talking about visiting Germany. And I think the 24-hour there at the Nürburgring is high on Joseph's list. And well, while you're there, you might as well pop into Cologne or Dusseldorf or one of those fine Rhineland cities. To which he pointed out that Cincinnati is apparently also on the Rhine, even though it's on the Ohio. So, you know. Bratwurst, though. Breakfast bratwurst as well up at Road America. Yeah, the Egger is apparently the breakfast sandwich. I've actually had one. It's pretty good. I mean, bratwurst is like, it's a nice in-between of breakfast sausage and, you know, like normal hearty sausage. It straddles that line a little bit.
Yeah, but can it beat the Buc-ee's brisket breakfast sandwich?
Or the tacos, the breakfast tacos.
Oh yeah,
Both
that's right.
very, very good.
Nice little wiggle from the Chev's tank.
Yep, Palomar's going to get just chunked to the outside here a little bit, or chucked to the outside a little bit, as it comes up behind the pair of open throttle BMWs. It's going to allow the number 5 a run. They go to the middle of the track, down the front straightaway here to try and defend, but also get past the pair of open throttle BMWs. Does it allow the 5 around the outside? No, it doesn't.
As
at
we
least
have
for
the
time being.
908 off track there in 1 as well.
Oh, yep. Keeps the foot planted. I think has made it through around the other side.
Yep. Pass done for All-Star. Just a better read on the corner there with the traffic from open throttle, and it gets through. Ginger's going to be right there to also try to pounce on the 38. So you're going to have Palomar to the inside approaching 4 here. Ginger has cleared it by the looks of it. Yep, under braking, looks like it's fully clear.
What happened in the last 20 seconds that Palomar's fallen from first to third?
Placement with traffic.
Okay.
Reading where the traffic was going to position
Yeah,
themselves
okay.
into one, and unfortunately just picking the wrong position. Whether or not they were kind of boxed into that position because of the placement of the All-Star, or whether that was more of a choice, but it didn't work out for them.
Got it.
Unfortunately, and it kind of got compounded and lost them 2 positions from that.
I looked away to welcome a guest up here to the booth, and all of a sudden the GP1 battle had completely turned on its head. I will turn my attention now, though, towards Cole Lofsgaard, who I forget is, what are you, 6'1"?
It's like 6. Well, I used to think I was 6'3", but I recently did a physical and had myself measured at 6'2.5".
Oh,
to go
shorted you the half-inch. Classic. Yeah, for some reason it just catches me off guard sometimes. Just every win you get in GTO, you add a half-inch, right? Maybe that's...
Don't tell all the GTO drivers that, man. Our egos are already through the roof. You know how that goes.
Cole Lofsgaard, you picked an extra one up yesterday in the Saturday 5.5-hour enduro, give or take, at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. It wasn't easy.
Oh, one of the probably the most intense, not just the most intense race of my life, but probably the most intense hour of my life at the end there. And to follow up on what you guys were talking about with Palomar and traffic, I mean,
yeah.
It's a one groove track in these conditions.
Mm-hmm.
So if you don't have that groove open to you, whether it's traffic or whatever, I mean, traffic placement is always critical no matter where we go on the WRL schedule. But I mean, in these conditions, and right now it's getting better, but I mean, in those type of conditions, it's everything.
Yeah. Because
there's only one place to put the car where there's any grip. And if you're, a couple feet off of that, I mean, you're just, it's ice. It's literally like driving on ice. And so it's very, Mid-Ohio has reminded us why we respect this place so much.
What's the transition been like? Because we've seen yesterday and today into and out of damp and wet weather conditions. There's very obviously a good dry line and a pretty obvious good wet line. And I'm sure it's not flipping a switch, right? There's a transition period in there where you've got to seek the grip. I'm sure the braking zones have changing levels of grip as well. How, in a car that, has only ABS and no traction control, what's that transition period like in the number 70 Porsche?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So yesterday, when the track started to dry out a little bit, even when it looked dry, like right now, you look out at the track, it looks relatively dry.
Yeah.
I can guarantee you if you jump in any one of these cars, you'd still think it's almost full wet out there. So this track, even when it's just damp, you still have to run, kind of a modified version of the rain line, especially because, you got certain corners where there's these running rivers across the track. The grass is kind of seeping water across the track all day, and that doesn't stop, even if the rest of the track is bone dry. So, that can affect your line in certain corners. So I would say the big difference is that there's some areas as the track starts to dry out where you can run a little bit more in the center, maybe start thinking about getting to the apex, the keyhole, turn four, even in full wet, you can actually, you've got some options there. I'd say it's the one corner here where, you have some options where you want to place the car. And, maybe in the S's as well. But with that transition, I mean, it's tough, right? Because you're kind of grasping at straws, trying to find where the grip is, and you don't know until you try it.
Yeah, sure.
And then even then, you don't know until you drive it in a little bit deeper to see if it's gonna stick. And then, as you see the track starting to dry out, you think, okay, maybe I can try getting a little bit closer to the apex. And if you carry enough speed, it's a decent way to test it safely. But again, you're grasping at straws. It's tough.
Tougher to go dry to wet or wet to dry? We've done both this weekend.
Man, I would say for us, dry to wet, because the wetter it gets, the worse our car is.
Okay.
And that's just we had that same issue last year too.
Okay.
Where our car in moderate conditions, pretty good. When it starts getting really wet, our car is just an absolute handful.
So, I mean, what is the difference maker here? Like, when you look at the GTU cars, okay, they're lighter cars. Lighter cars tend not to do as well in the rain. They're not able to generate the downforce they need to keep speed up mid-corner. I mean, it's a cascading effect, right? And that's been discussed on many broadcasts at length in professional racing even. It's just a common issue of that type of race car. When you look at the GTO cars, the general production cars even, right? We had a GP1 car leading overall for actually quite a long time this morning. The GP2 leader has been in the top 5 for most of the day as well. And you guys, for being, one of the quickest cars in the field, certainly the quickest non-prototype in the field, have struggled here and there for grip. I mean, for something that should be a similar type of platform, what drives that differential in pace that favors a more bland, let's say, production-based car?
Well, I mean, there's definitely there's a number of factors, right? First off, driver. I mean, driver is a big factor.
Sure.
I remember, what was it, 2022 when it was snowing out here?
It was.
There's a GP2 Miata that just smoked all of us. And I actually learned the rain line around here by following him.
Oh, wow.
Because he drove it to the overall lead. That was back in the M4 Haggerty days. And I was running kind of a conservative midline because I was concerned about sliding off the track.
Sure, yep.
And I saw him putting it on the outside. I'm like, I'm just going to try that one time. And it worked. And I'm like, oh, okay, so here's where the grip is. So, I mean, he smoked everybody until it started to dry up.
Sure.
And, not so much. But so I kind of learned the rain line from him. And, obviously, WRL, there's always a lot of talent here. So I would say in the GP field, I do think that the Bridgestone, they're on Continentals. My bad.
They are, yeah.
My bad. Sorry, Continental. The Continentals seem to work pretty well in the wet. At least with that All-Star M3 that was mixing it up with us.
Yeah.
I mean, no matter what I tried, I did not have what he had laterally in the corner.
I mean, you're Cole, but you're not Johan, and that's okay.
Yeah, Johan is Johan, right? But even if I would try to match him, and I would just completely lose the front or the rear.
Okay.
Sometimes I'd be in a 4-wheel slide, and I just couldn't. Even when he was behind me and I'd see him in the mirror, he could just get the car. I mean, look, Johan is amazing in the wet.
Yeah.
I'm not taking. That's why I led this off by saying drivers,
Yeah,
right?
sure. Yeah.
But I do think that tire is a little bit better in those really heavy full wet conditions. Nick Romano in the Palomar car was right behind me too, and he had good pace too. So. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a combination of factors, but and also chassis setup too, right?
Yeah.
Our car, typically we run our car pretty stiff, or at least it feels pretty stiff. as a driver. And so, you don't really have, one thing with our car in the wet is that it doesn't really warn you when it lets go, it just snaps.
Okay.
Especially in full wet. As it starts to dry out, it gets a little bit more predictable. The window's a little bit bigger there.
Okay.
But I mean, I had so many moments. I'm going to post a video of some onboards from yesterday, and you guys are going to laugh. I mean, I had so many moments where I'm like, oh, I'm done, I'm crashing, and somehow, some way, survived. So.
We've been promised that onboard video the last seven minutes or so. I think you said at the podium ceremony yesterday, you about wrecked 3 different times.
Oh, yeah.
And trying to chase down that number 90.
I had one moment. So when the Supra got by me, coming into turn 1, we were both on the outside entering 1, and there was I think GP2 Miata that was going way off the pace on the outside into 1, and that's where the rain line is. So right as the Supra in front of me is in the braking zone, right at the turning point, he goes to the inside to try to pass him, and suddenly I got this super slow Miata right in front of me.
Yeah. And
my plan was to try to, carry a good amount of momentum on the outside. Now I can't do that. So I have to go to the brake hard, and immediately I'm locking up the rears like I'm sideways before I'm even in the corner. And now I have to put it in between the right rear quarter panel of the Supra and this Miata on my far outside sideways. And I literally passed the Miata with about 45 degrees opposite lock in it. It was gnarly.
Amazing.
Yeah, so I don't know who that team is, but you're welcome. I didn't completely destroy your car. And fortunately, Joe, you're also welcome too.
Sure.
I
Didn't destroy his car either.
$300,000 cup car. But dude, that was absolutely gnarly. But I was telling the team too. I'm like, even though, I mean, I'm not going to say this is fun, but what I am going to say is that this is really, really good seat time as a driver if you can survive, because the mental focus it takes to do this, and especially be racing and working through traffic. I mean, it's so intense. And the car control that you need to have, and not only, and then you're always searching, you're looking for grip. When it's full wet, the line is the line, but like in these conditions now, you're starting to search, you're starting to play with it, and so this is all the things that get thrown at you in pro racing. So for any developing drivers, or for anybody trying to get to the next level, I mean, this is the place to do it.
So it's not necessarily a selling point here of DriversEye Live, but we do not have access to driver ID or driver entry list.
I was wondering.
No, not at the moment. It's kind of a work in progress. We'll see how close we can get there.
Come on, RJ, but get that going.
Flagtronics. It's
okay.
We got to find an integration solution there that doesn't cost a ton of money. But one of the things that's easy to kind of put to the side is, we see cars, we see team names, and we see lap times. Right, but there's a driver that's the catalyst, at least an hour or two at a time, to all of that. And your comment about how much focus is required to be consistent in changing conditions is something that it's easy for us to kind of place off to the side and not really think about. You did 2.5 hours this morning on the opening stint,
3, I think. Yeah,
close
2.5,
to 3, right? And you made no pit stops in between.
No.
Right, so you're out there, no break, running at a pace that's, you're using maybe half the fuel you would have in green flag conditions if you're going 2.5 hours. Yeah. Right. So all of that is conscious decision making to not do what your brain says is the quick way around.
Sure.
Right. And you're taking that feedback in every lap. How do you get to the end of one stint, never mind stint and a half, 2 stints, 2.5 hours in the seat of literally having to think about your decisions on a corner by corner basis?
Yeah, it's not easy.
How do you prepare for that?
Yeah, no sugarcoating it. It's not easy. So one thing that we've really been doing a lot of this year, I've been doing a lot of it in the last year and a half or so, and even before that, but I do a lot of simulator work where it's not necessarily that I'm on there to try to find the last 10th or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm just on there to run consistent laps over and within 2-3 tenths of a second, or within a tenth if I can. And so I'll do that leading up to each weekend. I'll sometimes spend a couple hours straight, and for me the simulator actually requires more focus than driving the real car, because the real car, you get so much more feedback.
Yeah.
You know, you get feedback through the seat, you get better feedback through the wheel, through the pedals. And so in a simulator, you're driving off of your vision and the little bit of feedback that you're getting through the wheel.
Yeah.
And in some ways, muscle memory too. So being fast in the sim, or trying to go fast in the sim, is I think a good way to develop that mental fortitude.
Okay.
But even then, it's tough, man. It's not easy. I mean, there's numerous times, especially, I'm sure everyone's dealing with this, but it seemed really bad in our car. Each of these full course yellows, our tire temperature is gone.
Yeah,
right?
sure.
So I drive it into turn 1 at my same braking point, and I did this, 3 or 4 times after each full course yellow. You go into turn 1, same brake point, turn in, and just about spin the thing, because there's just, there's no temperature in the tire.
Yeah.
There's, even around the normal rain line. So you have to be conscious of that, your first couple laps after a full course, that, you don't have temperature in the tire. And, then you kind of have to feel as the grip is coming back to you steadily, and, but then you don't want to overdrive it. So, but you also don't want to underdrive it. And, it ain't easy, man.
Sure.
But the best thing I can tell anybody on that is, put yourself in a position, whether it's the simulator or whether it's, going to K1 speed and doing like one of those Ironman 100-lap races or something, just do something where, you set an objective for yourself, whether it's an hour, whatever it is, to run the same lap over and over and over and over again. And in my opinion, that's how you can develop kind of that mental fortitude. But, that's far from a guarantee. I mean, it's no matter how much you prep for it, it's not easy.
So yourself, Chris, and Joe are dealing behind the wheel in number 70 this weekend. Didn't know Chris Pies was here, but did run into him yesterday again at the podium.
First win yesterday for him in GTO.
I cannot believe
I know.
that. I know he had one on the road that got taken away at Coda.
He had 2 that were taken away from him.
did he really?
Yeah.
I don't think I knew
2023 and 24.
At Coda, both?
Both at Coda. Yeah, that's why
I didn't know
coming
that.
into this weekend.
Right. Because, I got you.
Coming into this weekend, I told Joe, I'm like, hey, the thing that matters is getting Chris his W, because he's an extremely talented driver.
Yeah, sure.
And so for him to not have a win in GTO is just sinful. So I'm very happy actually, that's probably what motivated me yesterday to find something in the wet there. Was, Chris has got to get his win.
Yeah, sure. Do it for Chris.
For you, Chris.
Do it for Pies. Pies. So where I kind of wanted to go with that is, you've had Josh Balicki in the car, the last season and season and a half. And Josh is obviously extremely talented as well. Chris knows a lot more about WRL, multi-class racing, endurance racing, than Josh's exposure to it. Round 3 racing, for their part, the team used to operate in an obvious ladder system, GP3, 2, 1, and then the GTO car. It's now not that. Right, you guys have the GTO program with the number 70. There's kind of this 997 that's out there, maybe kind of, and then the 2.
It's a ghost of the past.
Sure. Ask Mike Gorman that question. Brad all of a sudden gets excited about 997 again. Yeah. But then the 2 GTU cars, which are substantially more customer focused. Right, so you've got a couple of hot shoes up in the Porsche, and you've got Carter, who's obviously tremendously talented on the GTU side. Is the program now, as it's changed, structured in such a way that you can lend some of your expertise, experience, advice maybe to the GTU program as well, and help them developing this new set of cars along with Carter, or is it pretty much siloed out into your Trimtex program in the 70 and their program in the Sevicos?
So Carter is much more familiar with the platform, and he's better in the GTU cars than I am. I've done a total of, I think, 6 laps in the GTU cars, so I'm not going to say that I really know how to go fast in that thing. I would need, some time in that car to really figure out that platform. So I let Carter do his thing, but we all have a really good relationship there. Yeah. With John and Christian and all those guys. I mean, we've really developed in a short amount of time. We've developed a good camaraderie there. So I'll still talk, and I'll talk about racecraft and things like that. But as far as how to drive the car, no, that's I don't want to accidentally say anything that might be,
Sure.
that might be applicable to the 70 car, but not necessarily applicable to the GTU cars. And Carter's a great coach.
Yeah.
He's really grabbed that program by the horns and really kind of come into his own with it. I mean, he's really taken a good liking to that car, and he's very fast in it, obviously.
Yeah.
And so Carter in terms of how to drive the GTU cars, that's all Carter. But yeah, well, I'll talk about racecraft sometimes. I'll talk about what WRL, what the tendencies are in WRL when it comes to traffic and things like that. But this year and last year too, I feel like the level, just the awareness level, the 2022, 2023, 2021, especially in 2021, there was some real shenanigans out there for sure.
Yeah.
And to put it nicely, and I feel like now the field has really matured, and the teams have matured, and the quality of driving out there is a lot better than it's been in the years past. So even some of the things that I say to these guys, I'm like, hey, this was our experience in years past, but nowadays you maybe don't have to be as concerned about that, but you still need to be ready for anything. But I mean, that's a general rule of racing, right?
Does information flow the other way within the program about helping you understand how those cars make their speed, where they're quick, what they need to operate quickly, and how you can better interface with them in terms of dealing with them as traffic, let's say? Yeah,
a little bit as traffic, because certainly, Stratus and us always seem to find each other.
Yeah,
I don't know what it is with us and Stratus and the 70 car, but we're always around each other. So, getting that information from those guys about the characteristics of those cars does, and we have a good relationship with Stratus too. So, it's not like, nothing's been said between us. So, understanding the characteristics of that car definitely helps when it comes to traffic.
Yeah. Okay.
So, or traffic management.
As far as the 70 plans for the 70 go, you've already been in this morning. You get back in towards the end, or is that going to be Chris?
Yeah, I'm probably going to drive the last hour.
Gotcha.
Last hour, we'll see. Last hour and a half, maybe.
Are we looking at championships this early into the season, or are we just clicking off race wins here?
I want trophies.
Yeah, I gotcha.
But the championship will take care of itself. So we definitely, it's in the back of our mind, right?
Yeah, sure.
But we know that if we just go out here and do what we do and try to click off wins, then the points will take care of themselves. So,
I gotcha.
But we've started the season off on the right foot. We expect to continue that, and but we expect competition to keep us honest too. And yesterday was good proof of that, and we hope for more of that as the year goes on.
Last question for you. Looking forward towards Road America, just for our our understanding and planning. Similar driver lineup in the 70 for you guys.
So it's going to be me and Joe.
Okay.
The third. Why am I blanking on this? I think it's going to be. I think Josh is coming back.
Okay. All right.
Don't quote me on that.
All right.
But if I remember correctly, I think Josh is coming back for Road America.
All right.
But Chris will be back a few more times. So obviously Josh's schedule with NASCAR has been pretty demanding this year. That's got to be his priority.
Mm-hmm.
But he's going to be with us for a few events, and as it works out, it kind of seems like whatever events he's not going to be at, if Chris can do it, he'll be there. Sure. And we might have Cam Shields back too.
Oh, nice.
If the schedules align. It's all about getting schedules to align, right? So, it'll be kind of that third position will be kind of a revolving door as the year goes on. But everybody that we have is they're familiar with this car, they're good with this car. So no matter who it is, I think we're gonna be stout.
Awesome. Cole, thank you very much for stopping by. Best luck to you today. And hopefully we'll see you sometime up at Road America in a couple of weeks.
Speaking of Johan, by the way.
Yeah.
So talking about you. Just saying. It was all good things. I was giving you a lot of credit for smoking us out there.
Johan Schwartz has popped up here into the back corner of the commentary booth across track. Johan dressed for the occasion. Cole, maybe not so much. Johan's layered, fully layered. Yeah. I got you. With the booth cam we got. Yeah. JT, Tammy, Scott Michaels, have we joined the booth as well?
I
just
believe
JT.
Scott has joined.
All right.
He just might not be ready yet.
We'll All right, that's okay. We can transition right into a little Johann Schwartz action here as well. We were just talking about you yesterday, and a little bit this morning, obviously. But I said, really haven't seen Johann up in the booth in a while. There was a time where you were on every DriversEye live broadcast we did, whether it was SCCA, WRL, it didn't matter. It seemed to bump into each other a lot, and then I felt like I didn't see you for like a year. But you're back with us, Johann, and reasonably freshly out of the number 5?
Yeah, I would say about maybe 30 minutes
Okay.
ago. Yeah.
You look fresh as a daisy.
Yeah, well, thank you. Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Was it?
Yeah, it was a good time.
You looked... so we have the onboard camera this weekend.
Okay, yeah.
Great feed quality, really, really fun to watch anybody behind the wheel in those types of conditions.
Sure.
But compared to the other cameras we had, and we know the challenging grip levels around Mid-Ohio in the rain, you looked so relaxed. Like you were just out there cruising.
Yeah.
Was it that way?
Well, I mean, there's some tense moments.
Yeah,
but,
sure.
I think being relaxed kind of helps give you, if you're driving 2 tenths, in a sense, 2 tenths, right? Not the 2 fraction.
I got you.
Right?
Yeah, 20%.
But not the 20%. Then you get the opportunity to feel the car better, relaxed on the wheel, and just kind of feeling the grip in the rear, because every time that you are on the wet line, right, and you have to cross the dry line, which is the slick one, right? So you have to be very careful with the throttle application there. So you have some grip, but it's so easy to break it loose, and then you lift, and then you lose all your exit speed, right?
Yeah, sure.
So it gives you a more sense of, you feel your sensory kind of picks up on all this stuff. So being relaxed is important.
It's easy to take for granted just how much experience plays a role in being able to adapt to conditions, right? And you see somebody running around in a wet line, and you say, oh, well, why doesn't everybody just run that line? But it's not obvious where that line always is, number one. And, I mean, even here at Mid-Ohio with the repave before last year, I'm sure the grip levels there have changed as well. I mean, is it easy to switch on for your brain? Oh, as we get a spinner over the exit of turn number 9.
So that's actually the 80. Yeah, so that's the 85 out of GP1, the AOA Racing. That actually had a spin and impacted the tire barrier by the sound of it.
Oh, okay. Over there on the inside of 9, so maybe spun at the exit of 8. But do you have to switch it on, or do you have to go hunting for where the grip is, or does your brain just say, okay, I'm going to avoid this line and I'm going to build this new line in my head, and that's where the grip should be?
Well, it kind of first it starts on the pace lap, right? Okay. I had the opportunity to feel it there, and you feel it with turning the wheel kind of, and you're moving the line around. Okay. I kind of learned a little bit from yesterday, when it started raining towards the end of the day. And there's very few areas on this track where you can go to the apex. Yeah. There's really 1 and 4 is the only 2 that you can go to. Everywhere else is the rain line.
Why is that?
It's repaved.
Okay.
That has a repave on there that hasn't gotten rubbered in yet. Okay. So it actually has a decent amount of grip.
Okay.
But I was talking to another team about it yesterday, and it is building the confidence of being able to go outside the race line. If your muscle or your brain is telling you that it's slick at the apex, it's tough. Sometimes can be tough to convince yourself that, well, if you go closer to the grass, which has no grip, then there might be more grip, right?
Yeah, sure.
So some of the lines, especially up in 1 and 2, is you're right next to the grass. Yeah. The front tire is right next to the grass. You ride that rim, and that is the confidence in that you can do that because you have no runoff, right?
Exactly.
There was one time, actually, when I was racing Cole, and he went on, and I cut off the brakes a little bit so I could roll a little more speed, and I caught up, and now I got on the outside of him. And he started going to the rain line, and I had to kind of go off the track because
we saw it happen there right at the keyhole, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
And I didn't want, he had every right to do what he was doing, but I didn't want to make contact. Yeah. So I was turning out, and then I went off, and I'm telling you, the grass has absolutely no grip.
We kind of referred to it as the Kyle Larson line, right? In NASCAR, he likes to run right around the edge of the track, right up against the wall. and it's great because it's obviously his fastest way around, and it's where he's most comfortable. The problem is there's just no margin.
Correct.
Right? So if anything changes, whether it's traffic or sudden change in grip, or there's a pile of mud on the track or whatever, then you're hosed.
Yeah.
Right? Then you're in trouble. So. Yeah, we did see some of that down there at the keyhole. Is that all conscious decision making for you, or are you just once you're in that zone, you're out there kind of existing?
You are kind of that's what I enjoyed about rain driving, because really no lap is the same.
Yeah,
because
okay.
I'm always trying to figure out, can I move in a little further so I can get a little more radius, roll some more speed, and there's somewhere that the rim shot is just the only way to go, right? And as soon as I move in, boom, then you lose the grip.
Yeah.
So and then you register all that, right? But then you register also the opportunity to where you can pass, because sometimes what's the corner actually? The one over here.
It's 10 goes up the hill, and then 11's the left-hander.
Yeah,
At the
the
top.
left-hander is all a rim shot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's all a rim shot. You go to the apex, and that you wash completely out.
Kind of rises at the apex too, up from the left, so it's like not quite off camber, but it's not right either.
Yeah. So then you have the opportunity to go on the outside of somebody, and they start coming out. So you really got to make sure you present yourself, right? So you can make good lap time, but racing sometimes passing on the outside in those areas can be, very marginal, right? So, but I enjoyed it. I mean, I've always enjoyed the wet, and when I was, born in Denmark, right? My parents had a little pond, 2 acre. So when it froze over in the winter, I put studded tires on the front of the little Mini and no studded tires in the back, right? So learning car control. Back then, I wanted to go into rallying, right? So I was every Finnish driver you can imagine out there, So it makes it a lot of fun.
Sure.
Yeah. But and then then obviously the car control that you developed, and I've had the opportunity to been on many different skid pads, right?
Sure.
So that gives you confidence. And a little plug for our skid pad clinic that we are actually having conjunction with WRL in July at Road Atlanta.
Oh, fantastic!
For the Max Track Day.
Where will that be happening? Down at the south end of the track?
At turn 6 and 7.
Yeah. Fantastic.
So
I didn't know that.
we'll do that on the Thursday.
Okay.
On the test day prior to.
Wow, very cool.
So Charlie is putting that together, and I'll be instructing it.
Very cool.
In conjunction. And then I do the car control clinic in the off season.
Yeah.
We just finished that. So we had 3 of them this year. December, February, March.
Mm-hmm.
In the off season, so people can work on their car control skills when there's no other track days, right?
Yeah.
Because I mean, the racetrack is a terrible place to learn car control.
Sure.
We've unfortunately seen some of it, right?
Yeah.
And it's just, here you on a skid pad, you could do it over and over again. And if you fail, you just turn the car around and do it again, right? So you get to do it many times throughout the day. So that's definitely something that's worthwhile. In that for that July date, if anybody wants to really work on their car control, and then you get comfortable. What I also find is that people that get sideways and they catch it, but then they're like, I don't know if I can do that again. And then they actually start slowing down.
Yeah, sure.
And then they have to build up speed, right? Whereas if you're like, oh, I know what to do here, and you get a little sideways, you just embrace it. Say, okay, maybe I overdrove a little bit, or need to move my line if it's wet, even in a dry, right? Car control is a great thing to have. So it's really worthwhile. I can tell, I can not, there's so many people that could have saved so much money. Seriously.
Yeah.
And I know them well, and I have a hard time saying that you could have saved hundreds of thousands. And one in particular that I can think of that did not embrace it. Car control, that's not really for me. And a lot of a lot of money and some ruined weekends, right? So,
I mean, like anything, right? You have to build the skills in order to apply them. And unfortunately, at a racetrack, getting a car sideways 10, 15, 20 times to get comfortable with it on the limit,
correct.
Even in the dry, is not something you want to risk 15, 20 times, right?
No. And
So,
you can't do it either, right? 15, 20 times. Here you can do it 15, 20 times within an hour.
Yeah.
Easily, right?
Yep.
And a lot of times people don't know what they didn't do to save it.
Yeah.
You know, and it's very often recognizing it. One thing, right? Recognize, feel the grip in the rear going away, so you can kind of get ahead of it. Secondly is slow hand speed, like people turn slowly, so they'll never catch up to the rear end. Sometimes if it's a big one, right, the hand speed is too slow, and the fourth one would be the one where they hook it, right?
Yeah, sure.
They may save it, and then they're like, okay, I got it, but then the front end catches up, and now they're going to the wall. So, yeah.
Primary advertisement was maybe a little bit late this morning. Number 5, way out in front of everybody, not just GP1, overall race lead. How was that?
That was fun.
Yeah?
Yeah, I had a good, I mean, I really...
Did you know, like, oh yeah, I'm out clear of everybody here?
Well, they told me on the radio.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so I had a pretty good idea who was up, you know, normally front runners, Cole and the Janetta, as I saw, and then obviously when the pace car came out, they picked me up. So, you know, so it was fun to have clear track at the end, because sometimes when the rain was coming down, it's tough to go down into 4.
Sure, I believe it.
I mean, you can't see anything. Yeah.
Can you feel the bump there where the pavement changes as well? I noticed it a little bit the other day, but I didn't know if it really had an impact on it.
No, you can feel it, but and that's one of those repaved areas too, where you have grip on the inside.
Did it change the corner at all? That repave and kind of realignment over there?
I'll be honest with you, I don't remember.
Yeah, okay, I got you.
Yeah, you know, it's still I mean, a lot of people overslow the corner a little bit. There's but you know, and then people set up for the left-hander. Sometimes it's better just to track all the way out and really roll that speed in.
I understand.
In the dry.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'll ask you one more set of questions here before I turn you loose. Not that I'm going to kick you out of the warmth, but you know, All-Star Racing. You've been in and out of a couple of different teams. You're friends with many, obviously. You're a well-known figure in the paddock here, Johan. But All-Star Racing has been one of your fixture programs. Came into the series almost 2 years ago now, and as soon as they were in, they were back out. Had a big shunt down at VIR, I think.
Correct.
2023. Would have been an easy thing to say, you know what, maybe we don't need to spend this kind of money to write off cars and rebuild cars and that sort of thing. But you plugged back in, you, Kenny, and Steve Park, right? Yeah. And I saw you guys up on the podium yesterday, and y'all look like you're enjoying yourselves just as much as you were, you know, when the whole program started, despite all the challenges that you guys have faced. You know, what was that kind of rebuild process like for the team after what happened at VIR and getting back to not just being at a place where you guys are competitive, but competitive in a much improved, I think, GP1 from where it was even when you guys, you know, first kicked the program off?
I will say, Kenny, the team owner, Kenny Hendrick, he does not quit.
Okay.
He is, when that car got, you know, obviously he was down for maybe an hour or two, and then it was like, okay, we are fixing this car up and we're doing it again.
Yeah.
And in between races, the amount of work and effort that he puts into it, you know, so, and that's what it takes to participate in this, right? So it's been fun following that process and, you know, driving with Steve. And when we're not in a race car, you know, he tells me all kinds of stories from back when he was racing Winston Cup. Yeah. And that's super entertaining. I'm all into that. I'm a history buff when it comes to all that. And kind of like a little behind the scene kind of stuff that is a little that would never written in the papers, right? And the experiences that he had with, you know, Dale Earnhardt Sr. waking him up and getting out of bed and going out to the farm and doing stuff, you know, all those stuff, right? So that has been a lot of fun, and they are absolutely, like I said, no quitters, and awesome. Keep working on it. So when they're racing, and then when Moorhead is not, then I'll go with them. My primary is the Moorhead, and I'll be back with them at Road America.
Okay, very cool. Yeah. Johan Schwartz. Well, you know what? Just now that you say that about Steve, the thought just popped into my head. In an alternate universe, Johan Schwartz is a Winston Cup road course ringer.
Okay.
Out at Sonoma and Watkins Glen. This is what I would have wanted to see. If times were different in a parallel world, I think you would have done an amazing job behind the wheel of a Winston Cup.
And I would have loved it.
I bet you would have.
I would have even a truck, an Xfinity car, right?
Maybe
I
it's
was
not
close
too
to
late.
racing at Coda last year.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
In what?
Xfinity.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
So
it's not too
maybe,
late.
Maybe, you know, we'll see what happens.
All
But
right.
I do enjoy this very much too. So,
Very cool.
you know, if it happens, great. You know,
Yeah.
but when I came here in the early '90s, I always wanted to. After I saw what NASCAR was all about, you know, maybe, you know, just check one box with one race, right? We'll see what happens.
Yeah. I hope for it. I'd love to see it. We'll see you back at Road America. Different car, but obviously back doing the WRL and endurance racing thing just the same. Johan Schwartz, congratulations on a fantastic opening stint, and thanks for coming up. See you in the car before the end? Are you
Possibly.
out? Okay.
We'll see.
We'll keep an eye out.
Kenny makes that call.
I got you.
Yeah.
We'll keep an eye out for you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Johan. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Back to green after the 8th full course yellow. Recovery in the 85 AOA. BMW out of GP1 had been 5th at the time. Had done an excellent job working its way up, but unfortunately that issue has relegated them down the orders. They've towed the car back to pit road. Hopefully they can get that repaired and back out. Up at the front of the field, 58 Stratus Racing leads overall. Second place, the sister car, the 60. Had come across the line 6.7 seconds behind at the time. A little bit further back, round 3 racing, 3rd overall. Leader in GTO, a couple seconds up the road from the Camburn Performance Ginetta, running 2nd in GTO at the moment. You do still have the Garage 66 Subaru BRZ leading in GP2 by a couple laps over the 83 from Palomar. Currently sitting 7th as All-Star Racing passes them across the line here. All-Star Racing is leading GP1 at the moment. Your top 4 in GP1 all pit during the last full course yellow here and are running very close together here out on track. All-Star leading that class. A couple seconds back, you do have the 333 from Bruce Innovations. And about 9 seconds behind them, you have the 46 Ginger Racing just nosing across the line in front of the 38 from Palomar Racing.
Speaking of the 38 from Palomar Racing, tremendous timing. We've had something of a revolving door here out the back, which has been wonderful because yesterday we had 0 visitors. So we got Cole, we got Johan, and now we've got Nick Romano.
How's it going?
Out of the you're only in the 38 this weekend, right?
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. It's been kind of a knife fight in a phone booth in GP1 this weekend,
It's been a little bit wild.
Yeah. Fun?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, the opening stint yesterday, it was a battle between us, between All-Star.
Yep.
Which I imagine that was Johan driving.
Probably.
And Bruce Innovation.
Yep.
And we all changed positions several times over and over again. We were tight, we were close, but clean.
Yeah.
Nobody touched anybody. It was just all a matter of like, can you pressure somebody into pushing a little too hard and get a little slide on entry? Okay, let me get a nose in. And we changed positions several times and just slicing through traffic. It was some of the most fun I've had racing in a while, actually. It was really, really cool.
It's easy sometimes when we watch from trackside to be like, oh, maybe they're all just kind of holding each other up, and eventually once they get into clear air, one of them is going to separate. And over the long term, the 333 kind of proved to be, I think, the fastest over longer runs under consistent conditions. But for most of the morning, and again today, right, that hasn't been the case. It's just been 3-4 cars sometimes stacked up right next to each other. Sometimes one would lead, you'd get into a little bit of traffic, next one would take an advantage, and then you just cycle through over and over again.
Yeah, and then you add the complexities of endurance racing and who's pitting when, who's got how much fuel, and it all just shuffles the deck.
Yeah, sure.
Over and over and over again for 7 to 9 hours.
Are you guys plugged into all that, your strategy, competitor strategy, and all that, while you're also scrapping on track, kind of in real time?
As much as we can. We'll look at when people have pitted, but you can't. I mean, you go in with a plan, and then immediately that plan goes out the window because there's. I almost said unexpected yellow, an expected yellow, but at maybe an unexpected time.
Yeah.
And then 14 more of those, and so you never really know when it's going to happen. Just that it will happen, so we're making stops for splashes of fuel at times that we didn't expect we would do, and so are the other teams as well. So you go in with a plan, but it's really more of a framework. They're more like guidelines anyway.
Sure. Yeah, I got you. But anyway, it's provided some tremendous racing. I mean, for us, I'm sure for you guys, you don't have the shortest toe in the world from the team space. Still out in San Diego?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So it's a commitment to come out here. And there was a time when maybe the production classes weren't the sexy classes to be in. GP1 is kind of trending back that direction now, where there's some real depth there. There's some real intrigue there. Tremendously talented drivers, obviously.
And some serious teams.
Exactly.
With some serious cars.
Exactly. Well-prepared machinery that really kind of has brought GP1 back into the fold. You guys didn't necessarily enter the series banking on that, but I have to imagine it makes the long toes and the big efforts to get these cars out here worthwhile to sink into racing that's been as intense as exactly what we're watching, by the way, which is the 46 and the 38 going at it, Ginger versus Palomar.
Man, my heart's going just watching this video. We need to shut this screen off so we can have a conversation.
This, by the way, is the battle for fourth, and that's not to point out that you guys are down in fourth, but you guys were all in a big bunch of leaders throughout yesterday and most of the morning. Go ahead, JT.
Battle for third, by the way. In GP1.
Battle for third? What am I missing?
Yes. Yeah, so Bruce Innovation second in GP1, the 46 third, and the 38 fourth.
I've got 2 Bruce Innovations cars on my screen, of course. Yeah, much better. There we go. That makes more sense. Yeah, I mean, big lift, big effort, but you kind of get the payoff here with racing like this, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And this happened last year as well. There were here at Mid-Ohio,
Okay.
there were like 5 cars that were all for the entire race, all right there.
Yeah.
Just, it could go any way. Everybody's doing exactly the same lap times, lap after lap after lap. And it was just a matter of who was pitting when. And we got a lot of green flag racing, it was fully dry and everything.
Yep.
We unfortunately had a differential failure last year with like not very much race left to go. So that took us out of it. But we're getting similar vibes to that this year, plus weather.
Sure.
I love the weather too. So it's super fun. And both All-Star and Bruce appear to be loving the weather also.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun to watch. We've also kind of kept an eye on GP2. Are you driving the GP2 at all this weekend?
but I'm involved.
Okay.
Just not driving.
So if that were a 6-car field this weekend, 83 would be right up at the pointy end. Unfortunately, it's a 7-car field, and that BRZ is out there.
Yeah.
I mean, it hasn't like run roughshod over everybody, but we saw it in qualifying on Friday. It was like 3.5 seconds quicker than the rest of the field.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are like obviously pushing. There's been some good fights in GP2 thus far. Is that just a matter of platform differential, you think, between the E36 and the BRZ, or is there something else going on there that you guys haven't quite learned with the GP2 car yet?
Well, the cars have pretty similar builds. It shouldn't really be that big of a it shouldn't be that big of a difference between platforms, right?
Okay.
So the advantage that the E36 is going to have is a torquier motor.
Okay.
The advantage that the BRZ is going to have is a lighter front end. It's going to be the primary difference, and lower center of mass. So they're going to have a little bit different strengths and weaknesses, but then you throw in who knows what their recipe is versus our recipe, right? So they might, who knows, have like a full power build. And we might have a full handling build. I don't think that's the case. I think they're actually pretty similar. But that's the cool thing about a builder series like this, where you can have 2 cars in the same class that are built in very different ways and have different strengths and weaknesses. I don't know anything about the fuel economy of a BRZ. It's a 4-cylinder, but the S52 is actually really, really good on gas.
Sure.
S54 even better. So yeah, we're great on fuel mileage, and I imagine they are as well. So their cars are probably pretty darn similar, at least on paper.
Okay. All right. Back over more in GP1, and this is carrying over from some of my experience in covering SCCA and club sprint racing, right? Is you've got a bunch of these classes, and some classes shrink, some classes grow, but a lot of the growing classes and really healthily growing classes have been because of the community involvement of that group, right? So F production is seeing something of a resurgence right now, B-Spec, right? Things like that. And it's because people are hands-on and trying to recruit drivers, sell cars, help people build cars and bring them together. GP1 is growing in depth. A lot of the builders that were in GTO previously have come down into GP1 and say, okay, well, we don't need to push all the limits. If they're going to go spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on cars, they can do that. But you now have this good core group of people that have been in WRL for some years, that are building new cars, maybe doing things slightly differently, trying to find new platforms. Is there an amount of in-class, I don't want to say collaboration, but hey, let's help build this thing and make the class great together? Or are you all kind of out there in your own world saying, hey, we think we can do this, we think we have this advantage over our competitors, we're going to do it our way and show up to the track and settle it there?
You're talking to a bunch of racers.
Of course. Of course.
No, it's all competition. I mean,
of course.
That's not to say that people aren't helpful to each other when we're at the track, right? If somebody breaks apart and needs something and we have it, we give them the part. And we're not the only ones. That's what everybody does around here, and that's what makes racing like this so cool. You're cutthroat on track in the right ways, and then you help each other as much as you possibly can off the track to make sure you can have those awesome battles like we've been having in GP1 all weekend.
Yeah. I mean, the flip side of that, right, is if you don't have a super active community that's all working together, pulling things in the same direction to try and build involvement and interest, then something must be correct about the platform that it provides for people to be competitive, right? And be evenly matched regardless of what platform you decide to choose within GP1, right? So to some degree, GP1 must be working for you guys. GP2 must be working for you guys, or you wouldn't be here, number one. Number two, the class wouldn't be seeing the growth that they are, right?
Yeah, definitely. And, no rule set is going to be perfect, right?
Yeah.
And, every series strives to make it more perfect every year with what they learn during a season. It's like, okay, well, this particular modifier seems to be a little bit overpowered, so let's change that modifier for next season, that sort of thing. And I believe there were some adjustments from last year to this year. So it's always, striving to achieve that goal of total parity regardless of what you're building. But there's always going to be that factor of, when you read if you're about to build a car, you read the rule set. And it's up to you to decide among all these different options I have for how to build this car, what kind of suspension, what kind of aero, do I go for more power, do I go for more grip? It's up to you to decide. For the tracks that we're going to go to, what do I think is going to be the best combo overall that's going to make me as successful as possible for everywhere that we're going to be. And if you are in the Midwest Championship versus the East Coast Championship, that might be a little bit different depending on which tracks, depending on the nature of the tracks you're going to. Not with WRL, but when we ran just in California, none of the tracks we went to had particularly long straightaways. So for a builder series like we were in, you want to prioritize for grip, for corner speed, because you're not really going to need the legs, the top end. And maybe so more bottom end, more torque and more rolling speed is going to be more important. But then if COTA is your main track, that might not be the right call. Or Daytona. For Daytona, it's going to be a different game.
Do you guys change that philosophy within the schedule at all to say, okay, maybe we do something different with the aero here, we do something different with some parts here to get ourselves a little bit more power at Road America, Daytona, maybe Utah or something like that? Or is it just overall package, we're gonna submit this for the season, and this is how we're gonna make it work?
It's largely the same. The only thing we really can do, we're not quite sophisticated enough to really completely change the recipe. But what we can do, and what I'm sure other teams do, is okay, well, we can do different restrictor, more ballast. Different restrictor, less ballast. But we're splitting hairs. It's not going to make a huge difference. But we've tried that.
Okay. Plans for the remainder of the season? I know it sounds silly to say that you guys, you're not newcomers or anything like that in WRL. You've had a few seasons under your belt, but you are still outliers a little bit in terms of your geography. More of you are coming and participating further east, but still,
we're bringing all the West Coasters, as many as we can,
for sure. And it's added tremendously to the level of competition and the intrigue that we get. I mean, some real variety has come out of that as well. Plans for the rest of the season for you guys?
Yeah, so we're in a really good points position in GP2 right now. I believe we're leading. So we're just going to keep plugging away at that. That car's been fantastic. It's been super reliable. The drivers have been excellent as well. And just plugging away and collecting as many points as possible. GP1, we have a little surprise coming. It's not that much of a surprise because we posted it on the Instagram page of the progress, but we have a new car that we're building. Which hopefully will be the culmination of everything we've learned thus far in WRL. Hopefully get our car just a skosh more competitive, so we're not having to drive on the ragged edge 100% of the time, because that's, as fun as that is to do for 9 hours in a row, it's not the best strategy for endurance racing, for reliability and for driver fatigue. It is awesome to basically qualify for 9 hours, so the drivers kind of love it, but yeah, we're playing a little bit with an arm behind our backs because there wasn't a tire that was the right size for us. So we're actually on these pretty dinky little 255 tires. So we've got the car. I'm pretty proud of the way this car is tuned to try to get as much possible mechanical grip out of this little tire. I mean, some of our competitors are on 315s.
Oh, wow.
It's not a small difference. I'm really proud of the way the car performs and all the work that we've done to tune it up. But so hopefully with the new car, we will bring that arm back out from behind our backs.
At another 3 Series?
Oh yeah, it's another E36. We're just going a little harder.
Cool.
Just going a little harder.
Very cool. And when should we expect to see the new Palomar?
perhaps at the next event.
Is that right?
Perhaps, maybe.
All
We'll
right.
see. We'll see. That'd be awesome.
And is that in addition to or a replacement of?
That would be a replacement of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool. Well, I look forward to seeing that up at Road America, presumably. Would be
I hope
next
so.
event for you
Yeah,
guys.
I hope so. And oh man, you got to see this car because it's freaking awesome.
Yeah. All right.
It looks so good.
I'm in.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you'll get a test of basically everything up there at Road America. A little mechanical grip, little aero grip, top speed, torque. I mean, it's all great little test bed up there for a new vehicle, right?
Yep. And I hope that for whatever reason, WRL decides that they're going to implement a style award as well, because we're going to be shooting for that one too.
Paint scheme or overall design here?
Oh, you will see.
Oh man, I can't wait. That's 3 weeks away. What are you doing?
Yeah, 3 weeks if we get it done.
Well, the good news is we cover qualifying on Fridays now, so we'll get like a real live on-camera shot, couple of shots of the car, and see how it matches up.
Yeah,
I'm excited.
I think you're going to like it.
All right.
I think you're going to like it.
Anything else? Any sponsors? Anybody you need to thank before we move on here and send it back to the guys?
Yeah, Palomar Racing, absolutely, for making all of this possible.
Yeah.
I mean, Palomar Racing would not exist without Palomar Solar.
Okay.
So anybody out there, if you're looking for solar, give Andy a call. He will hook it up for you.
Is that specific to California or anywhere?
It's not specific to California, but there are some areas where solar just doesn't make sense.
Of course.
But,
Yeah, understood.
Just call Palomar Solar.
All right.
They'll tell you what you need.
Very
what
cool.
you need to know. And I also want to do a quick shout out to my friend and student Therese Lalou, who podiumed in her Sprint Challenge race yesterday, Porsche Sprint Challenge race.
Up at Sonoma?
Up at Sonoma, yep.
All
That's
right.
a big deal. So awesome work, Therese. And I haven't seen any results yet from today, but maybe she did it again.
All right. Appreciate it. Nick Romano, thank you for coming up and taking some time out of, it's obviously a busy, pretty intense day down there at Palomar Racing,
Yeah, no
number
kidding.
38 GP1 BMW. And we'll see you and the new 38, presumably, at Road America in a few weeks.
Yes, sir. Thank you
Thank
so
you, Nick.
much.
Appreciate it. Gentlemen.
Howdy.
Hey, can we, you guys good to cover things here for a moment?
Yeah, sure.
Couple of moments? All right. Well, I'm going to step aside here. I got to go across the track, and we got to go pick up lunch at the concessions, and I have to go reset a camera. So I am going to leave you in the very capable hands of JT Tammy, Scott Michaels, and Dustin Hollis, and hopefully be back with you here in a little while to begin the run to the checkered flag.
Alrighty.
All right, JT.
We got this. Let's burn it down.
Well, we just had a full hour of interviews and I've arrived. So it might be a good time, if you don't mind, giving a little bit of a recap from the start.
Yeah, sure. So basically, we started in very wet conditions. And we got to witness these cars attempt to navigate that as the track was ice cold. Unfortunately, we did have quite a few cars go off a bit. The track has since started drying out. We've had some fantastic racing up and down the field. Up until recently, for quite a while, we had, every class leader was running, I think, like in the top 6 for quite a long time. On the lead lap, all within like 20 seconds or so. Unfortunately, now that the track is actually drying out, that's no longer the case. That's starting to expand a bit more. We watched as, the cars finally dipped underneath a 150. Whereas right now the GTUs have got down to a 33.7 with that lead 58 car. So the track has definitely got a lot quicker as the 59 comes across doing a 33.7. So we're starting to see the general production cars start to fall backwards a bit more as the GTUs start to get up to pace here. For a while, we did have the number 5 All-Star Racing lead overall, running fastest out there in the very tricky conditions. Since then, they've dropped back to 7th overall, as your top 6 are now GTO and GTU as they normally would be in dry conditions. The Garage 66 entry, that's your GP2 leader, still by quite a few laps over the 83. I want to say a total of 4.5 laps. They're still 9th overall. So still running quite well. but we've had a lot of really close racing up and down the field, both in classes and out of classes. So we're at a really good stretch here where we get back to some good green racing, get to see some race strategies develop here. I gotta say, Scott, it was quite interesting to see under the tricky wet. Oh yeah, am I not? Am I not? I don't know. Anyways, round 3 racing with that Porsche Cup car. Basically did what, 2 hours without a pit stop because of how little fuel they were using under those tricky conditions. Ooh, the 90 comes through turn 5 in a nice, well-held drift. Unfortunately, you know, just as that drying line starts to get closer and closer to that apex that are carrying the speed through there, as you know, you get more grip. The moment you don't have that grip, that rear end's going to try to snap around on you, but well held and continues on with no problem.
Yeah, cool. Thanks, JC. So looking down the timing screen, you say there were a few offs at the start. So I had a look to see which cars it looks like have had the worst of that. It looks like the obvious car that's missing from the front is the number 74 from AOA Racing. Was that an issue in the early cold, wet conditions or something else?
Yeah, that was probably the most uncomfortable looking car I've seen all day. Unfortunately, you know, we started under yellow, just trying to get the drivers a bit more acclimated to the track conditions. We went green, and unfortunately, the 74 had a couple off tracks. Ended up bringing out our first full course yellow of the day. In conjunction with, I think, the 59 went off in turn 2 and came to a stop. The 74, I believe, came out a couple more times, but I want to say by an hour into the race, it was still having issues. I don't think they've come back out since. I think they've only done 33 laps today.
Yeah. Well, that car did spin from the lead off of the restart yesterday at the worst conditions. So obviously that car's tricky in wet conditions, which it's always fun with the variety in WRL that you get different conditions favoring different cars. That's a full GT4 car, right? The 74.
Yeah, it is. It is a GT4 spec car. There is some question as to whether, you know, how sensitive the car is with the 200 tread wear tires and with the electronics that are used to, you know, help give aid to the driver.
Yeah. I was thinking that would be a car with quite a lot of electronic driver aids, but they would be tuned for full slicks. So that makes sense. Also, obviously, it's an open tire formula. In GTO, it's an open tire formula.
Yeah.
So we don't know what tires that car was on. Might be a company that has better dry tires than wet tires. Not sure. We've seen that in the past. The main thing I've been watching over the last hour while we've been cycling through our revolving door of interviews is, as I arrived just about an hour ago, I was firstly done to Stratus Racing for getting on top of their onboard camera technology. Definitely their best performance that I've seen. 2 out of 3 cars both days have had really, really solid onboards. I've been watching the 58, which was the overall leader. It's not at the moment. But that prototype going through the transition from wet to dry while taking the lead and pulling away. Certainly from my karting days, the most fun thing you could do was go through that wet to dry transition, and it tended to be something I was relatively good at. So going through that transition, especially in a prototype and being the fastest car on the track, as the Stratus 58 is, very, very fun process, and it was really enjoyable watching that. That car looks like a lot of fun to drive in those conditions. It still does now. It's kind of a little bit all over the place in every corner, but looks fun, especially with the cool sequential gearbox and everything. They've actually gone through a driver change recently, I noticed, because it was the driver with Dakota written on the side of their helmet, so that probably gives away who it was doing an excellent job through the transition, took the lead and pulled away from the 70.
Yeah, you'll notice that car has a bright yellow nose. That looks like it was off the 908 automatic racing MD-01, which it just might have been. A replacement. I'm not sure if that was from a off track early this morning or if that was a replacement overnight. But yeah, Stratus seemed to initially struggle in the early stages of the race. There was one point where we had a round 3 race, and I believe we're running 1-2 briefly before I think the number 10 had a spin. Polecat was also looking very good in the early stages of the race as well, up until they had an off track, I believe, when it might have been the 59 or the 60, unfortunately. Going for the lead in the second to last corner was kind of shoved off track a bit. Ooh, Garage 66 comes down pit road here. Second time of the day. 4.5 hours into the race.
Yeah, how many yellows have we had today?
We have had 8.
Oh, so it's still been a lot. So, yeah, it seemed like yesterday everyone was pitting, or most of the cars were pitting under most of the yellows. So it sounds like a lot of them have, I don't know, maybe learned from how bad it is losing track position under yellows and decided to stay out a bit more often today. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think more gambling possibly either on a later yellow.
Yeah.
Bruce Innovations here in the 333 have done an excellent job in reeling in the 5 All-Star Racing, the lead in GP1 here. As we went back to green, as that position has actually changed hands, has it not? Coming across the line here. Yeah, it looks like, yep, timing updates there. Yeah, so Bruce Innovations has taken the lead in GP1. We did see that car looking quite quick yesterday. On a drier track, so they did a great job closing down the gap here since we've gone back to green. Both of them have managed to pull away from the battle between Ginger Racing and Palomar, and that fight for third in class. I want to say they are 40 seconds back.
Do you happen to know which TU car is the bright yellow MPO one?
So if it's all yellow, it's the 908
Yeah.
automatic. If it's just the nose, then it's the 58 Stratus.
Well, I'm on board with the 58 Stratus, so it's not them, but they it's the all yellow one. They just overtook the Stratus car and away. So obviously that car. Trying to find them on the leaderboard. They're definitely not up front. The 908.
Ninth overall. Did a 34.7 that time through.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So they
Here they are.
I think it's a little bit more that this driver for Stratus isn't quite as quick as the driver who was took them through the transition. But yeah, that 908 car is going to be moving pretty quickly. Did that 34 while making a pass. That said, the 59 is in the 2s. So yeah. And that is a new fastest lap of the race by the 5th place car. No surprise there. I think this is. I imagine this is the driest the track's been by quite some margin all day. So yeah, we'll see those times come down. I think we only got into the 31s yesterday, if I remember correctly. So we're actually pretty close to ultimate pace of the track and in its best conditions. But yeah, those fastest laps are going to keep going down. But there's a car runs wide through the corner after Thunder Valley, which I can't remember what the name of that corner is.
I just called turn 11.
Sure, that works. I think it was just a quick trip onto the grass. No significant drama. But yeah, the GTU cars I think are starting to come into their own. So yeah, you were saying the Stratus cars were struggling earlier. And yeah, I think as I arrived, it was kind of the back end of that where I arrived and I was surprised not to see them all over the front. But immediately after I arrived, this 58 took the lead and pulled away. So I guess yeah, we know that these cars are less competitive in colder and slipperier and wetter conditions, and become more and more competitive the more optimal those track conditions are. So, as the 59 this time does a 34-1. Oh, it's a 34-1. Sorry, I thought I read that as a 32-1 to start with, but still taking big chunks out of the Camden Performance Ginetta ahead. 16 seconds between those two cars, and looks like as much as 4 seconds a lap, some laps between them. So that's going to be a position change fairly soon. It's just 58 bad lap for them. They actually lost time to the 70 in the lead. So that gap is stretching out towards 20 seconds.
Yeah.
And actually, they're going to be under attack from the 60 before too long.
When we had Brad McCall and Mike Gorman in the booth earlier, Brad did hint that one of the Stratus cars was a bit more set up towards a wet track, as both round 3 cars had been. I wonder if that might possibly be the 58. I don't know. Well, no, comes
that
back
would go along
36.3, so just might have been an awkward moment there.
Well, yeah, but the faster Stratus cars are in 30s and 33s. At least the 59 has been for the last few laps. So it's a few seconds off the pace, that 58.
Well, we say that,
and,
but the fastest lap for them is a 33.7, whereas the 60's best is a 35 flat.
Okay, fair enough. Well, that 33.7 possibly might have been done in the with the previous drivers before the start, although it was quite a lot wetter back then, so maybe not. Just wrestling with one of my feeds at the moment. Yeah, in the 59 it was a terrible lap that time, 40.3. So it's very up and down. It's going to depend on whether you have to go offline to pass traffic a lot, I think.
It's hard to tell. It looks like the fastest lap for the 58 was done prior to their pit stop under this previous yellow flag. Since we've gone back to green, the car has, for the most part, been getting quicker, getting down to the 35s and 36s. But yeah, it seems like it's not at that same 33, 34 pace.
Yeah, it was fastest lap was done 25 laps ago when it was significantly wet. So that says to me just a difference in drivers is making most of the difference there, I think. But that car was looking very comfortable in drying conditions while the track was still a bit damp. So yeah, that could be the one that's a bit more suited to the wet. You'd still expect it to get faster, even if it's not getting faster as rapidly as the other cars are. Just saw two Stratus cars running nose to tail, but they must be laps apart. Maybe it's the 58 with the 59 behind them. Oh no, the 59 is actually in the pits. Oh, that's why they did a 140. It was an in-lap.
There's a report of a light impact driver's wall coming out of turn 2 by the 63. Oh, as we have one of the round 3 racing MP01s with a spin at the top of turn 5 here. That should be the number 1 entry. Blue, white, and black livery.
Doesn't look like they hit anything and they've got back going again. So that should be shouldn't be too much of an issue for them. That car's down in 16th, 6 laps down.
Yeah, 5th in class. Unfortunately, at least 1 lap lost from a pit lane infraction, which sucks. You hate to see that. Yeah, the 63 from Open Throttle, unfortunately, sounds like continued after that brush with the wall. Coming into pit road this time, though, I think that was just a case of just driver maybe just getting a little caught out by a temporary loss in grip. It looks like they had just set their fastest lap the previous time through. So the case of the car just getting quicker, getting more used to the conditions, and then just, you know, maybe just a slight tire off, and that'll catch out.
Really got the same effect as yesterday, where there's just corners that are staying wet, and the only reason being that they both have rivers running across the track just before the turning point, so getting water dragged through the corners of turn 5 and what we're looking at here, turn 11. Both of them are quite slippery, but again, we've got every car is on some form of treaded tire, even if as they'll all be on dry tires at this point, but treaded DOT tires. So the cars handle it quite nicely, and it's why we get these big oversteer moments, because drivers are able to still be quite confident through the wet, and you just kind of have to deal with the slight reduction in grip. We've got two BMWs side by side in turn 1 there.
That is your fight for third there. That's Ginger Racing and Palomar. Looks like Palomar is gonna be, well, Ginger Racing goes to the inside for 2 here. Palomar on the outside. Holding on, still exiting turn 2 side by side, slight edge to the Palomar as the blue nose entry. Oh, it looks like Ginger just has slightly more power down the front, down the straightaway here as they come into turn 4. Does hold on to third place. Just behind them, the Camber Janetta, who they had been fighting for position overall earlier in the race. But now we'll be putting them a lap down.
Great pace from the number 70 Round 3 Racing Porsche at the moment. It's stretched out its lead to 36.7 seconds and continues to be seconds a lap faster than anyone else.
We have the 909 spun drivers left on the exit of turn 11 here.
That's that corner I was just talking about with the river across the track. We've seen quite a few of these MPO ones spun at that corner across the weekend. Hopefully it is, they don't appear to be anywhere near a barrier, so hopefully it's just a stall at this point and we can get them going again without needing a full course yellow. But they haven't moved yet. Hopefully not high-sided or stuck in the grass.
We'll see, that's the thing. The rear tires are definitely in the grass. It looks like it is on a slope. And as we've seen today, cars really struggling in the grass just because of how soaked the grass is still. Yeah, as we go full course yellow here.
So we didn't get away with it. It's not great news for the 59, who have recently did and therefore dropped at least 1 lap off the lead. So they're going to get stuck up down, presumably, unless they are very close to the leaders and the leaders pit on this first lap. The 58, I believe, there it is. It's just coming up to, yeah, I just watched them on the onboard, and that MPO1 is high-sided. Or high-centered, I should say. The Stratus car didn't pit, which probably a sensible decision. Being 36 seconds off the lead, you'd be in danger of being lapped before you got out the pits and before the 70 caught the safety car. I imagine they're doing 1 more lap before they're all bunched up. So yeah, you definitely don't want to, unless you are the leader or you're right behind the leader, you don't want to be coming into pits until the leader's caught the safety car. We're not seeing a lot of takers right now, so there's one. Actually, is that the Palomar car we were just talking about?
That is the yellow nose Palomar, I believe. So that is the 83 out of GP2. Oh no, there is the blue nose. So yeah, the 4th place GP1 car that was fighting for 3rd there. comes down pit road. So both Palomar
We'll have to keep an
entries
eye
there.
on where the Porsche comes. Well, here's the Porsche, right? So that's the overall leader. So if they don't pit, that car's going to lose a lap here. Let's very closely watch what the 70 does through these last couple of corners. They have come in the pits, so that's going to save that Palomar car from going down a lap. The next car that, well, I don't know which car the safety car is going to be up now that the leaders come in, so that might not save them.
Through goes All-Star though out on
Oh, there we
track.
go. Safety car has caught. So yeah, anyone in the pits now has been caught a lap behind, and we don't do full wave rounds in WRL, but I don't know if we're going to wave anyone through from here.
I don't believe so.
Yeah, so this again, you kind of got to wait till the safety car started bunching the field up before you pit. Otherwise, you're going to lose yourself a lap. The Stratus 58 second place car's in, as is the 60. And that's the right thing to do now that the safety car started slowing cars down. So yeah, they sensibly waited an extra lap before doing that. Quick fuel only for the 58 Stratus, and it's on its way again. Not sure. They may have even beaten the Porsche out of the pits there. I didn't see the Porsche come past, although I wasn't watching you on board the entire time. That would be a change for the lead.
It's good to see the Ford Performance Racing School Mustang back out, coming through shot here. The white, blue, dark blue GT4 Mustang. They did take the green flag today, but I think they had only done a couple of laps. And then yeah, they had not come back out up until recently. So that's great to see.
Keeping an eye out for the Porsche in this queue. Well, keeping an eye out to see which car comes through first, the Porsche. Okay, so
58 just went through shot a second ago.
Yep, so that means, yeah, the Porsche's had a very long stop in that case. There it is. It's got is that the 59 right behind it?
60 behind it.
Yep. Okay, so yeah, the Stratus 58 has indeed gone through to the lead. So the 58 had a very short pit stop, and the 70 had a very long one. They may have been just taking the opportunity to do a little bit of extended service, maybe changing the tyres. We saw that car yesterday, I think, change tyres when it started getting wet towards the end, so it might be that they've got specific wets that they like to put on, and they were taking the opportunity to get them off, perhaps, or just put fresh. I'm not sure you would necessarily... Oh!
That is not what you want to...
Oh, wow. Okay. That's so that's that corner with the river running across the track before the corner. But you definitely don't want to be doing that under yellow flags. Let's hope that marshal who got knocked over... Is it the same marshal that stood up at the front of the car?
Yeah, the marshal, yeah, got out of the way very
got straight back up. Okay. Dustin says he tripped over the tow rope rather than being knocked over, so that's a relief. Does seem to be fine. Yeah, we are actually under red flag now, which is understandable. Looks like that was not as bad as it could have been, that incident. I think we've got away with that without any injuries, but obviously don't want to preempt anything. But looks like the Porsche's got back going again, and the marshal who fell over is back up as well. There was contact between the Porsche and the stopped MPO1 at turn 11. The Porsche's obviously stopped because we're under red flag, so everyone has to be stopped. But they've driven away from the crash site at least. Don't see any steam or anything that would indicate a punctured radiator. So hopefully that car will be all right. Would say WRL doesn't tend to be particularly happy with that sort of thing happening, so that might take that Porsche out of contention, if nothing else, because of a looming penalty. It's good to see that everyone's okay.
Yeah, luckily they were not going through full bore when they lost control, and when they did lose control, there will bleed a lot of the speed in the partial spin, so it wasn't a big hit with the 909, but still, it's with a yellow flag out, with a recovery vehicle and everything, we got to have caution.
Yeah, well, I was speculating they might have changed tires, given that it was a very long pit stop, so perhaps very cold tires, river running across the track. Reasons, if not excuses, for the incident to happen. As you say, it was a very slow impact. Fender bender, and the marshal or the safety worker saw it coming. So yeah, again, it could have been a lot worse, but I think we've got away with that one. There's just saw one car moving in the background, but everyone else is stationary. I'm not sure what the moving car is doing there. Oh, it was the MPO1 that spun, wasn't it? Okay, so we've got some cars moving and some cars not moving at this point, apparently. Yeah, so the pace cars carried on. We're still under red flag according to timing. I'm not familiar with the protocol here. It's surprising to see the pace cars taken off. I think the only other car that's taken off was the spun car that caused the red flag. That doesn't seem appropriate to any kind of protocol, but they were presumably just getting their car back to the pits. The ridgeline is itself front and center for us, as usual. Yeah, pace car's operating on a different rulebook. I'm not sure unless they're taking the opportunity to find the overall leader, but I can't imagine they'd be doing that for any reason. This is fascinating. I've got no idea where this pace car's going. Very old. Yeah, it's almost done an entire lap on the cars that it was with to begin with. Oh no, it's stopped next to the 58, which is the leader. It's actually just left of this camera. I don't think we can. It's either behind the tower or just to the left, so we can't see it. But I can see it from the 58's onboard that it's parked to the side of that car. So it looks to me like it's very intentionally just picked up the leader.
Yeah.
58 started its engine, but nobody's moving yet.
Yeah, so I believe what will happen is the rest of the cars in front
he's just been waving
back around.
Yeah, he's just been waving at the 58, telling him to stay still while he's asked the car in front of the 58 to move forward. Now the pace car's taken its place in front of the leader. That's a sensible protocol. Hopefully that's written in the rulebook, so it's not something that's caught everyone by surprise. But yeah, that does save any of the cars that got trapped between the safety car and the leader, because the Porsche 70 pitted at its first opportunity, as did a few other cars, and then they ended up getting trapped behind the safety car, even though they technically hadn't lost a lap to the leader. So that's saved any of those guys. Still not moving, but the safety car is in position ahead of the 58 now. I'd expect us to get moving pretty quickly here, given that we got away with very few with no consequences for that spin under the safety car for the Porsche. Yeah, and in fact we're under yellow now according to the timing screen, and cars are moving. Safety car is also moving, so I imagine all of these cars are going to be allowed to catch up. The track is the track is completely clear, so I don't know how much bunching the safety car is going to try and force here, or whether we're just going to go straight back to green when it gets to the end of the lap. But the running order now is actually the Stratus 58 followed the Camburn 178 Ginetta that's going through shot there. Only a few cars between them, actually. So this is... Obviously I wasn't here for the first 3 hours, but this is certainly the closest the Ginetta's been to the lead all day yesterday and for the part of today that I've seen. I don't know how competitively that car was running during the wet earlier on. Third place car is going to be the number 70 Round 3 Racing Porsche, but I would be surprised if that car isn't due a penalty of some sort. And the only other car I think on the lead lap is going to be the Stratus 59, which will obviously be in the process of catching the field. Just hesitating a bit in case the Stratus 60 has also managed to get itself back. Can't see it in this train, but it also hasn't registered as coming across the start-finish line yet, and I would have thought we'd have all the cars through by now. All the cars that were going to catch up. So I imagine that 60's somewhere behind the leader. And did they get caught out pitting just before the yellow? No, they pitted during the yellow.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, the 60 was not too far behind round 3 at the time. The Porsche.
Right. Oh, they may have been the car right above. Actually, they were the car right behind the Porsche when it spun.
No, it was actually the 908, I believe. That was directly behind them. Yeah, I believe the 60 was further back, if I recall correctly.
Well, either way, the 60 still hasn't caught up. I guess we could question whether they had an opportunity to jump ahead of this whole queue and get themselves back on the lead lap, but that's not the 60. Still waiting for that to come through.
This might be them coming to the final corner. I can't see yet. Should have a white/gray coloring to it.
I think they're in the pits.
Yeah, coming down pit lane here.
Okay, so they decided to take a second stop. Interesting choice.
Same with the 10 from round 3 racing.
Going to cost them nothing but a little bit of track position, considering that they were most of the way back through the queue anyway. Not a huge deal. So to answer my question earlier, we're not going straight back to green, even though the track's clear. They're giving everyone a chance to bunch up and make an extra pit stop if they need to. There we can see, yeah, so there's that bright yellow front on the 59 car. This is the 908.
The all yellow one, yes.
Yeah, so that one was the one that was going quickly earlier, and it was only a lap behind. Oh, actually, maybe it was 2 laps behind, because it's 2 laps behind now. They pitted under yellow, so considering that they're right at the front of the queue, I'd say they maybe lost an opportunity to get one of their laps back there by staying out. They could have stayed out and pitted now, for example. And they might have been a lap ahead of where they are. So it's a shame that car's trapped 2 laps down because it's got a lot of pace in these conditions. Still behind the GP1 leader, the first and second in GP1 even. Bruce Innovations and All Star Racing. Bruce Innovations, interestingly, haven't pitted under this yellow, so they were obviously, and in fact, they may have succeeded in gaining a lap on the All Star Racing car. I think you were talking about how close those two cars are now. I think they just swapped positions quite shortly before this yellow, but now there's a lap in between them, and the All Star Racing car's in the pits right now.
So I'm not sure if it's a full lap. I need to see the gap behind.
All Star's
yes,
just come across the line. Are they one of these first cars in the queue?
Yes, they are. This one right here behind the yellow trim BMW ahead. So they are 6 car lengths ahead of Bruce, which is coming through here. So they are roughly a minute and, I don't know, 40 behind the lead.
Yeah, under green. And they did pit under this yellow. So in my mind, that means there's no question that they lost the lap because they decided to pit while Bruce Innovations didn't. So again, another team that is being caught out by not being fully aware of where the lead is when they pit under yellow. And it's really going to balloon out that gap. And we know how close those cars are in overall dry pace. It's going to be really hard to make up a minute and 40 seconds.
Yeah, but keep in mind, Bruce did not pit though. So Bruce
Bruce could have pitted like this lap if they really wanted to. So I would say that that's indicating they don't need to pit, or they don't feel the need to pit.
Yeah.
Which with only 2 hours to go, they could be back timing and saying that a pit stop right now would gain them nothing. So if they don't need to pit, then I would argue that All Star Racing, certainly they could have pitted later in the yellow cycle and guaranteed that they would stayed on the same lap as Bruce and then deal with getting fuel in the car. But with 2 hours to go, it's going to be hard. No matter how much you need to pit, unless you're literally out of fuel, you're not gonna be able to gain a minute 40 back on pure pace. You would assume.
The good news for All Star Racing though is they are 5th in line here behind the safety car. One of those cars is our overall leader, which is going to be quicker than them. Whereas Bruce Innovations is a bit further back here. They will have a bit more traffic, so that can play a little bit more in the All Stars' favor to try to stay on that lead lap.
A little bit, yeah.
And hopefully you'll see a green flag pit stop for Bruce.
Lights are out on the safety car, by the way.
All right, let's go back to racing here.
Yes, we
In
will.
comes the safety car. Welcome back, Brendan.
Thank you.
Both Palomar cars are still on pit road here, as is, I believe, Ginger Racing.
Yes, who just pulled out in front of the pace car as well.
Here we go. All-Star gets by the 39 already, who squeezes, I believe, the MX-5 just a little bit here. Gonna make a run alongside, I want to say that's the 118 of Blaze Racing. Yep, going on the outside of Blaze Racing here. And then they'll have just the open throttle 64 up ahead, and then they'll have clear traffic. Bruce is stuck directly behind the 108 of Polecat here, along with some other general production traffic as well. There goes the GTO on the inside.
3 wide here into the braking zone at turn number 4. So the Palomar cars, at least the 38 was doing tires. Just to put a pin in that. The 83 is not having any attention paid to it. It's a stationary there with one of the crew members that appears to be on.
We
either
noticed
that or
the 178. The 178 apparently is in the pits.
it was across the line. I don't know if it's still there or not.
Well, it was, yeah. Even if it's not out of the pits, it was running second overall, and it's not anymore. That's quite significant.
They had not pit when the yellow came out. They stayed out on the track and took the position. And so it looks like they pit for whatever reason once we've gone back to green here.
Yeah, it's
that's
very odd decision.
Yeah, so that's the opposite of what we were talking about with All Star Racing, where they've left it too late, and we've gone back to green while they're in the pits. They're down to 7th and they're lapped now. So that seems like it's a very long pit stop as well. I don't know if they still haven't come across the line, I think. Stratus 60 and Bruce Innovations are racing for position, by the way, and I doubt that race will last very long, but it's for 5th overall.
Oh man, if you're a photographer China Beach, you got the open throttle cars, nose to tail, let's go. This is the money shot. Unfortunately, 83 Palomar still pit road. As mentioned, not a lot of attention being drawn to it. That has promoted both of the proper performance Honda Civic SIs up into the podium spot in GP2.
Yeah.
You still have about a 7-lap gap behind that Garage 66. But that is looking like another great result for those Hondas.
They've sent a Hamacho safety vehicle down to the number 83 there. So I think that car will be headed back to the paddock, not under its own motive power, unfortunately.
Still haven't seen the Ginetta across the line on my timing screen.
It's reported with a spin and continue at turn number 5. So it's, no, sorry. Yeah, 178. So it's been a long outlet, presumably as well.
It's lost 7th place now. It's definitely at least 2 laps on.
Slow number 1 from round 3 racing down the pit lane as well, guys.
So that had a spin in turn 5, right after we went back to green. Here comes the Ginetta now.
See that?
About to come across the line here.
Through turn 5 with the camera, so maybe that was on the as they were trying to catch the field.
Ginetta inside of the 908 in the turn 1.
Camburn down to 9th. Have come across the line now. They're right behind the 908 automatic racing car. So they are 2.5 laps down from being about two cars behind the leader. They're now 2.5 laps behind the leader. So
I can't imagine that was a conscious strategy.
There's the Ginetta. It can't be. There was no reason for them not to pit the lap before, as we came off the red flag and under yellow, and then it's cost them 2.5 laps. And okay, there was a spin involved, but I think we'd have noticed if the car was sat at the side of China Beach for a lap and a half.
Our man Dustin. Nothing can inspire man Dustin.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Got a fleet of excellent producers here who seem to catch more than we do. Possibly because they're not feeding us multi-view, because somebody made the decision not to allow them to feed us.
I didn't say it wasn't allowed. I said we just haven't done it in a long time. Don't worry about it. We just don't do it, mostly.
Well, just
if it's useful to you. If it's useful to you.
Seeing more is more.
Fair.
As far as I'm concerned. But there it is. Just a brief little taste for us. And then ripped away.
Just long enough to be completely overwhelming and then disappear.
It was. As useful as it is, it does take me a minute to calibrate to it when it appears. But yeah, that wasn't long enough. Fastest car on the track right now. Let's try and find it. I think it's the leader. 34.6, and then round 3 racing 34.9. 12 seconds between those two cars, but obviously 2 different classes. Everyone else a couple of seconds at least slower than that.
Stratus number 59, 140.
Yeah, I think they're in traffic.
Oh, okay.
The first and second place cars, I think, are the only two that have themselves clear of the only 2 fast cars that have got themselves clear of the pack. I guess you could argue this later as well. Who's on board isn't on YouTube today, as far as I've been able to tell, which is a bit of a shame.
Do we have a real lap between the 333 and the number 5 for GP1? Or is that just showing as a lap?
It is about a minute and 25.
So, did they get split underneath the resumption from the safety car? Or, from the red?
All-Star pit, the 333 did not.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, minute 19.
Yeah, there. So where do I see it? Yeah, minute 19.6. I see it now. Thank you. The attrition today in GTO has been substantial.
Yes, but the Mustang has come back out to play.
Yeah, I saw that. That was kind of what prompted me to take a look at everything a little bit further down. Saw the Mustang, realized I don't know how many laps it's done. Maybe 30,
17 now.
17. All right. I realized we hadn't seen the AOA car in some time either. Look down. Wow, the LML car. Rooster Hall has been out in some time. It's kind of just left those 3 GTO cars. It's not a very common thing in GTO we see here in WRL.
Yeah, the Pontiac has come back out after a while. Once the track started to really dry up, has been out circulating and running decent. Managed to get down to a 33.2, so fastest lap in that class.
Yeah. I don't know if it was a tire stop on the 38 or what exactly the issue was, but Nick Romano up here earlier in the booth with an interview didn't seem to indicate that there was any particular issue with the with that E36. Anyway, it's cost them 4 minutes and 38 seconds is the total margin from the class-leading Bruce Innovations car all the way back to the 38 now. And unfortunately, most of that stop taking place under green really, really hurt. To make matters worse, it's a couple of cars behind the overall race leader, so it's not even like it could pick up, part of that margin under a safety car. It's wiggle there out of the number 90, headed up to turn 5.
Yeah, All-Star trying to get around Palomar here. Palomar trying not to go down anymore. It's interesting to watch these cars go side by side through quite a few of these corners because you can see a dry line is really starting to form around the track. And Mid-Ohio, with the constant change of direction, it's one moment the car will have a kind of dryish line and an actual dry line, and next corner it swaps back and forth. Yeah, right now this is not what the All-Star Racing BMW wants. They need to get by quick here as the Palomar car flashes them by, maybe?
No, the headlights have been flashing on that car for a while, yeah.
Huh.
And it's not LED either. It's a genuine, incandescent flash.
But unfortunately, yeah, the...
Only on the right, apparently. Sorry.
Yeah, the 5 here, unfortunately, really wants to get through. They kind of need to. They're in a make-up time moment here.
New fastest lap for the number 70, 32.448. Surprised to see a GTO car set the fastest lap in these conditions. Typically, Stratus MPO1s are quicker with the high grip conditions.
But remember, it's still 37 degrees out. So in terms of generating tire temperature and getting everything out of the tires...
That was a dick move.
I don't really know why it had to be that close, to be honest with you. The 5 was likely going to have the grip around the outside anyway. But regardless, yeah, tire temperature I think is probably the issue there, Scott. We'll rubber the track in gradually, but it's not like they can just get switched on here when the ambience is cold as it is.
Yeah, it could be a driver issue as well. The 58 race leading car's fastest lap was set in the drying conditions with a different driver.
Yeah.
Much less optimal track conditions than we have now. So might just be getting through a driver before we get into the very final stint of the race. Either way, they're still holding the lead comfortably. So, comfortably holding the GTU lead. So the overall lead's becoming a little bit more tenuous, down to 7.2 seconds.
You say comfortably. It's only 53 seconds from first to second in GTU.
It's not going to change imminently, I'd say 53
No,
seconds.
sure. But it's not like safety car.
Is that an issue? Yeah.
You say imminently, but hold on.
Oh, that's out of the 90. That car is not well. Headed down the back straightaway. Do we not have that on board at all today, Dustin? Yeah, okay. Yeah, more smoke. You can see it trailing. Or is that artifact on the screen? Is that out of the right front?
It is.
Yeah.
If you'd like, you can draw on the screen to make smoke.
Man, thanks for the reminder. It's... Oh, boy. You see it? Yeah, there you go. That is out of the right front of the number 90. It's interesting because it looks upright. Race control log says possible right front flat. Doesn't look like the tire itself is down, but maybe some kind of even suspension. Oh boy, we lost that camera again. Either it's a suspension issue or maybe like a bearing or something like that. Maybe it is a flat. He's nursing it home, but it doesn't look. Wait till it comes back around. In any case, this is your second place GTO car.
Second of really only 3 competitive running GTO cars as they make their way into the pit lane. So really, particularly with Camburn losing 2.5 laps recently, this really opens the door for the 70.
Yeah.
So GTO class is very much an open goal for them right now.
Down the front straightaway comes the number 70. Actually, just ever so slightly fades the GP2 leader over towards the pit wall so they can both clear what I believe is the 908 Automatic Racing NPO1. See if I can get eyes on the Supra out of the window here. Yeah, immediately goes up on the jacks on the right-hand side. Remember, not being a GT4 car, it doesn't have air jacks. And attention being paid to the right front. Looks like they're just doing a tire. Yeah, sent on its way. Maybe it was flat. Just doesn't have that traditional, shrewdly flat, have the tires start to come apart type of look about it.
Looked like it may have been still smoking, or that may have been moisture.
Yeah, I mean, the pit exit lane may be a little damp there, and especially with the curb, maybe some moisture running off of the paint there as well. But seems to be back up to pace here, headed down towards the keyhole, which is not the place I'd be going at full tilt if I weren't completely confident that things were all right.
Yeah, I think the front might have been low. That car does sit quite high, being a full road car, well, an adapted full road car. So yeah, maybe that's why it wasn't dragging on the ground so as obviously as you'd expect. But yeah, it does look absolutely fine right now. I think it's right in front, not right in front of the leader. Right in front of one of the Stratus cars. Passed around the outside now by that Stratus car. Round 3 racing with another fastest lap, 31.7. It's about as fast as we've seen all weekend, just with the colder conditions today.
Scott.
Yes.
You just used the words open goal, correct?
Yes, but I'd forgotten about the incident. I'd forgotten about the incident we saw under yellow.
Yeah, so we were kind of waiting for some amount of resolution on that, and obviously if you're following in the race control log, and most people do, you'll have seen the mandatory driver change in that car. That is a completely standard application in the World Racing League. That these things don't happen often, but in situations where drivers have to be counseled or there is some sort of unacceptable behavior, that is an immediate discussion and talking point. So that obviously took place right after the red flag. There is a penalty application, and we expected one to come with that, and the total is 5 laps for that number 70. And unfortunately, it's sort of turning that open goal into something of an own goal at the moment up there in GTO. The penalty will be applied. We'll see the lap count drop here on redmist.racing, I think soon. This is my first sort of application of redmist.racing with something like this. So let's wait and see, but it should drop it down towards something like 10th to 12th in the overall running order. And back to 3rd place in GTO. And probably a full lap behind the 2nd place car, that Toyota R&D Super that was just into the pit lane.
Also going to drop them. It's going to drop all of the GTO cars behind the leading 2 GP1 cars, which is interesting.
That is really interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, Camburn is only 10 seconds off of All-Star Racing, but All-Star Racing are almost a full lap, I think, behind Bruce Innovations.
I think we're still around like a minute 10 or something. We'll have to wait for them to come by.
Yeah, could be that our finishing non-prototype is a GP1 car. That said, obviously the track's getting more and more optimal for the GTO cars, and we still have an hour and 38 minutes to go. So, decent amount of time for the Ginetta or the Toyota actually. So the race for GTO win is actually wide open again. Anticipating the 70 to drop. The 178 and the 90 are only 21 seconds apart, and all weekend the Toyotas had pace over the Ginetta. Much as that wasn't the case on the last lap, I expect that will have been traffic affected. But yeah, we could be getting a race between the Ginetta and the Toyota, which for the win in GTO, which perhaps wasn't on any of our bingo card.
No, it wasn't. It's actually going to be 3 laps behind the Toyota R&D car. I went cumulative on the screen I was seeing here, and I should not have. It's 2+ laps is the margin from the 90 up to the 70, 3rd up to 1st. The penalty
-5 laps
hasn't been applied yet.
Yeah, it's appeared on the timing screen, but it hasn't been applied.
Yeah, that's a new feature over there. I don't think we've had the penalty display as a column on the main timing page before. They have responded, by the way, to the news of that incident response by setting the fastest lap of the race at a 1:31.314, which is certainly a lap time.
Yeah, they've obviously decided they may as well go all out, full pace.
Yeah.
See how much they can gain back.
What do you Brits say? Hell for leather? Is that it?
Sorry, I missed half of that sentence. My Wi-Fi is deciding that.
Oh, it could be mine too. No, so what is it you Brits say? They go hell for leather? Whatever that phrase means.
Sure, I don't think I've used, because I don't actually know what it means, and I don't like using phrases I haven't looked up what they actually refer to.
Yeah.
Yes, I've certainly heard that before. The penalty's been applied, by the way. They're down to 12.
Okay, yeah, that's roughly where we thought it would land. Slow number 10, sister round 3 car, but stays out on track, so I wonder if it just had a little spin or off headed up the hill between 10 and 11 there. Spin drivers left and continue. It's a tricky old corner, turn 11. Camber changing from bank to the right to relatively flat over the top. But the road kind of rises to meet inside there as you get up to the apex of 11, and the exit of the corner is pretty unsighted. Actually, it's completely unsighted. Really difficult to spot the apex curb and find your track out point, so you're kind of reliant on muscle memory to know how far to let the car run out to driver's right. And if you start to pinch the car to keep it off the curb or out of the grass on the backside, can snap the car around there pretty easily if it's not already stable.
I'm still struggling with Wi-Fi issues, so I apologize if that's out or cut someone off. But Bruce Innovations is in the pits. This is interesting because JT and I were noting that they very intentionally didn't pit under the last yellow. We haven't gone very far since the last yellow, but we have an hour and 35 minutes to go, and I would believe you if you told me that they could make it to the finish from here, just. So that might be why they decided not to put the last yellow, because they knew they could make their last pit stop fairly soon. And if they got lucky, jump a lap on All-Star Racing, which they did.
They were in at 104, so 44 laps on a stint.
Yeah.
It's probably 75, 80 minutes, so it's probably about right.
Well, it's 94 to go. They might be banking on another yellow, but yeah.
My point is,
then I would question why they didn't pit under the last yellow. So I have to believe that can make it from here, otherwise they would have pitted under the last yellow.
Does appear to be just fuel for the 333 at the moment.
Makes sense. I imagine they'll probably end up out of the pits very close to All-Star Racing, but obviously with not that significant a fuel advantage, to be honest, because All-Star Racing pitted, how many laps ago was that now? It was a fair while, 15 laps ago. So a third of a stint better off. But they could have pitted under the last yellow and been equal on fuel and a minute or so ahead. But we'll see how this all plays out.
Welcome to Sean Glover in the chat. I see, JT, you've been interacting with Sean and providing some answers on the rulebook. Take a peek at the rulebook. There's and some of our old races, by the way. There's a lot of really cool machinery that's popped up in GP1, especially over the years. The Screaming Goat car is the E46 LS swap that we get at a handful of events a year. Got a LS swapped Mustang, actually right on screen there. Number 96 with a Cadillac transmission, I think.
Oh, I think so.
Yeah. There's a really, really quick V8 powered I think it's an E46 as well that runs up in the Northeast that we'll see probably up at Watkins Glen again later on this year. It's a really, really quick car, loud, noisy, but also very, very good. Just doesn't get out of the Northeast region very often. So I think that might be a BMW. Maybe that's an LS. Now I actually don't know. So that might be a BMW V8.
There was a V8 Miata that was totally awesome, but then broke my heart.
Yeah, NCMX5 with an LS in it, ran in GTO for a while. Probably could have been detuned to be pretty competitive in GP1 if they wanted to, but man, Charles had other plans, I guess.
Yeah.
I got the lowdown on the new Palomar car, by the way. I can't share it on the air, but I'm looking forward to it.
Does it have a green nose?
No.
Aw. Because they've had a blue nose, they've had a yellow nose. I figured the next car would have a green nose. Because they run, yellow, blue, and green.
It will feature blue. I know that. All-Star Racing that time, lapping quicker than the leader. 136.353.
Sure. Fastest lap set relatively recently was a 30.8 though. Yeah. So that's more to do with the leader not being very fast right now than anything else.
Leaders in GTO still lapping relatively identical pace here. Gap's still at a 23 seconds.
Shouts to LML Racing, by the way, the Pontiac GTOR up there in the GTU category, or GTO category, excuse me. They could well have packed up and gone home if they wanted here. Given the weather conditions and really, really challenging track conditions this morning, on top of some of their reliability issues, they've stuck with it. That car just leaves the pit lane again and heads out.
So the leaders found some clean air and much faster, much more competitive lap time that time around, matching the 60 car chasing behind. Actually, 6 tenths faster, and then a second faster than the 59 that's also chasing behind. Second faster again as they've just come across the line. 56 seconds back to that third Stratus car, and this is the first time all weekend we've had Stratus 1, 2, and 3 on the timing board.
Yeah, some of that was self-inflicted issue, I think, for the 58 yesterday.
Yeah, they
58. Yeah,
that car drove into the grass at turn 5 and ice slid their way into the barrier to end their race. Obviously, starting the GTU class behind the GTO class in wet conditions is it was going to take the 3 Stratus cars a while to get through the field, and the 58 car took itself out before that happened.
Yeah, I mean, even
yesterday.
in GTU, it never really got to the point where, I mean, it was 2 Stratus cars that generally scrapped up at the top, and then it was, round 3 versus automatic that was kind of there fighting for third. Obviously, automatic ended up coming out on top with the 909. That car has had significantly more trouble today in the conditions than the sister car 908 that now sits up in P4, kind of being the best of the rest, if you like. The number 1. Car number 1, that's the first of the round 3 racing cars, into the pits. Long lap, 6 minutes and 32 seconds. Actually, they've been in and out of the pits a lot from the looks of things. We did say, note that they went into the pit lane pretty early on, right at the, I think it was right at the resumption of the race, wasn't it? From the full course yellow. And some repeated trips to the pit lane and possibly to the paddock as well. Sims by Racers says Lena Chin now in car 27 in GPU. That's a proper performance Honda Civic.
What BMW is that at the very tail end of pit road there? Or is that a Civic?
It's the Civic. It's the 39.
Okay.
The other proper performance car.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And that driver change in the 27, Lena Chin taking over from Scott Oliver a little bit earlier. And thank you to Sims by Racers for sending us that information along the way here. We do try to engage with chat on DriversEye Live as we can. Sometimes we get sucked into the race a little bit, but always good to take as much information where we have blind spots, let's say, and driver status tends to be one of those, at least for now. Same thing goes for mechanical issues, things like that. We do have a text hotline that hasn't been used in some time, and I'm not going to give the number out over the air, but at some point we'll get that fed back out to drivers and teams for Road America. So you can fill us in and clue us into the status of your car, status of your drivers, because it does help those of us following along the race with the race from points further afield. Just a little bit of context and helping piece the race together. Down to 85 minutes remaining. Headed towards the checkered flag at 3 p.m. Just cast our minds back to yesterday afternoon a little bit. I guess it was yesterday morning. We hadn't quite gone green. We were visited very briefly up here in the booth by Scott Mann from Blaze Racing, the number 118. I think this will be one of our first races in some time. We haven't had Scott on the air properly, but we did chat a little bit about some of where they were at for the weekend. We haven't really talked about that black and yellow number 118 BMW E36, but some of that was a pace issue in qualifying. They were a couple of seconds off of where I thought we might have seen them, especially given the lightweight, kind of low power nature of that car. It never really featured in the wet, challenging conditions yesterday afternoon. But with consistency and finally starting to find their feet a little bit here, now that the track is dried out, they're up into the top 5 in GP1. Both of the open throttle cars have had issues. Flying Fur had an issue that was up on the podium yesterday. AOA's number 85 is down the order a bit as well. And All-Star Bruce, Ginger, and Palomar, which have been scrapping away up at the front very quietly. That number 118 Blaze Racing has slid right up into the top 5 there in GP1 and only a lap further back off of the number 38 of Palomar. So, yeah, wouldn't be terribly out of place to see that car pick up another spot or two before the end of the race should attrition or luck fall its way. But either way, the car, you just saw it on screen there, headed into turn number 1. Had an E36 from Blaze Racing. Really, really nice, stable, solid run throughout today. Debut race for proper performance, says Olivia Gerardo. Need to see some of those TCA Honda Civics here in WRL, and I would say putting themselves exceptionally well. A great race weekend to have a front-wheel drive car as well, it has to be said. Oh, off and on. He's off. He's off. And he's back again. That is the number 96 Ford Mustang of Primetime Motorsports. Not Primetime Racing, obviously.
Of course.
No Vipers here.
Which is a bummer.
I don't know if you could get a Viper to run in GTO, could you?
I don't know.
Could you get an 8-liter V10 down to a 9-to-1 power-to-weight number? Would you want to run an 8-liter V10 on DOT tires?
Absolutely. If it's a first gen one, you might be able to do that. About 3,300 pounds, 400 horsepower.
Battle for the lead closing up again. 4.5 seconds faster that lap for Stratus 60 than 58. And the gap is below 8 seconds now.
Gentlemen.
Sir?
Yeah, there we go. Hey, I've got great news. I don't know if we had any surprise guests while we stepped out of the booth, but now that we're back up here and into the final throes of 15 hours of racing here from the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, we have visitors. And I'm happy to say it's one we've had some questions about this weekend and looking for answers. I think we can get a few here. It's Jordan Musser out of the Garage 66 Subaru BRZ, the number 214.
All right.
Oh, I got you here.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by. I know it's a bit of a haul to come across from the paddock side, but appreciate you taking some time to maybe come in out of the cold and chat with us. You had a little hype team behind you here about your opening stint this morning. You caught our eye beginning on Friday with qualifying, and all of a sudden GP2 was stacked from 2 to 7. But number 1 was way out in front, a couple of seconds clear of the field. And then you picked up right where you left off on Friday with an incredible run yesterday. And again, first thing this morning in really, really challenging conditions. Good car, good team. What's the secret there?
It's everything.
All right.
You don't build a gap like that without everything done perfectly. So for us, the car's been running now for over a year. And during that year, we've been developing the chassis. Okay. We're still on the 2-liter motor.
Oh, okay.
So we were actually down power. So up until this race, we were running a 2-liter.
Okay.
So all we did was aero, chassis, shock, springs, control arms, really work on the car, getting it working. And we were competitive. We, finished on the podium several times, but probably people didn't realize we were down power at that point.
Yeah.
So for this event, we now have an aftermarket engine controller, so we're able to dial in the motor a lot closer, and we switched to a 2.4 liter.
Okay.
So now we have good torque down low. One of the weaknesses of the Subaru Toyota platform is you have to use second gear on the tighter corners with the 2-liter. With the 2.4, we can use third. So we don't have traction problems. We get better fuel mileage, and we have one less shift.
All right.
It's an H pattern, so you spend a tenth or two of a second on every shift. So big difference between the last race and this event was definitely the motor package.
Okay. Did you, was this always part of the plan of development for the car to get the 2.4 into the car after you maximized everything else, or was this just, you guys obviously have done everything else right. You say you don't build the gap like that if you don't get everything else right. And then, hey, this last thing we got to take care of is getting the bigger engine into the car. Always part of the plan, or something that you just said, hey, this is what we need to do to get the last step?
So this is the band of misfits.
Okay.
The car owner and the kind of team lead is a lawyer.
Okay.
I'm an engineer, got a businessman. So it's not a professional team. We're doing this for fun. It's a bunch of friends hanging out and racing,
cool.
right?
Awesome.
So Ashkin, who owns the car, built it for a track day car at first, and then decided that his town love had increased and he wanted to try racing.
Okay.
And so we decided we're going to do WRL, and just basically went to COTA last year, put a fuel cell in it, or I should say a second fuel tank, not a cell, just to meet kind of the fuel requirements.
Okay.
And just see how it went. And we were super competitive. We led some laps. And so we said, okay, if we're going to take this more seriously, what is it going to take? So we started with suspension, developing that, and then realized that without a 2.4 liter, we were never probably going to have the power needed to win.
Okay.
So it kind of became part of the plan there. And then during the development, the off season, with the car continuing to get faster, the drivers have all gotten significantly better. And we decided that it was important to not leave anything on the table. So the team ponied up the cash and bought a 2.4 liter from our local Subaru Toyota dealership, and here we are.
Were you guys back at Barber, or is this your first race with the car this year?
So we ran Eagles Canyon, but we did not do Barber.
Got it.
So COTA last year, Eagles Canyon is our third event.
Okay. And where are you guys based?
We were in Dallas, Texas.
Oh, okay.
So 214, our car number is the area code for Dallas.
Got it. So what was it, Mid-Ohio, just bucket list track, got to go and bring the car up there and run up there as a team, or is this view towards something longer term in the WRL?
So we definitely want to look at the championship.
All right.
I mean, I think the taste of blood is in our mouths, right? So everyone's excited. But also, this is kind of a bucket list track. I've been a racer. I'm racing for 20 plus years.
Oh, okay.
I'm an executive desk jockey now, but I drove professionally for a few years. So I've been here and I've gotten to experience Road America, Orlando, all the big tracks. But a lot of these guys haven't. Okay. So I think part of it was, what are the coolest tracks we can go to that we watch on TV, drive in the simulators, and get to experience in real life? And this was like number one on the list, and it happened to be after Barber, the next event. So
okay, all right. And mostly focused on the Midwest Championship then, having not been to Barber?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
All right, so will we see you out at High Plains in Utah as well?
Yep, yes. So we'll be High Plains, and then we might do Miller, I think, too. Yeah,
yeah, Utah.
So,
yeah,
that'll be the final. Yeah, and
Very
then COTA end of the year. That's like on the schedule.
Yeah.
Budget allowing. I don't know what else, right?
Okay.
love endurance racing, lots of seat time, but it's still 20 hours in the car on the weekend.
Yeah.
So that's like a season of sprint racing. Okay. So we really got to think about maintenance items and things. So we're going to kind of see how things go, how our parts last, and then decide how many more events we'll run.
What was the impetus for deciding WRL was the way to go? Is it just that's what the platform allowed best, or I mean, could have gone literally anywhere?
So that's probably partly my fault. I've been fortunate enough to race in WRL with several teams over the last 5 years or so.
Okay.
Always had a great time. I also felt it was a perfect series for developing drivers and having fun. You can develop in sprint, in Porsche Cup, but you're talking about $1 million budgets, and I'm not saying it wouldn't be fun, but it's more, most people out there are trying to make a living out of it. It's very aggressive. You wreck a lot of cars. And most drivers out here, even the very, very fastest, I get to battle the Palomar guys all the time, right? Even those guys, although we're fighting hard on the track, we really are here to have fun. Yeah. And I think that's critical for all of us that are in our 40s. We go to work every day. Like, this is a hobby. It'll never be a profession. You'll never get paid to do it. So we might as well really enjoy it, get the most seat time we can for the dollar.
Yep.
And I think RJ's street tire, the way he's approached that, especially Continental now, so we've stabilized that issue where people would buy really expensive 200 euro tires.
Yeah.
I think that's a big piece of it. So it's more like a sport than something where it's really a professional category. This is fun. And the costs are contained.
Yeah.
Motorsports is expensive no matter what you do, but RJ's done a good job, and I've definitely had some comments before, and he took them on the chin, and I know I'm sure not the only one, but sure. I can't. He's made probably the most consecutive good decisions on how to create a series that people want to race in and can afford to race in it in a row. So hats off to him and everyone else that I know that supports him, because it's incredible. And so I talked it up and told these guys, man, let's go race together.
Yeah.
Bring me along. I'll coach. I do the Motec also. I'm an engineer, so I was like, I can take care of all that stuff.
Yeah.
So just please bring me with you, and we'll go racing. So here we are.
So you got your shot. You got plenty of shots behind the wheel, but this morning in particular, really, really challenging conditions. Right, cold, really damp, left over. I'm sure some running water in some of these streams and rivers that run across the track as well. So kind of in a constantly changing corner by corner situation. What was it like? Because to all the world, for us, Subaru running around in the top 4 or 5 seemed to be just all in a day's work.
I don't know about that. I feel like I almost died a few times. I was looking for the reset button. Is this iRacing? Luckily, I didn't go off at all. There was definitely some moments. But for me, definitely one of the hardest conditions I've been in. Modern rain racing tires, so proper tires, have enough grip. You can kind of run the dry line a little bit, but these are street tires, right?
Yeah.
They're great street tires, unbelievably good street tires in the rain, but they're still street tires. So the real trick to getting around here was, and I'll ignore the new paved sections because that was a completely different conversation, but everywhere else was all about finding the right part of the track where the grip was, like 6, 7, 8, left, right, left, right. I was going like 45 degrees across the dry line, taking 100-foot longer route, but I was able to use full throttle. So I'd go full throttle park like a drag strip, full throttle park like a drag strip. I'm sure guys behind me are like, what is this guy doing? But then all of a sudden I pull 2 car links on them through there, and they're like, oh, I need to start doing that.
Yeah.
So for me, it's the most offline I've ever driven, which also means when you're near the outside edge of the track, kind of rim shot, so to speak, you have no room for error because you're a foot from the edge. You have more grip, but a small mistake. So I think that was kind of the key. I moved to those grippier sections, I think, earlier than some other people. And honestly, I got to hand it to the Trimtex car. What is the team? The
Round 3 racing.
Round 3, that's right. Yesterday, I also started the race, and because there was a longer non-caution period, they caught the back. And I watched him, and he was using more of the track than I was using.
Okay.
And I was doing the same things, but he was doing a little more. And I was like, I need to use more, because that guy just flew. I mean, GTO, but still, you can tell who the drivers are and what the power level. And I was like, that guy can drive.
Yep.
So I decided to move my lines out and even be more aggressive with using the kind of the offline rim shot. And immediately I picked up time. So I started at that point today, and that's why I think we were so fast right away.
It's funny you say that. Actually, I'm just going to let Scott jump in here. Are we're following a battle for the overall and GTU lead? Is that right?
Yeah, it's down under 2 seconds. Well, at 2 seconds now, so it's been closing up. Dustin's been following it, so just wanted to alert you to it so you can keep your eye out. It's this yellow-fronted MPO1. We've got a lapped MPO1, and then the second place car, right, just making that pass now. So it's these 2 darker coloured MPO1s for the overall lead.
Very good. And that's actively closing, is it?
It is actively closing,
Very good.
yes.
Okay. It's funny you mentioned that, Jordan. It's kind of a full circle. So we know the guy who's in the Porsche, when that was all going down yesterday afternoon. And his name's Cole Lofsgaard. We had him up in the booth here actually a little bit earlier. And he said there was a race here in the very similar temperatures. It's 37 degrees. We woke up, an inch of snow on the ground, and the track stayed wet for a long time. So he was running around following an overall race-leading GP2 MX-5. And he said, he said the car was a handful, but I parked it behind the GP2 car because he was the fastest guy on track and just watched his line and watched how much differently he was doing things compared to what Cole was doing, which he thought at the time was the right thing to do. And he said it completely changed how he thought about racing in the rain, taking the rain line, looking for grip, and to what you just said, how much of the track you use when you feel like there's no margin for error, right? And that there are tenths and seconds to be gained as you do that. So from GP2 to Cole back to GP2 again.
Perfect.
Yeah, amazing. The BRZ, we talked to a lot of BMW owners up here in DriversEye Live, mostly percentage-based things. Just a lot of the production field is E36 and 46. Some newer things happening up in GP1, people looking for a new platform. The Toyota Subaru platform has lots of mixed opinions, right, about whether it's suitable for, certain classes. GP3, there was a really successful GT86 down there with 3 fast guys and Denny. Haven't really seen one thrown into GP2 yet, and certainly not prior to the DR86s. Is that something that you think is a long-term solution for you guys if you're going to continue to run WRL in the lower-end production classes, or is this just, this is what we've got, we're going to make the most of it, and we'll see how long we can get out of it?
So I know Denny quite well, by the way. We're all from Dallas. Yeah, they're from Dallas as well. So I've known him for like 15 years.
Awesome.
So definitely that was a catalyst for our development, and I will got to thank him also and the team for some advice as we built the car.
Oh,
awesome.
awesome.
How does this work? How does that work? And they helped us with the fuel system. And so they took probably 3 races out of the learning curve. So we wouldn't be here without them. Thank you, Denny, and the rest of the guys, Dave and those guys over there. But yeah, so I think the car, shockingly, is with this engine, absolutely is pretty darn good in GP2. Couldn't run GP1. You'd have to string the motor up too much, start breaking parts.
Yeah, sure.
We believe at this point, and we'll be houring things and measuring, but we think in GP2 the car will last a long time, and obviously it's competitive. We've been dialing from a fuel mileage standpoint. The Boxer engine we did not expect to be as efficient as it is, so we're playing a little bit of that, trying to run it leaner, things like that. But yeah, overall, I think we're going to stick with it.
I'm excited to see that. I like BMWs, obviously, but opportunities for other things. Change for the overall race lead just happened on the way down into turn number 4. That's the number 60, clear of the now somewhat multicolored number 58. Change for the overall race lead there as well. It's been lapping reasonably quickly, that number 60, down in the 132s compared to the 33s for the Stratus 58. And just like Scott Michaels called it earlier, that is not much of a surprise there. But now, heading towards the final hour of racing, get a little bit clearer picture of where things are likely to head, inching towards the checkered flag. Really appreciate you guys coming up here. We had lots of questions about how this BRZ showed up and was lightning fast in GP2, and it's cool to hear some of the story behind it. Any way to talk Denny and the guys into putting a 2.4 in theirs and bringing it out?
They have a 2.4.
Oh, do they?
Yeah, they had it detuned for GP3.
Right.
And so at Coda, that's one of the things that spurred that is we were quick. We were on pace with them in the dry on the 2-liter, and in the wet we were quicker. And so we were like, if we put the 2.4 in, we're going to be really strong. Yeah. And he obviously helped us a ton with that. And we had put the 2.4, and we were right. So we'd love to see him back here. They're busy with their IMSA program right now, right? And I don't blame him. If I was able to run IMSA, I would probably make the same decision, much as I love WRL. Yeah. But they have not sold the car. They still have it. We actually offered to buy it, and he didn't want to sell it. So that tells me he's going to find a couple more races to run with it.
Very cool.
And so we're looking forward to battling with some more frenemies,
Yeah, awesome. Jordan Muster, thank you for stopping by. Best of luck to you and the entire Garage 66 team along the way. Hope for, at the very least, for the last hour and 5 minutes or whatever we've got here, continue good things and another podium for you guys in GP2.
Appreciate it. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Had that change for the lead. We've also had a change for 5th overall as the Toyota R&D Racing number 90 has passed the leading GP1 car, All-Star Racing. We were talking about the All-Star Racing car and how they seemed to give away a lap during the last yellow flag, perhaps unnecessarily, at least from where we're stood. But Bruce Innovations has pitted under green 15 laps after we went back to green. And that car is now about 35 to 40 seconds behind All-Star Racing in second in class. So we're just going to have to track those two cars and see whether Bruce Innovations can make it to the finish. If they can, then they're in a really great place because All-Star Racing almost certainly can't. If Bruce Innovations can't make it to the finish but have a shorter final stop because they pitted so much later, then it's going to be really, really close between those two cars, and it's just going to be down to how much fuel has to go in each car, how fast each car is from now to the finish. Whether we have any more yellow flags will make a big difference. I would say if a yellow comes out and both cars have to pit, then they're just going to end up right together. Bruce Innovations just come across the line. The gap is 39.3 seconds now for the leading GP1 and 6th overall. So yeah, it's going to be one of those. Assuming it goes green the whole way, it's going to be one of those battles for the win that will just follow through to the last lap to see if Bruce Innovations can make it.
Yeah, classic WRL finish.
Could be. I'd be surprised based on the cadence of yellow flags we've had this weekend, but this is the driest we've seen the track. I've even noticed some of the Turn 5 river, I think, is stemming. I don't think it's covering it's going across the entire track anymore. The one at Turn 11 definitely is, as we just saw, but the one at Turn 5, I think the inside of the track is actually dry. So track should be getting easier and easier to drive. Hopefully less issues, but the grass is still going to be a big slide there for out of the carousel for the second place cars. We've still got these two MPO1s together working through traffic, going 3 wide into Turn 1. The leader in the middle. That was tight. The grass is still going to be very wet and soggy, so cars are going to get stuck if they go off, but hopefully we'll have fewer cars going off. This is actually the number 5 All-Star Racing car being lapped. Why they're not making it super easy for the MPO1s, because they're in a real race trying to maximize as much time as they can from now to the finish. I'm sure they've probably got a slightly better idea of what Bruce Innovations are going to do than we do, but I'm sure they still want to make as much of the gap that they currently have as possible. New fastest lap from the number 70, which is the next car in line after that. Well, next car on the timing screen after that GP1 lead battle. They're a lap behind, 4 laps down overall. They've just set a 1:30.088, which is 2.5 seconds at least faster than everyone else in the field. So they've obviously they're going full burn with that car, seeing if they can an hour. They might have enough time to catch the GP1 cars, but I don't think anything more than that.
Where has all that time come from?
Lap time.
Is it all lap time? Because there were 2+ laps down to both of those cars.
I think it is lap time because they're 6 or 7 seconds a lap faster.
Yeah, all right.
Give them half an hour at that pace, and yeah, they'll take a minute out.
Yeah, that's fair. I hadn't really stopped to do the mental math, and obviously that penalty was applied, something close to 30, 40 minutes ago now.
Well, the other thing is Bruce Innovations has pitted fairly recently.
Well, that's
actually even that was a while ago now.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. What were you referring to?
GTO. Were we not talking about the 70?
Yes, but I was talking to them about them in reference to the cars ahead of it, which are both GP1 cars. All
right. Yeah.
Although the Toyota R&D car is only 9 seconds ahead of All-Star.
I had siphoned that out into GTO. I was looking at the GTO specific gaps.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that means that round 3 are a minute and a half behind the nearest GTO car, and currently going. Well, they've just done a 29.9, so they're over 5 seconds quicker than that Toyota.
Insane.
So, and the Toyota's only 16 seconds behind the Ginetta. So actually, not like with the. I could do some maths if I really wanted to, but the rate things are currently going, that might not be out of reach. If they're going 5 seconds up quicker.
Yeah, some of that.
Don't know where they all sit on pit stop.
Kind of slow Samson BMW here.
How many laps are we doing an hour? It's quite a lot, isn't it? Yeah, no, that's very much. They're very much going quick enough to catch both of those GTO cars ahead before the end of the race, all else being equal. As far as pit stops go, the Ginetta is going to be due one relatively soon. They haven't pitted for about 33 laps. The Toyota, similar position, about 25 laps since they pitted. And the Porsche, again, about 35 laps.
Yeah.
So they're all in the same place on fuel.
Yeah, it's not. They're all going to need one more stop to the end, right?
Right. Yeah, and it should be similar length of stop. But yeah, if they can carry on catching at 5 seconds a lap, they will catch both of those cars.
2:19 is the gap I show on our independent timing here. 2 minutes 19 seconds. So that's inclusive.
Okay, I was thinking it was
lap.
more like 140.
Yeah, 2:19 is what I see here, but we'll keep an eye on that as time goes on here. I do want to welcome one additional guest to the booth for the second time this week. We didn't actually get to chat on the air a little bit yesterday, Scott, but we did try and fill in some of the key bullet points of what we chatted about yesterday. Today,
that's awesome.
By virtue of the fact that you guys, Scott, man, the Blaze 118 crew, up into the top 5 in GP1.
Yes.
For having been a little bit behind the 8 ball on Friday in qualifying. Steady progression now up to actually a pretty competitive position there.
Yeah, not necessarily one of our shining weekends, that is for sure. Although I'm going to use that as a pun because we haven't seen the sunshine the whole entire weekend. So it kind of works really well. But I will say that today we... thinking that it was going to be dry, and it finally did go that way, went with the dry setup. Yesterday, we went with a wet setup, and guess what it didn't do yesterday? Yeah. I mean, unbelievable. 100% chance of rain. National Weather Service. NOAA's like, oh, yeah, there'll be no problem with the 3/4 to a 1 inch and all this sort of stuff. I'm like, okay, I'm going to make a lake car, something that will be effectively very nice, slice right through the water, and will do very well with no sway bars and soft springs and everything like that, and it sucked horribly yesterday. Today, I'm like, screw this. I don't understand Ohio. I'm from Las Vegas, Nevada, and that's easy. It's either hot or cold or windy. Those are the 4 seasons. And so, no, there was only 3 in there. Don't worry, I can count. But it is for sure a day that came to us. The other thing is as I have spoken many times before, for your millions of listeners, you know that Blaze Racing is running very, very low horsepower, very low weight, and going the opposite direction of most GP1 cars. We don't even carry any ballast at all. And by doing that, that allows us to get really good gas mileage. And we just did, now don't tell anybody this, okay, but we just did our last fuel stop. And so we're going to go all the way to the end.
All right.
And TC Klein, which is closest to us, had to do a fuel stop just after us. Now I'm sure they can make it to the end, or pretty sure they can make it to the end. TC, what a great guy, by the way. And so that's who we are playing with for position right now. That is for sure. And then beyond that, if anybody else has to pit, I mean, we are close enough to the leaders that depending upon whether they have to do it under green flag or they have any sort of bobbles or anything like that, there is a good chance we may be finishing quite happily today, unlike yesterday.
Where did you guys end up at the end of the day? Yes,
I don't want to.
Yeah, okay.
That was.
I mean, there's no. Look,
I drank between then and now, and I don't even drink alcohol, so I don't remember yesterday. How's that?
So to be fair, I mean, GP1 is not necessarily the class it used to be, right? There was a time where you get 7, 8, 9 cars in GP1 of highly varying quality and build and preparation.
Yeah, and the results would reflect that.
Sometimes, yes.
Yes.
And now we've got 13, 14 cars here this weekend, and I mean, 9, 10, 11 of them were realistically in with a shot of a podium or a top 5.
Absolutely. That's what's so cool.
Yeah.
And as a matter of fact, it's really exciting for us because our strategy is so different than everybody else's that, you know, it's almost like we're dragging our feet and we're going down towards the bottom and stuff like that because we're so slow, because we have such a low horsepower motor.
Yeah.
And then slowly but surely we start climbing back up again. And we've done that. We've proven that. WRL has seen us do that multiple times before. Reliability or getting taken out of the race, bumped, whatever the case may be, bad luck, or the fact that we are sponsored by Target Corporation, so we have a target on our back. I'm kidding, of course. Nothing against Target Corporation, but that's what it just seems like. It is not come to us, but I don't know whether we're having to do more seances or holding hands and singing Kumbaya, but whatever works, it's working right now. So, but yeah.
I know you're a little pressed for time here. You've got a couple of sets of headphones and radios and things here.
You're just trying to get me off the air.
I'm not. I genuinely thought you said earlier we got to do this quick.
Yes, we did. But please,
can you just kind of briefly retell the story you relayed to us yesterday regarding it started with the short axles and ended up with a flight to Chicago.
Oh my God, it was terrible.
If you
yes,
don't mind
yes, I
telling
will.
that
I will.
story,
I
and
will
it's-
absolutely do that, and I won't mention any companies because I hope that they will actually maybe still continue
do the
to,
right thing.
Yes, do the
Yeah.
right thing. That's exactly right. And so, by the way, I'm clipping on my input really bad because I have a loud, boomy voice.
Sorry.
and I'm hearing myself just cracking every
The
once in a
boy
while.
who was in here before you was not you.
Yeah, okay, well, and me being the audio engineer, I'll make sure that I don't crash your digital signal.
I'll take your professional opinions.
Yeah, there
for
we go.
sure, for sure.
Okay, so imagine this. You show up at the track with a brand new differential and built by a very reputable company out on the West Coast, and they did such a fantastic job, very good. We pop in our axles that we got, heavy-duty axles, $1,000 a piece from a very, very, very prolific axle company, and we go out for 1.5 laps, and they pop out. So let's back the story up. These same axles we've had problems with multiple times before, where the boots themselves have not cleared the underneath side of the rear trailing arms, and it's an E36, so if anybody's familiar with that, it's got those cup-style E36 rear trailing arms. And yes, we will be changing those trailing arms eventually, but we didn't think we needed to because they were direct fit.
Yeah.
And so now we've gone through multiple sets of these axles. One set was actually warranted by that said company, which was very, very nice of them to do, including shipping. They got them back to us. We put in the new limited slip differential. 1.5 laps later, it pulls right out of the side of the differential. And so we're like, what the heck happened? What on earth is going on? And so that being the case, we bring them back in again. We pull them out. We compare them to stock axles, which we had one. And guess what? The new axles that they sent us are actually shorter than the previous heavy-duty $1,000 axles. And so we're like, oh my God, now what we're going to do? This is Friday. It's Friday at about 9:30 in the morning after our first session of a lap and a half.
This is Friday here, to be clear.
Yeah,
this
correct.
isn't some previous event.
That's
Yeah,
correct.
Right here,
and,
2 days ago.
And so I'm like, there's only one way of doing this. That particular pattern I recognize from my Porsche days, 30 plus years doing that. And I look at that and I go, that's a 930 CV joint, so 110 millimeter CV joint. Something that I might be able to find in town very easy because of the fact that everybody from Ferrari to Audi to Mercedes-Benz uses those. And so I went into town, go to a couple different shops, found a shop that actually is an Audi shop, and sure enough, the guy goes into this storage container that just looked like a big dirt clod of rust. I mean, it was unbelievable. And he disappears and he comes back out with an Audi axle and he says, there's your CV joint. I said, yep, absolutely. We knocked it off the end of it, put it in a shaker, cleaned it up, stuff like that. And I said, now I need to know where I can get to a machine shop. I got to cut this thing in half. We're going to make spacers. And he says, go down to such and such. I went there. They said, no, we're 6 weeks out. But you can go to this other place. We went to that other place and sure enough, they said, sure. And I walked into the other place, the second place, with a $100 bill in my hand. So I think that was probably
Sure,
part of
got
it. And so an hour and a half later, after a cup of coffee and a nice little lunch, we had ourselves a CV joint cut right down the middle, 100 millimeter or 110 millimeter 930 CV joint with no guts on the inside of it, nicely polished and perfect to be able to accommodate the space that we needed on the axles that are too short for our application. Came back here, bolted it all up, no problem at all, except for by the end of Friday, we had already wasted one of the boots again. It's because the boots keep on failing because they're hitting the underneath side of the trailing arms. And we've done everything to try to accommodate that. No, our car's not too low, and I could go on and on and on and on. We got the science behind it. So I turned around and said, okay, I'm going to take the stock axle that I have that has the proper boots on it, dissect it, and we'll be able to resurrect the one and possibly get through Friday. In the meantime, the rest of my team started looking for stock axles, which don't generally last but about 1 day in this sort of racing. And guess where they were? In Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
They happened to be close enough to the airport there that Zach, who's one of our drivers, the son of the owner, Jason, said, you know what, we're just going to do it. Bonsai, they went to the airport in Cleveland, I think it was, and jumped on a plane, flew over to Chicago, had some guy, we bought the axles, had some guy ferry the axles to the airport. Zach got the 2 axles and ran back, caught the next flight coming back, and was in bed by midnight 12:30 in the morning, and managed a decent amount of sleep before he was to race on Saturday. On Saturday, we still left the other axles in because, remember, I repaired one of those $1,000 axles with stock boots, but by the end of the day, it was also foobarred. And so we've now figured out, reverse engineered how they're doing their axles We got to build one for about $175 now. Now that I actually reverse engineer everything that they do, but we can see where the discrepancy in the measurement is and why the boots are now failing due to the depth of the stub axle end, which is the outer end. And so we're gonna go a different direction with regards to that. That being said, last night we went ahead and switched the axles out, put the stock axles in. Boots have neither failed today, which, by the way, when a boot fails, the grease sprays all over your rear reluctor rings for your ABS, and it takes out your ABS system, so we don't have braking.
Sure.
And they're managing with the cheap whatever grease from whatever country on the other side of the pond is in it, they're managing to hold together. And so if they make it to the end of today, that was a very expensive set of stock axles from O'Reilly's. I'm going to give them a plug that managed through an endurance race. And yeah, that would be very, very fine.
This would be a great time to show the O'Reilly Auto Parts bridge over at turn number 9, but the camera's gone down over there, unfortunately. Yeah, so we've got a still image, I think is the best we could do. But instead, we'll stick with this this race for the overall lead we've got here at the moment. 60 has caught the 58 with the pair of Stratus cars there in GTU. We're also following along a growing battle, let's say, or a expanding battle for the lead in GTO. You guys up in GP1, Scott, excuse me. 4 cars this weekend have been on it, right? In this little glass case where they're just kind of throwing knives at each other, back and forth constantly, lap times within a couple of tenths. Do you guys look at the race and as it unfolds and say, okay, we should be progressing towards that level of pace, that type of consistency, or are you just running your own development program, trying to build on your lap times, get your drivers up to speed, get your crew up to speed and running, and just building your own program out as it comes to you?
Because we are so dissimilar from any other team,
right,
there is very few cues that we actually pick from the other team, and that's an excellent question. By the way, I've complimented you many times before. You have good questions.
Well, thank you. I try.
And so, recognizing the fact that we are a little bit of the odd man out, if we do try to copy anybody or anything, it's generally what not to do.
Okay.
And so that would be the comparative that we take away from this. And so to answer your question, we're pretty much in our own little bubble. I will say that we got 2 compliments from 2 different WRL workers this weekend, which is the one thing that I think we also stand apart. We try to be as accommodating, friendly, I'll even say it without necessarily sounding too obtuse. We're very loving. We're just the team that when they get to know us, we will embrace anybody and help anybody and bend over backwards and give them food and drink and high five and celebrate whatever. We happen to be next to one of the most competitive teams right there in the pits, both in the pits as well as in the garage.
Yeah.
And we've gone to them for multiple different hey, we need this, we need that, and so on and so forth. And they've come back to us and done the same thing. And it's great. That's one of the things that I love. Now, on the flip side, when we're out on the track, all bets are off, which is exactly the way that it's supposed to be, which is exactly the way that RJ has been building this series. And that's what I am so proud of. And so I hope that RJ realizes that if we may not necessarily be the poster child for WRL, because we do have our interesting moments and our controversy on occasion, because we do run such a different program.
Everybody does.
But on the other hand, if there is ever an example of how we can be good humans, we'll take that mantra any day.
It's funny you say that. We've had kind of a revolving door of GP1 drivers. And, in some ways, it's the amateur club grassroots type racing aspect of it all. We see GTO drivers come in and out, but we don't get to talk about storytelling. We talk about how consistent their cars are and how professional everybody is. And wow, this is crazy racing at the top. And I got to race this dream Porsche Cup and all these cool things. And then the GP1 drivers and teams come in and it's storytelling about having to take flights to Chicago and how they tow these 2 cars out from San Diego in the case of Palomar.
Yeah, Palomar.
What the new car they're building because it's everything they've learned over 2 years of racing.
Yep.
And it's just so cool to hear these stories back to back to back. All-star, Steve Park, NASCAR driver, Johann Schwartz, pro, Kenny Hendrick does it because he loves it, right? Like, it is everything we love about grassroots and amateur racing with the camaraderie that we love about it, but also a tremendously high level of competition at the very, very top.
Absolutely.
And it's just that class in particular, that community in particular, such a great blend of what we love about endurance racing and what we love about WRL. So you've said it better than I could, Scott, but I appreciate you taking your time to come back over here today, chat with us. If you got anything else to add, any more interesting stories or sponsors, partners to thank, by all means, please do. And we'll let you go to see the checker flag there with your team here in a moment.
And thank you for allowing me to do so.
Anytime.
Our lead sponsor is Power Cool Manufacturing out of Indianapolis, Indiana. They build our radiators. They support us tremendously. They are an absolutely incredible company. They've overnighted stuff to us, things like that. So Power Cool Manufacturing in Indianapolis, radiators and cooling solutions like you would not believe. They're incredible. And then, of course, Jason, team owner, he is unbelievable. We've brought in a new driver for this weekend who has been incredible. She's a pro herself. She's a TA2 a driver. Her name is Michelle Abate.
Yeah, familiar.
Yeah, absolutely. And so Michelle was one of the hot shoes that was out there this weekend, and doing an excellent job for us. And we appreciate her and her husband Anthony, who's been spotting in the bitter cold and the snow and the sleet and everything like that out there. And he's just he might as well just be a soldier. So he's just incredible. So we've managed to keep our corners square, and so wish us luck all the way to the end. The end's not too terribly far away. If we can actually, and one of the main reasons why our car is square, our body shop. That if you remember 1 year ago at this particular race is when we got hit by the Rogue Supra and it caved in the back of the car, destroyed the back of the car. We found a local body shop and now he's part of the team.
Oh, awesome.
That's GT Racing or GT Body Shop down in Columbus, Ohio, and that's Boomer and his family. They all came to support us.
Fantastic.
And the only reason why we haven't even rubbed paint this weekend at all or had anybody hit us is because he's standing there in the pits going, I don't want to see your car.
Very good.
Anyway, there you go. Again, thank you very much. Sometime in the future, I want to bring this to the listeners. I'm going to come in with a little bit of an idea where on yellow flags, you will be able to tie into whatever driver on the radio and do a two-way thing, kind of like the way that some of the other series do it, so that you can actually say, hey, what's it like at the track conditions out there? What are you seeing? Where's the slipper? Where's it not? I have all the technology in the rig to be able to do it.
Fantastic.
And so we'll bring that in. We'll tie it all into your board and everything like that and make that happen someday.
Fantastic. Scott, man, thank you. Thank you for all the kind words and your support. Best luck to you the rest of the way.
Appreciate
Top 5?
Yeah,
let's wait and see.
That's what I hope. Top 5 would be good.
Excellent.
All right,
Blaze
thanks.
Racing number 118. Appreciate Scott taking the time to come over even in this late hour. Battle on for the GTU and overall race lead once again.
Yeah, I've been watching it from the onboard of the 58. I think both of these cars have driver changed to some very, let's say, very switched on drivers. It's it's getting serious when you see a driver from the onboard make a slight mistake and then they shake their head immediately in an endurance race. That means they're really fighting for every 10th. But yeah, we were coming straight out of the pits. The 60 was struggling a bit to warm their tires up, and the 58 was all over the back of them, as we saw on the screens. But a little while ago, the 60 got themselves up to speed and gapped them a bit. But now the driver of the 58 has reeled them back in. So it's a real back and forth battle here between two really fast drivers. I think when they get clear laps, they're both in the low 30s, which is pretty much as fast as we've seen anyone in the field all day. Fastest lap is a 29.9 from the number 70. But these guys are definitely on the limit. Sprint race to the finish mode. And the third Stratus car is not that far back. I think it's 45, 50 seconds behind. So any issue for these two, and that third car is going to be coming into play as well.
Go ahead.
One more thing. We have surprisingly, we actually do have a race for the GTO win. All of the cars are going to end up coming back together, I think. I calculated about 10 minutes ago that the number 70 needed to gain. The number 70 Porsche needed to gain on the Ginetta at about 3.25 seconds a lap to catch them. And they were at the time they were trending more than that. Since then they've pitted, and the Ginetta is on time screen. The Ginetta's in the pits right now. They probably left.
Yep.
Oh, they're actually sat in the pits, are they?
No, I just noticed on timing there. It's been in, and the Toyota has jumped to the class lead.
So that hasn't cleansed yet, and the Toyota hasn't pitted at all yet for the last time. So it's obviously the amount of time those cars spend in the pits is going to make a big difference in how much the 70 needs to gain to catch them. But that is easily the fastest car on the track, and it has been gaining enough.
And to that end, Scott, the 70 will have had to spend the most time in the pits. Whether that actually turns out to be the case by virtue of crew performance or whatever remains to be seen.
Well,
but it did have to take. Go ahead.
The Ginetta just came through and they had a slower outlap by 6 seconds than the Porsche.
Well, my point was just going to be that the 70 will have needed the most fuel out of the 3 by virtue of pitting earliest to get to the end.
Well, unless they pitted early for a different reason. But it seems like so the Ginetta's in lap was a 43 and their outlap was a 51. The Porsche's in lap was a 39 and their outlap was a 45. So that's actually even more than that.
Yeah, 8 seconds total.
8 seconds faster through the pit stops.
Yeah.
So that's going to cut down the amount of time they need to gain even more. I'll give it a couple of laps to settle down, and I'll do another calculation to see if they're still on target. I imagine that target delta has probably come down.
Possibly, but remember that, and we do get sucked into this discussion when we end up in this sort of role, right? It used to happen at the 25 hours of Thunderhill quite a lot. You'd get somebody taking 6, 7, 8 seconds a lap out of a car ahead and say, well, how long do they need to do this to make up 4 laps, 5 laps, whatever it happens to be? And it's all well and good until you realize it's an average of that number, right? So every lap that you don't do that, the target number goes up. For example, last time through, the round 3 car did a 134.3. The Toyota R&D car was out of the pits, but had been in the 33s and 34s
Actually,
prior.
the Toyota R&D car is in the pits. They're just doing their last pit stop.
Okay, it's just come through and out. Anyway, my point is, if you match each other on a lap, all of a sudden that's 3 seconds, 3 1/4 seconds. You've got to find somewhere else.
Yes, but every time I compared those 2 cars, it was 5+ seconds.
Yeah,
so,
right. So my point is that the details lap to lap matter, right? It just can't be I'm doing 3 1/4 seconds most laps. It's I need to be doing at least that basically every lap. And if not, it changes the target.
I think you've
full
got
course
the,
yellows. Full course yellows.
Yeah.
All yellows can also change that, right?
Sometimes that'll completely change everything.
In your favor, catch you up, or work against you because now you have 6 laps that you're not running around 4 seconds quicker than the guy ahead of you. So as we go through these last 38 minutes or so, we'll need to keep an eye on that progress. Right now, the gap on track was 2 minutes 27.6. And as you said, this will start to kind of cleanse itself out as we complete this last round of stops, in particular for the number 9.
Is that between the 90 and the 70 or the 178?
It's between 90 and 70. The gap between 178 and 70, that's Camburn Performance and round 3, is 1 minute 30.6, and that is equal on pit stops.
All right. And how many laps do we think we can do in 57 minutes?
I mean, at 1.5 minutes a lap, 38 minutes is going to... Oh, my goodness. 3 wide down the front straightaway, Dustin. Let's pick this up going into 1. Yep, 70 and 90 are right there. So this will put the 70 back onto the lead lap if it can get the move done. I don't think it has. No, it hasn't. Tucks in behind the Toyota Supra. 38 divided by 1.5, Scott. No, I can't do that
26.
number in my head.
So I've got it at about 3.5 seconds a lap. So it's actually increased slightly.
Yeah, exactly. And that's my point, right? So every lap that you don't do that, your target number goes out.
Yep.
If you're not doing 3 1/4. So,
but on the last lap, they did 3.5. So it's still on technically. So we'll have to see how that trends.
And it is kind of it's not caution to the wind, and
also
in the context of putting things at risk, Scott. It's but the lap time is obviously there. The car performance is there, and I think they're trying to get 100% out of their car now.
Also, the Toyota's come out of the pits and it's jumped ahead of the Ginetta. There's now 7.3 seconds between those two. So even if we don't get the Porsche into this race, which I think we will, that's a really close race there between the Toyota and the Ginetta. That's first and second in GTO right now.
Yeah.
The Toyota had a much shorter pit stop. So that's interesting. I guess maybe that's a road-based car with better fuel economy, so they have a smaller tank and they're burning less fuel. Don't know, but they gained at least 30 seconds in the pits there. Looks more like 35 seconds in the pits on both the 70 and the 178. 70 and 178 are actually the 70 and the 90 are actually nose to tail on the track, just a lap apart.
Yeah, that's just happened. The 70s just sneaked through in front of the...
And then the Ginetta's 7 seconds
Porsche.
behind. So we're watching all 3 of them. Here's the Porsche. The next car is the Toyota, and the Ginetta's just exited turn 1.
Yeah, the Cameron Performance Jannetta marginally quicker than the Toyota R&D Racing Supra the last time around, 9/10 of a second or so. The gap's down to 6.5. That's obviously coming down more slowly than the 70 is catching, but much less work to do there as well. It's also probably worth noting, Scott, that if the 178 Jannetta is able to get past the number 90 and is continuing to lap more quickly, then that changes how fast, absolutely, the 70 will have to go to catch them, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
so your target being out in front, if they're doing 33.5s and the Supra's doing 34.5s, then all of a sudden your delta becomes 3.5 seconds to the 33.5, not the 34.5. If all that makes sense, the way I put it. Yeah.
So on the last lap, it was 0.2 seconds. That's not enough for the 70 on that particular lap.
Exactly, yeah.
Just an update on the GTU. So they're still nose to tail. The 58 following the 60, 0.4 seconds between them. We're watching them on screen right now.
Yeah.
Actually, all of the cars we're talking about are all in the same part of the track.
Amazing.
There's also the GP1 battle between Bruce Innovations and All Star Racing. I think All Star Racing must have just made their last pit stop about 8 laps ago. They've dropped behind Bruce Innovations again now by 29 seconds. So that's really, that battle, as we've been saying, is going to come down to whether Bruce Innovations can do the 95 minutes, hour and 35. That's how long was left in the race when they did their last pit stop. So if they can make it, they're going to win. If they can't make it, they're probably not, because I doubt they'll get in and out of the pits in 29 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, there is another world
assuming
here.
that gap stays the same.
There is another world here where the number 5 just laps more quickly than the Bruce car, and that's not happening, every lap or anything like that. The 333 going quite quickly at the moment.
Yeah, in the dry,
they've got to save fuel to make it that 95 minutes.
Yep.
Yeah,
it's close enough that it's definitely a race. Yeah.
Good battle on for 5th as well. I think it's actually just gone in favor of the TC Klein number 112. We did have Scott Mann up in the booth, from the 118 Blaze Racing squad. And at the time they were in 5th, but I think the 112 BMW M240 IR has shot through there into the top 5 in GP1. Lap times are close, though, so I don't think it's done and dusted by any means. Done and dusted? Anyway. For what it's worth, I've done some irresponsible math, which we haven't used yet this weekend. And it does still favor the 178 over the 90, and that is, I think, mostly just due to it being quicker and also not so very far behind the Supra. It doesn't care for the 70 at the moment, but I think it takes into account the totality of that car's lap times rather than...
Yeah, that car since its penalty has been
doing.
Multiple seconds faster than it was before the penalty. So, yeah, I think it's going to be lagging a bit there.
Yeah, down in GP2, by the way, now that we've gone through the other 3 classes, there's not much to reset there. The Garage 66 Subaru BRZ, we just chatted with Jordan a while ago, up here, Jordan Musser. That car is still 8 laps out ahead of the first of the proper performance Civics. The second car, the number 39, sits in 3rd place in the GP2 class, with a lap in hand over the 851 and AOA Racing Mazda MX-5. Palomar Racing, the number 83. I think we've had back out onto the track since it was towed back behind the wall a little earlier. And then 6th placer, the Brian Harda Autosport car, went out early in an incident down at turn number 4. Through turn 6 goes the Cameron Performance, Cameron Performance Jannetta G55. A couple of cameras have gone down over there, so we'll pick them up on the run up into turn number 10. There's the Supra, number 90, Toyota R&D. And there's the Jannetta. So what were we at last time around? 5.3. It did come down again. The 70 set a PB on the lap just prior to that as well. A 129.329. It's fastest lap of the race. Absolutely.
Got multiple
for that
PBs. We've got the 59 on the previous lap, did a 30.477, which is a personal best for that car. In 3rd place. They're actually... as fast as the 2 leaders are going, the 3rd place car is gaining. That gap's down to around 40 seconds. The 2nd place car also set their personal best lap, but it was a second slower. That's not a fast enough rate of gain for the 59 to catch, but at least they're making a race of it. The Porsche has just passed both of the leaders and unlapped themselves.
Yes.
Which is It's important because if a yellow came out right now, then the leaders are between the Porsche and the leading GTO cars.
To be clear, you're talking about the overall leaders, the two Stratus,
yes,
Sebeco
yeah.
NP01s. Yeah, that's a fair point.
Yeah, the 70's just driven through them, and now that car has the two GTU and overall leaders between themselves and the GTO leaders, so they would go all the way around the lap and gain all the time they need to gain that way, obviously with bad track position on the restart, but and then obviously 10 or 15 minutes wasted if they would be using to catch up. So it's not necessarily the best thing in the world if we get a yellow for them, but it's not a bad thing if we get a yellow for them right now. And then as for the GP1 lead, those two cars are very, very evenly matched. Gap's 27.5 seconds now, but their last laps were within 0.3 of each other. All-Star Racing slightly better off, but that's nowhere near enough closing rate for them. Toyota R&D comes across the line with the fastest time I've seen for them so far. Same for Camburn Performance, actually. 33.8 for the Toyota and a 32.8 for the Ginetta. So those two guys are definitely pushing each other to new. Well, that's a personal best for the Camburn car, and only 0.4 off the personal best for the Toyota. So those two are pushing each other as hard as they possibly can right now, which might be enough to help them stay ahead of the 70, even though the 70 is setting purple laps. They're within 3 seconds, the Ginetta at least, right now. But if they start racing each other and holding each other up that way, that'll swing the other way. The gap's down to 3.9 as of the end of last lap. We're watching that on screen right now. I've noticed this turn 5. As I mentioned, the river doesn't go across the track anymore, so the inside lane is completely dry. That for a while that didn't really seem to matter because there was so little rubber on the inside. But I think that line is starting to rubber in, and the cars are looking a lot more settled through that corner. It is just one line though, so if you try to lap another car through there, I think this river actually into 11 might have finally stopped crossing the entire track.
Nominally, yes. It makes it just about to the edge of the white line there on driver's right.
Yeah. I think if you were to really huggle, there's a dry line there. But I think that corner's being less and less water tracked through it as we get towards the end of the race. With 28 minutes to go now.
I haven't paid a whole lot of attention to the trackside noise. But as the track is quieted down outside my window, I can hear it a little bit better through the headsets. I'm hearing a lot of tire squeal out of the number 90, and I'm not sure that's been the case all day. And I wonder.
Well, they just set their personal best lap of the race.
Exactly what I was going to say. I wonder if they've just turned the wick up a little bit and said, "Hey, you're being caught, and also you're being caught by both cars behind you."
This is a sprint race now from this point. It's just pure.
You know what we really need, Scott, is a full course yellow and a safety car to just pack everything up.
Yeah, that would make
really exciting at the end.
Yeah, it would, wouldn't it? It's what every endurance race needs.
Yeah, exactly. No, this is really good stuff. Watching the gap come down slowly between the 90 and the 178, with both of them putting in personal best times. Absolutely, I mean, really going for it here. Bearing in mind they're also being caught by 3, 4, 5, 6 seconds a lap by the number 70 Porsche. That time it's only by about 2 seconds.
Well, that's because the number 70 had to pass the number 5 for 7th overall.
Sure, yeah, I wasn't saying that it's anything wrong with the car or the driver or anything like that. It's just, yeah.
No, I just wanted to point out that position. Seconds. I wanted to segue into that, announcing that position change.
Very good.
So the 70, while catching the GTO leaders, is also it's in the process of marching through the GP1 lead battle. So that's what happened there, obviously for overall position. So yeah, number 70 up to 7th overall, displacing the number 5. The next target will be 333, Bruce Innovations car, which is 25 seconds ahead, lapping 7 seconds a lap slower, up to 8 seconds a lap slower, depending on how quick the 70 is going on a given lap. So that won't take long to change, but obviously relatively inconsequential.
Tobacco ad being filmed behind the All-Star car there.
One line.
The ones right in a row, including the overall and GTO lead, or GTU lead battle, right?
As my stream from Dustin seemed to freeze for about 10 seconds there.
I believe that's a Wi-Fi issue for
hopefully
you,
that
Scott,
wasn't me.
It was.
The 908. Is that the 908? Because they've just set. I'll stay quiet for a while and let it set fun.
Scott's having some Wi-Fi issues at the moment. For once, it's not me here at the circuit. A little bit of chatter over top of each other there, and Scott having some issues with the internal feed. The 908 is in there for what it's worth. That is the 4th place car down in GTU. Not really in a battle between themselves at the moment. Just off the podium, currently filled up by the Stratus trio Stratus cars.
You've got to do it because the 908, I think, just set their...
Yep. The 59 has set their personal best, by the way, 129.722. That compares to the overall fastest lap of the race, a 129.329 by the number 70. So getting into something of a shouting match here with each other are the round 3 Porsche and the Stratus number 59. Ironically, both in chasing positions here. The Stratus number 59 has the opportunity to try and go get either of the team cars that run in the first 2 spots of GTU and the overall running order at the moment. The number 70 doing the same there in GTO. So eyes forward in both cases, and potentially something to be gained here. Down to 24 minutes left on the clock now.
Oh, horrible luck in traffic there for the leader. It's going backwards and forwards in traffic. The 8 lost a bunch of time earlier in this lap, but then the 60 got held up by the Mustang, although now the 58 is going to get held up by the same Mustang, which has been taking some questionable lines through the last few years there. Gap out to 2.4 seconds now. Both of the leading GTO cars setting their own fastest laps in the mid-32s, which again,
actually favoring the 90 that time, Scott. Only marginally, but margin's still trickling down to a 3.3 seconds now. 3.0 as they cross the line. They are first and second in GTO. Overall positions 4th and 5th, and the GTU leaders. Worth noting that the Bruce Innovations number 333 is still sat in between them, and the number 70 Porsche is just about maybe 2 laps away from picking up 6th place overall there, displacing the GP1 class leader. Be 2 for 2 this weekend for Bruce Innovations if things stay as they are. All-Star Racing, by the way. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Scott.
3 seconds between the number 70 and the 33. So just to show, the 333 is not a slow car, but the 70 pace it's at has closed that 25-second gap down to 3 seconds, almost in as quickly as... It's only taken about 26 seconds to do so by the looks of things. But so they should be getting up to 6th overall on this lap based on their pace.
333 can't hang around here. It doesn't need to push, but the All-Star Racing car is still very much in a chasing position. The margin's 22.6 seconds between the...
Yeah, that was 29 after the All-Star Racing pit stop, so that has come down.
It has. That time it was only 0.6 of a second, and with just over 20 minutes left on the clock, I think it's going to take maybe a slip up or two from that number 333, but maybe some awkward moments in traffic, and a couple of monster laps by the number 5. I think maybe Johann Schwartz in.
Is this them? Is this the Porsche trying to get past them?
Probably. I didn't catch it there when they came through the corner, and it's a moment until we pick them up on the run out of Thunder Valley. There's 333. There's a 70. So, yes, that is the battle for 6th overall. Obviously, between a production car and a GTO car. 333 runs just out to the exit curb there on driver's right. I think it was still a little bit damp, maybe. And as they head towards the camera at the end of the start-finish straight.
It's laps like this that are really going to hurt the 70. They need to be gaining 3 seconds a lap, and if they're just...
is that Palomar, actually? That is Palomar.
Having to drive around at G1 pace because they can't.
Yeah. So they've cleared the Bruce Innovations car. That's my fault. That's Palomar there behind, the number 38. long lap for Bruce. Oh, they're in the pits. Are they in the pits? Bruce?
I have Fuel Star Racing.
They have. That's why we didn't catch them, is because the 333 ducked into the pit lane. So All-Star Racing is going to inherit the GP1 lead regardless. You did say, Scott, not very long ago that the race was likely going to come down to whether or not the Bruce Innovations car could make it 95 minutes on fuel. They've made it about 75.
All right, well, I think we have to ring our little bell and call Bruce Innovations out for an odd strategy call, because they chose not to pit under the last yellow. It meant they had to pit under green, which made sense if that could be their last pit stop, but they've just proven that it was nowhere near. We've still got 20 minutes to go. So, unfortunately, I think Bruce Innovations have cost themselves a win here with strategy rather than pace.
And walking back through what you're saying, Scott, the thought is that if they had pitted under yellow, it shortened up the amount of time they would have had to spend in the pit lane under green, even if it meant making 2 stops. Thought?
So after the red flag, there were 2 laps of yellow. They had every chance to pit on one of those 2 laps of yellow, and they wouldn't have lost a lap. They would have just dropped to the end of the safety car train. They chose not to do that and instead pitted under green 15 laps later. And obviously that pit stop under green basically lost them a lap, because that's just how long it takes to do a green flag pit stop. So they exchanged, dropping to the end of the safety car queue for a lap, and that's going to be about the amount they lose the race by.
Yeah, so it wasn't that they were trying to save themselves a stop or anything like that. It still would have been 2 stops, but they made 2 under green instead of 1 under yellow and 1 under green.
Yes.
Yeah. And I mean, they would have pitted.
Struggling with my Wi-Fi.
Yep, sorry. Yeah. They would have pitted maybe 18, 20 minutes earlier than they did, taking a little bit more fuel. But yeah, still, you never want to drop a lap with a green
they'd have been at least
stop.
a minute further up the road.
Yeah.
And they are, can we figure it out? I'll have to wait for them to. They are 26 seconds behind. So yeah, I really think that decision has cost them generously a minute, probably a bit more. Could have been other factors that we're not aware of, obviously, but yeah, it does seem a bit strange. They could still catch up if they can go full burn now. It's a lot to catch in 17 minutes, but you never know.
90 is going to be held up here by the round 3 racing. Number 10, Sebeco NP01 down through turns 5 and 6. The Ginetta briefly held up by the Chev staying there, number 96, but is able to scoot through on the way through turn 6. And I think we just had Dustin in our ear say Ginetta's right up to the back of the Supra. By the time we see them here at the entrance to turn 11, might genuinely be measured in car lengths rather than seconds. There goes the Supra. There goes the Ginetta. So it took turns 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 for the Supra to clear that number 10. Now the Ginetta is going to get just balked a little bit here at the final sequence of corners. Jumps on the throttle. Very gentlemanly. No flash of the headlights at the Porsche Penske colored round 3 racing car. Down into turn number 1. Just compromises the line a little bit, but will be able to pick up the throttle, try and eke as much straight line speed out as it can. Remember, road-going Toyota Supra in front, leading GTO at the moment, was about 3 or 4 minutes away from a GTO class victory yesterday in really challenging conditions. We're out in the dry today under some additional pretty exceptional circumstances here, but looking very, very different trackside. 16 minutes on the clock, and we wonder if Toyota R&D Racing is going to be able to hold off on the Sunday, or if for 2 days in a row in the dying minutes, a class win potentially snatched away from that R&D squad. Looks like the gap's stabilizing here in a little bit of traffic, about 1.5 seconds. Yeah, 1.5 last time. Go through up the inside of the 83, at the bottom of turn 6, excuse me. I believe that's is that the 60 car that's just come through? No, it wasn't. It's been the 59. There is your lead margin. I think Yeah, it's the number 59 there, just tucked in behind the Toyota Supra.
I'm going to patiently wait for the number 70 to come across the line here and start and get another estimate of how much they need to catch per lap.
If you need the number now, Scott, it's 52.9 seconds last time through.
I'll give them one more just because they're closing at such a rate that it's conveniently 15 minutes to go, which means 10 laps. There they are. So it's 49.2. So
no, it's 51.1.
Oh, I was doing to the Ginetta, but yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's about 5 seconds a lap they need now. So
yeah,
they haven't been doing enough since the 90 and the 178 have really raised their pace, racing each other.
Yeah.
They pushed each other to new levels, and it's going to keep, very likely, it's going to keep the 70 too far behind.
I mean, to some degree, the fact that we're even talking about it as having been a possibility is slightly insane. Right? I mean, it's a tremendous amount of time to make up. A 5-lap penalty assigned to that.
It is, given
70.
that the race was quite close before they lost 5 laps, and now somehow they've made up 5 laps.
Exactly.
Since then.
Oh, nose to tail for the lead down the front straightaway.
So,
the
it
Ginetta
is pretty insane that they've got themselves back in it.
Ginetta tucked right back up to the rear diffuser of the Toyota R&D Racing Supra through turn number 1 to the point of maybe picking up just a touch of aero wash off the good-sized diffuser there. On the Toyota is going to fade to the right and just get balked a little bit on the way into the keyhole turn, goes deep and over the curb on the apex.
Gets it does manage to get 2 cars between them and the Ginetta, though.
Yeah, indeed. And goes from being measured in 1 or 2 car lengths to now being out closer to a second. 2 general production cars to deal with here for the Camburn Performance. Ginetta laid on the brakes into turn number 4. Compromised corner entry for the Supra. And again, with the open throttle BMW out in front, I think it's going to allow the Ginetta right up to the back of the number 90 one more time. 13 minutes on the clock now. And just probably 8, 9 laps to go. The gap has ebbed and flowed, and it's been a very, very gradual decrease down from 7 seconds after the last round of pit stops to what is now fundamentally car lengths. Nose to tail again, both up the inside of that open throttle BMW. I think that's done the 90 worse than it has the 178. Through is going to come the number 60 Stratus NP01, and I think this is going to benefit the Supra again. Yep. Well, not able to clear either of them. Thought they might have been able to get the Ginetta. Actually, just backs off a bit there. I wonder if... Oh, the 178's
very wide.
I wonder if that Sebeco realizes... Go ahead.
I think that's the 59 Stratus car, isn't it? The 3rd place car?
I think it's a 60 with the white trim, but maybe you're right.
I'm watching the 60 from the onboard of the 58, and they're the other side of the track.
Well, the gap is out to almost 10 seconds for the GTU lead, so we wouldn't even see the number 58 in shot. But again, this has aided the number 90 one more time. You know, Scott, for as long as we've been covering the WRL full-time here on DriversEye Live, so many races we've covered have been about having the bigger gun, let's say, the newer, shinier gun, and having a weapon to bring to the fight that is as capable as it possibly can be, whether that's good electronics, TC, ABS, a new spec car, bigger aero, a WRL-specific setup, whatever it might be. And I mean, it's really cool to see professional level factory-built race cars doing battle for overall and class wins in 7 and 8 hour endurance races, because that frankly doesn't happen all over the world. This is something a little bit different, just a slightly different flavor to this one. This is a road-going Supra built out prior to the GT4 program, built and tweaked along the way to be competitive in GTO, and a Ginetta G55, which is a tube-frame GT4 car with only a regional GT4 homologation. Yes, it's run in WRL in the past. No, it didn't have factory Ginetta support, and I wouldn't exactly call it the weapon of choice for most in a power-to-weight formula that doesn't tend to favor lighter, more nimble cars. That Porsche that's had, I mean, hundreds of hours of racing and development put into it is, yep, maybe the best car to have in the field at the moment. Certainly been the most consistent, but man, with that car having fallen by the wayside, to see two almost old school type GTO capable cars battling against each other in the final 10 minutes, nose to tail, underneath a second in some cases for the race lead, with the storyline of that number 90 having come 3 minutes from taking a class victory yesterday. I mean, there is something really special and compelling about it, especially when you add in the fact that these cars are built to do different things. The lightweight Ginetta quicker around the second half of the lap. The Supra definitely stronger around the first half. This is, yeah, a little bit different, little different flavor to it all, but man, just compelling all the same. Again, a couple of car lengths down into turn number 1. Let's call it 3 or 4. Ginetta right up to the red and white apex curb that separates the pit exit lane from the track. 90 just out a little bit wider, is able to get a good launch off of turn number 1. Will clear the TC Klein car and the Proper Performance number 39 on the run down into the keyhole. Ginetta's only able to clear the Civic. Gets the TC Klein car by corner exit. And we'll set out down the back straightaway in the draft of the Toyota R&D Racing Supra. Nothing changing with regards to the gap back to the round 3 Porsche. It's 31 seconds, but with only 3 digits left on the clock here, I don't think that matters so much. Stratus 60 still leads 58. That gap is going out. And the Stratus 59, 38 seconds in arrears of its teammate. So not much to watch else there in GTU. GP1 is well settled in favor of the number 5 of All-Star Racing. That all came at the pit stop. Ginger Racing, again, same as it's been all weekend. These top 4 cars are just so tightly matched for lap time that 17 seconds inside the end of 7 hours of racing, the last couple minutes of 7 hours of racing, is just really doesn't feel like it's on the cards there. They're only picking up a 1/10 of a second here, 1/10 of a second there. Will likely settle the final podium spot in GP1 in favor of the number 38 Palomar E36.
Finally figured out that my laptop was connecting to the wrong Wi-Fi router, so hopefully that's fixed things.
Yeah, not going to be perfect here on my end, Scott, but you do sound a little bit better.
Excellent. I don't know when it decided to do that today, but thanks. Random Windows issues. Meanwhile, GP1, we're not really seeing that battle close. Just those cars are just too closely matched in performance to be able to see a 29-second gap close that quickly. This number 60 car has just found a different level of performance relative to the 58. It seems 58 is setting its fastest laps of the race, but only the 60 has been able to get into the low 30s and mid to high 29s recently. So that gap is now up to 11 seconds. So it looks like that's all settled at the front of GTU. I haven't thought about whether either of those 2 cars have to pit. I think they both pitted under green fairly recently. They did it's about 30 laps ago now. So decent amount of time for an MPO1 to go, but I imagine they've back-timed that correctly. And then the Stratus 59, I think it's been the fastest of the 3 of them on average. Yeah, that gap's down to 37 seconds. They pulled that down from, I think, about 50 earlier on in this run, but obviously that's not going to be enough. And that's only to second place. It's actually 48.6 seconds from 59 up to the leader. Round 3 racing continues to be the fastest GTO on track, but it's just not going to be enough, I think.
Yeah.
Although it's down to 0.4 now between the 90, as we're watching on screen right now, the 90 and the 178. So that's closed back up again.
The question I have here, Scott, is where is the 178 going to be able to make the move? It's been such an incremental, gradual gain on that number 90, and I think it's mostly coming when they're in clear air. The problem is that when they're in clear air, the 90 is so much quicker down the sequence of straights from the last corner down to turn 4 that a braking zone move at turn 4 without the aid of traffic is not likely to be on the cards. And the Ginetta being quicker around the second half of the lap doesn't really present any obvious passing opportunities. So, I mean, what do you do if you're behind the wheel of the Ginetta?
Yeah, it's tough, especially with some of the corners where you would usually see alternate lines available, like turn 5. There isn't an alternate line because the alternate line's covered in water. So the options reduce because of that. It could be a traffic issue, something happening in traffic. The Ginetta does seem slightly more nimble, so that could benefit them through the twisty bits in traffic. But yeah, as you say, it's the slight bit of extra straight line speed of the Toyota is going to make things difficult.
Maybe the answer is you flash the lights a little bit.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh, and it has put the 90 off about half a car width, just enough.
Yeah, that might have been a late apex, but yeah, it did look like a bit of a mistake.
And this is, I mean, maybe that's it. Maybe you just need to put the 90 half a foot wide here, half a foot wide there. Get it looking in the mirrors a little bit too much, because I think it's mostly incremental or additive across these straights. The front straight, the pro straight, and the back straight. If it can get closer down one of those straights with a mistake in the intermediate corners, maybe it's close enough for the Ginetta to make a move on the brakes into turn number 4. Is this the lap? No, it's not, but you can see visually how much closer the Camburn G55 is to that Toyota Supra, perhaps by virtue of being half a foot offline there at turn number 1.
Yeah, that was telling, though, because that Ginetta couldn't possibly have been any closer out of the keyhole, and the slipstream still wasn't enough, even to keep it within a car length, let alone to be able to draw alongside. So that's just not going to be an option into turn 4, I think.
Yeah. The keyhole may be the only passing opportunity here for that car. If the 90 is just about perfect everywhere else around the second half of the lap, I just don't think the 178 has enough to make a move somewhere here at like the carousel in the closing minutes of the race. 3 minutes 10 on the clock now, headed towards a 3 p.m. checkered flag.
Yeah, and still 28 seconds back to the Porsche number 70, so that's very much over.
The car will need to watch. Sorry, go ahead. The car will need to watch for total laps remaining, Scott, is going to be the GTU class leader, of course, the Stratus number 60, who I think cleared these guys a couple of laps ago. So it will actually follow that overall race leader pretty closely. May come around to a white flag next time by, but we'll confirm that. Oh, no, Stratus 60 is just at start-finish now. So it's 2 laps to go for the overall race leader. This plus 2 more for the GTO leaders will follow them through to the end of the race here with something like 6 miles of running left to go. The Camburn car's close. The 90 slides wide on the way up the hill at turn number 5. Is able to square the corner off, but is this the move up the inside at turn 6? No, it's not, but it's as close as the Ginetta G55 has been to the back of the Supra. They'll make their way through turns 7 and 8 up and over Thunder Valley, and we'll catch them in the braking zone here at turns 10 and 11. I don't think there's a passing zone available at 8 or at 9, maybe at 11, though. 178 shows the nose. See, the problem here, Scott, if you show the nose and it doesn't work, you're setting yourself on the back foot at the part of the circuit where the other car is already stronger than you.
That would be an incredibly brave place to make an offline move as well, with the amount of water offline there is into that specific corner. So I was a little bit waiting for that car to just skate into the side of the Toyota there. I'm assuming the G55 doesn't have ABS.
I think it does, but I actually don't know. I think so.
Because it's not a full homologated GT3 or GT4 car, is it?
It had a regional homologation to run in the UK, but because it's a tube frame, it didn't get full FIA international homologation.
Some of those British GT special homologations interesting, to say the least. That definitely doesn't guarantee that it has ABS.
A long history in that country of very interesting homologation specials. A white flag is out on the start-finish straight for the Stratus number 60. We're under a minute remaining on the 7-hour clock that defines our Sunday Enduro here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. You're watching the battle for the GTO race lead between the Toyota R&D Racing Supra and the Cambrian Performance number 178 Ginetta G55. As close as they've been for the last 20-30 minutes, let's say. Car pulling off to driver's left. That's the proper performance, number 39. That's a podium position in GP2. I believe that car is safe from being overtaken, but not likely to see the checkered flag. And remember, a yellow flag zone headed up here into turn number 11, where we've already seen the Ginetta try a move once.
Yeah, there go the two GTO leaders. For the first time in many hours, the number 70 doesn't have the purple lap anymore. The 60 overall race leader just took it with a 29.1.
White flag in the air for our GTO leader, Scott, down the front straightaway. Good run out of the final sequence for the Cambrian Performance Ginetta. Can he get the number 90 just offline there at turn number 1? Maybe a touch, but it doesn't seem to have hurt the mid-corner speed of the Supra. Clear track in front, so it's mano-a-mano here. Supra versus Ginetta. Deep into the keyhole. Can the 178 square the corner off and try and get a run in the slipstream down the long back straightaway in the run to turn number 4? The answer here is maybe. I think it's as close as that car has been, but it's going to be a bonsai move on the brakes from top speed here into turn number 4. Car length and a half between them on the run into 4. Overall race leader has taken the checkered flag. Early turn in there for the Supra. Congrats to Stratus number 60 out in front here, but let's stick with this. 178 kind of overslows turn 5 there just a touch. And I just wonder if this is going to be enough of a margin through the last sequence here for that Toyota R&D Racing. 3 minutes was within 3 minutes of a victory yesterday. I think it might just have enough here into the final 3/4 of a mile of racing to hold off that Cambrian Performance Ginetta up the hill into turn number 11 for the final time. They'll make the towards the carousel. Can the Cambrian car try a move around the outside of the carousel? The answer appears to be no. Down the front straightaway, grabs a couple of gears and will pull up onto the diffuser, but the GTO class win will go to the number 90 Toyota R&D Racing Supra with a margin of victory of 0.163, 1/6 of a second between Toyota and Ginetta in GTO. Phenomenal end to the Sunday 7-hour Enduro at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course.
Yeah, we'll wait for I think number 70's already come across the line, only 6 seconds behind in the end. So after losing 5 laps earlier on in the race for a penalty, they almost got all of that back, which is pretty remarkable.
I can take a deep breath here. Your GP1 class winner, the number 5 All-Star Racing BMW, does hold on from the Bruce Innovations number 333. We had a report that the 333 may have had an off on the last
previous
couple
of 54.
corners.
Yeah, previous lap was 54, so something happened. Also, I don't know if it was just them chilling out because they had already taken the fastest lap, but the last lap for the leader was 10 seconds off the pace as well. Obviously they made it, but the gap for the win was only 14 seconds in the end. So they were probably just cruising around, I guess, having wrapped everything up. In GP2 for the lead, the gap actually ended up being, oh sorry, no, that's a GP2 car to the next GP1 car. No, it was just the Garage 66 wrapped that one up, 15th overall, and I would need to scroll down to get to the next GP2 car. Proper performance in P.
I think we just lost Scott there for a moment. That 39 car did end up dropping the final podium spot in GP2 to the AOA Racing number 851, which I'm intrigued by here because it looked, certainly to me, like there were 4 laps in hand between the two of them.
Well, apparently they've ended up 2 laps behind.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that's happened.
No penalties listed, so yeah, that is odd.
Yeah. Well, yeah, let's finish up GP1 here just quickly. Bruce Innovations ends up finishing second there with a problem on the last lap. It hasn't mattered. They did pick up a 1-lap penalty a little bit early on. That might have made the difference here, but ultimately, maybe a strategy call that could have been made differently would have earned them a second GP1 class victory. The Palomar Racing number 38 BMW to finish third there. Ginger Racing also just off the podium in P4. TC Klein ends up picking up P5 in the battle with the number 118 BMW Blaze Racing. Samson Racing Communications in P7. The Primetime Motorsports Mustang finishes P8, and then the pair of open throttle cars, 64, then 63, rounding out the top 10 in GP1. GP2, pretty dominant performance this weekend by the Garage 66 Subaru BRZ, the number 214, ahead of the first of the proper performance Honda Civics, 8 laps in arrears. The number 851 AOA Racing tentatively listed there on the podium in GP2, but we'll be interested to find some answers there, because I think most of us saw on redmist.racing that the 39 was out there in front, the 851, and even though it didn't come and take the checkered flag, it should have had enough laps in hand that it didn't lose any spots. The Palomar Racing number 83 ends up rounding out the top 5 in GP2. So we all take a breath, and once again, WRL has found a way to deliver on really compelling racing at the end of 7 and 8 hour enduros. We saw it yesterday in a set of circumstances that was really challenging, conditions and otherwise, but resulted in 4 or 5 different battles being inside of 10 seconds coming to the checkered flag. Today, actually a really good long green flag run, Scott, to the checkered, and without the aid of tons of safety cars, we got under a quarter of a second for the GTO class win.
Yeah,
just think of how close it could have been if they had a safety car.
70-lap green flag run in the end, which
really good.
That's more than a Grand Prix worth. So yeah, if we think about time, so yeah, that's that was a great finish. It took us a while to get. I'm pretty certain that was by far the longest green run of the weekend.
Yeah.
So it took us a little while to get there, but yeah, and it ended up with a fantastic race. You mentioned the 1-lap penalty for Bruce Innovations and the dodgy strategy call under the final yellow. Let's remember as well that Camburn Performance had an inexplicable pit stop as we went green at the end of a yellow flag run, and it was a really long one and lost them at least a lap and a half. Considering that the winning margin, well, the margin they lost by was 0.16 seconds in the end. That's I think was it let me check. It was off the final yellow flag, so it was at the very start of that 70-lap green flag run that they had that pit stop. So without question, if they'd been able, obviously we have no idea what caused that issue. The fact that it was a long pit stop makes me think there was an actual issue rather than it being a weird strategy call. But yeah, if they'd found a way to avoid that and save themselves 0.1 of a second, he says facetiously, they'd have won the race there. So that along with the 5-lap penalty for the weird loss of judgment of the number 70 car under yellow flags made for a very, very interesting GTO finish there. I have no idea how that would have played out without it. I imagine actually the 70 would have been right in amongst the 3 Stratus cars, and we'd have got a great race there amongst the 70 racing those 2 MPO1s for the overall win, and then we'd have had a great race for second place between the Toyota and the Camburn car. Very, very compelling racing today.
When you were doing these more regularly, Scott, and let's say it was you, me, Joseph, Ryan, as a team of 4, a couple of years ago, there was we had a phrase that was essentially WRL is going to WRL, and it wasn't that anything weird happened as such. It was just that when you got to the end of a 7 or 8 hour enduro, or sometimes longer, something was likely to happen that took a minute and a half, 2-minute margin and made it, insanely tight right at the end of the race. And you never really know what those circumstances are going to be. And you never know how it really got there. But it was always going to find its way there somehow. And I feel a little bit like that's how we ended up where we did today. Okay, maybe it wouldn't have played out the way that it did had we not had one or two of these individual elements, but they all stacked together and resulted in a long green flag run at the end that gave us a really awesome fight for the win, like we said, between some two, let's say, maybe not so regular competitors at the top, the very tip top of the GTO category. So we'll begin to wrap things up here from Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Less than 15 hours of racing with all the challenges we had yesterday. We get to wrap up round number 3 and move on towards round number 4. If we could pull up the schedule here just to knock out a look forward here. Road America, April 25th through the 27th, 3 days of live coverage to come on DriversEye Live from the first running of what is now the Bratwurst Brawl up at the National Park of Speed in the Kettle Moraine. Excited to go up there with what should be a really, I haven't looked at the entry list there, but I believe we're going to be close to a full field up there. Quick 5-week gap between Road America and Daytona International Speedway before another summer gap there. So we've done a couple of events in quick succession here. One more to come at Road America, and then a brief reprieve before we head to the Paul Revere 14-hour at Daytona International Speedway. As we said, 3 days of coverage from Road America on DriversEye Live. We'll be here for it. Qualifying on the Friday to come at 1 o'clock Central Time, and then racing at 9 and 8 o'clock on Saturday and Sunday, respectively. I join myself and hopefully Scott and JT and a producer as yet to be unnamed because we have some logistics to figure out here at DriversEye Live. But we look forward to being back with the World Racing League paddock just the same. So for Scott Michaels, who's here with me, JT Tammy, who stepped away a little bit earlier, and for Layla Kazmarek, who's up here in the booth with me at World Racing League and at DriversEye Live on Instagram this weekend. Podium coverage to come on social media once we get everything torn down here. And, of course, to Dustin Allis on some fill-in duty this weekend as our producer. My name is Brendan Kazmarek. Appreciate you all being with us for round number 3 of the 2025 World Racing League season on DriversEye Live. 3 weeks' time from Road America. Please do join us again. Qualifying and racing action to come from the Bratwurst Brawl. Until then, take care.